este momento le queremos dar la bienvenida al 11º Simposio Bienal sobre Asuntos de Agua Potable, Ciencia y Reglamentación del Centro de Educación, Conservación e Interpretación Ambiental de esta Universidad Interamericana de Puerto Rico. Este año exploramos el tema de las nuevas amenazas y asuntos emergentes relacionados a agua. Good morning to all our guests from 5 different places in the world, 5 different countries that are visiting us. I'm going to speak in Spanish, so I welcome you to use your headset. We are going to begin the activity, and because the traffic is not cooperating, and if the president comes in, then we're going to ask Nick to be kind to us and stop for a minute his talk, okay? So at this moment, I would like to invite the Chancellor, Juan Martínez, to come to give a welcome to his campus. En este momento invitamos al rector Juan Martínez a darnos una bienvenida.
Muchas gracias, Graciela. Primero que todo, nuestro más cordial saludo a cada uno de ustedes por visitar nuestro recinto. Esta es su casa durante todo este día, lo ha sido durante las actividades anteriores. Se ha celebrado la Bienal también en nuestro recinto. En particular, la pertinencia que tiene para nuestro recinto, siendo uno de Ciencia, Tecnología, Ingeniería. Tenemos un fuerte componente de estudiantes en el área de ciencias. Actualmente es nuestro departamento de más estudiantes en el recinto. Así que nos sentimos muy complacidos de ser nuevamente los anfitriones de esta actividad, que esperamos que sea de buen provecho para todos ustedes, en particular para los estudiantes que estén aquí participando también, y que podamos seguir mejorando, ¿verdad?, la calidad del agua en nuestro país o en las actividades que hacemos donde se maneja este recurso tan importante para todos los seres humanos. Así que les deseo éxito en sus actividades y nuevamente bienvenidos, y esta es su casa.
En este momento queremos dar la bienvenida a nuestro presidente que acaba de llegar, el licenciado Manuel Fernós. Él sale de viaje, así que yo tengo que agradecerle que pasara por aquí antes de llegar al aeropuerto.
Esto se llama Coordinación Interamericana. Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Señor rector y señora directora de CECIA, me complace mucho poder estar con ustedes en la mañana de hoy y compartir en esta simposio sobre agua potable. El Centro de Educación, Conservación e Interpretación Ambiental, CECIA, de nuestra institución, siempre nos tiene acostumbrados a presentar actividades de excelencia en los simposios de agua potable. Hoy no es la excepción. Tendremos en este 11º simposio la colaboración estrecha de la Agencia de Protección Ambiental, como lo ha hecho desde el 1993. Los expertos que nos acompañan en el área técnica y científica de 5 países para discutir el tema, reciban para la conferencia magistral reciben al doctor Michael Shapiro, quien es el Principal Deputy Administrator de la Oficina de Agua de la EPA, quien expondrá sobre el cambio climático y su impacto en las políticas públicas y la salud. Aunque hay traducción simultánea, no lo sabía, así que voy a dirigir unas palabras en inglés para beneficio de los deponentes angloparlantes. Good morning and a special welcome to Puerto Rico, to the scientists and policymakers that visit us today from Canada, Spain, España, pero en España hablan en español, England, Australia, and from the United States of America, to share this podium and their knowledge with local students, and participants in the CECIA Interamerican University Bienal Symposium on Potable Water Issues in Puerto Rico. Our thanks as well to the local speakers for accepting our invitation to bring the Puerto Rico perspective to this year's selected topic, emerging issues and threats to potable water and health. We want to recognize the presence of Dr. Michael Shapiro, Deputy Assistant Administrator of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Office of Water. It is not often that Puerto Rico has the opportunity to receive an official of your rank to participate in a forum where many of the participants implement policies and rules that our office promulgates and that your office promulgates and that impact directly the safety, health, and economy of our island. The Center for Environmental Education, Conservation, and Research of Interamerican University of Puerto Rico has presented this symposium since 1993. Agencies and institutions partner with CECIA for this unique meeting. We take pride in the forum, which is offered as a public service by the university. Our intention is to provide a space for island scientists to interact with internationally recognized scientists, often those involved in the research underlying regulations. It allows Puerto Rico scientists and regulators to receive training and state-of-the-art information that is not available to them in any other way. Perhaps most importantly, the symposium allows time for discussion and for the presentation of different aspects and points of view on the subjects from a multidisciplinary and local perspective. Regreso al español. Estoy seguro que en estos 2 días que dura el foro se nos ilustrará de los retos, desafíos y proyectos que representa el agua potable, la contaminación a nivel local y mundial. Felicito a la doctora Graciela Ramírez, directora de CECIA, por todo el empeño y liderazgo que hace posible encuentros como estos para desarrollar un evento de esta magnitud. Y como expresara la doctora Ramírez, de aquí salgo para el aeropuerto a tomar un avión, pero tenía que estar con ustedes aquí para compartir y reconocer los esfuerzos de CECIA y agradecer todos nuestros visitantes que nos hayan honrado con su presencia en la mañana de hoy. Muy buenos días a todos.
Muchas gracias al licenciado. Tenemos que reconocer también que esta actividad es auspiciada enteramente por la Oficina del Presidente, ya que en nuestro centro es uno de los proyectos especiales de la Oficina del Presidente de la Universidad. Por lo tanto, sin la cooperación y el apoyo de esa oficina, pues no estaríamos hoy aquí. Continuando con la agenda, en este momento invitamos a José Font, el ingeniero José Font, de la Oficina del Caribe de la Agencia de Protección Ambiental, quienes han sido desde el 93 nuestros socios en el desarrollo de esta actividad.
Buenos días a todos y muchas gracias, Graciela. Como ella dice, a través de 11 años hemos estado trabajando íntimamente en este tema de gran importancia para todos nosotros, el agua potable. Grandes avances se han hecho, grandes esfuerzos colaborativos, pero hoy más que nunca debemos afianzar esos esfuerzos colaborativos, puesto que tenemos grandes retos económicos y sin esos esfuerzos no pudiéramos adelantar los trabajos que se están presentando hoy y el día de mañana. Así es que seré breve, estamos un poco atrasados en la agenda, pero sinceramente gracias por estar aquí. Yo estoy seguro que será de gran provecho. Un saludo especial a los oradores que van a estar aquí presentes, particularmente a los colegas de la EPA. que vinieron de Estados Unidos a estar aquí presente hoy, lo que reafirma el compromiso de la EPA de trabajar íntimamente con el pueblo de Puerto Rico en esos grandes retos que tenemos con el agua potable. Si bien es cierto que el agua que se sirve cumple con los requisitos, la reglamentación cada día se hace más restrictiva, grandes descubrimientos en la ciencia nos llevan a pasar revistas sobre lo que estamos haciendo en términos de reglamentación y tenemos que lograr que en todo momento la salud pública esté protegida. Así es que éxito en esta actividad y este esfuerzo colaborativo que se hace hoy en agua potable pudiéramos hacerlo en muchas otras áreas. Así es que todos ustedes que tengan alguna inquietud en algún otro tema ambiental, los exhorto a que se comuniquen con la EPA para ver dónde están las oportunidades para seguir echando esto hacia adelante. Puerto Rico es de todos nosotros y debemos conservar nuestro ambiente y proteger la salud pública. Buenos días a todos.
Muchas gracias, José. Sin más, vamos a dar comienzo a la actividad. Antes tengo que dar unos anuncios de logística. Los que están tomando educación continuada, recuerden que tienen que firmar las boletas al final de las secciones. Si no tenemos las boletas firmadas, el Departamento de Educación Continuada de la Interamericana no expide los certificados. Tenemos baños en el edificio que está al frente y tenemos baños en esta área. Solamente al cruzar el pasillo hay baños allá también. Por favor, ponga sus teléfonos a vibrar y si tiene una llamada importante, por favor, la contesta afuera. Las personas que tienen los headsets, verifique el volumen, porque si usted está sentado al lado de alguien que no tiene headset y su volumen está muy alto, confunde a la persona con el inglés y el español que está escuchando. Sin más, pues quiero presentar al primer conferenciante del día, que pues le agradecemos que haya tenido la paciencia para esperar por nuestra introducción a la actividad. Es el doctor Nicholas Ashford. Él se encuentra en Alberta School of Public Health en Canadá. Es el presidente de Innovativa Translacional en Agua de la Escuela de Salud Pública de la Universidad de Alberta en Edmonton, en Canadá. Con más de 30 años de experiencia en el campo del transporte y destino de patógenos ambientales, Nicolás se especializa en la aplicación del avalúo de riesgo microbiano, UMRA, por sus siglas en inglés, para manejar los sistemas de agua comunales. Sin más, presentamos a Nick.
Thank you, Graciela, for that warm welcome. I feel most privileged to be here to give you a summary of what the state of knowledge is on waterborne risks. And I must put a disclaimer at the beginning. I am a microbiologist, so my view of the world is that the pathogens are the most important. And I think if you look to the World Health Organization and other institutions, including the US EPA, they would concur that if we don't control the pathogens, then we may as well go home straight away. So I'm going to focus on microbial pathogens in drinking water systems, both from an international perspective and clearly also from a US one. And this story or narrative that we have about waterborne pathogens comes to us historically from the work of John Snow. So I've put this old photograph up here from a Punch type magazine, a satirical magazine, and as you can read here, we know that cholera came from the subcontinent of India, Bay of Bengal, where it's naturally environmentally endemic, and in the 1830s was brought through both trade and war activities back to Europe, or into Europe I should say. and massive outbreaks from cholera were the biggest plague of urban developments in Europe. And the father of epidemiology, John Snow, who happened to be an anaesthetologist, a GP, who understood issues to do with gases, really changed the narrative here. So back then in the felt particularly in the 1854 cholera outbreak in Soho in London, where he identified a particular pump was the source of the outbreak. But the points I want to raise here start with the caption at the top. Not only was he the father of epidemiology in many ways, he also was the father of this assessment, the hazard being contaminated drinking water that he identified was the source of the cholera, and the critical control point was to take the handle off this supplying the pathogen residents of that part of London. So not only the father of epidemiology, but also really gave us the principles history has been using. Analysis. And you'll see much of the world is now embracing this process, which was really developed thanks to astronauts being sent up into space in the 60s. The NASA guys didn't really want to be sending astronauts up there to spend their shot aspirations with diarrheal material hanging around in the spacecraft. Although there was another invention which NASA doesn't really talk much about, except fairly recently in the news, of the adult diaper that was also developed by NASA to contain such material. But I won't go there. So the Pillsbury company developed this HACCP approach for the food industry, and it took microbiologists in the Netherlands, Arie Havelaar, back in 1994 to publish a paper and say, we in the water industry think about this approach for managing safe water. And as you may have gathered from the introduction, I am an Australian, and we worked in Australia. Actually, a person from the University of Alberta, where I've come from, and am now a resident of, Steve Rudy, joined us in Australia. This HACCP approach in Australia, which was taken up by the Australian water industry and made legislatively the way to deal with drinking water management back in 2004, 2005. So why do we need this approach? Well, the epidemiology side is very important to tell us about what is causing disease. At this graphic, it becomes evident that we see outbreaks which are well up here in the high number of cases. So they're really very much the tip of the iceberg. So we have a threshold of detection by our symptoms, and the vast majority of illness, in essence, goes undetected. So we have the endemic level of disease, that background level, some of which is coming through the supply, and we have undetected outbreaks, sporadic cases, all undetected by epidemiologic surveillance type systems. So what Steve Rudy has published back in 2004 and of June last year in another edition of cautionary tales of what's wrong in drinking water systems. This should be mandatory reading, I think, for all people working in the water business. It highlights, and in very practical terms, very succinctly placed, what has gone wrong in drinking water systems around the world, in America. And when we look at those, it's not that there's a lack of compliance type understanding, there's a lack of system understanding. What are your vulnerabilities? Like what Snow alluded to in the sense of the pump handle needing to be taken off. I didn't mention on that other slide, there was the Reverend Whitehall who also followed the story there. And in addition to the pump handle being taken off, which at the end of the day actually had no impact on the decline of that particular outbreak, because what the Reverend Whitehead identified was that the actual source of contamination across the world was a local stool from a case, a person who'd actually died of cholera, and the bedpans used back in those days were just thrown out of the street. And that is what was contaminating the wellhead at the Broad Street pump, and so the water flushing through there had eventually washed away that contamination. So the epidemiology curve had already declined, and the pump handle was taken off. So these are cautionary tales in this book which highlight that we need to understand the whole system. If you don't have jurisdiction over your watershed, it is your responsibility as a water plant operator, for example, to understand various sorts of fecal impacts that may occur in your watershed, what sorts of rain events and other scenarios that may lead to contamination of your source water, your vulnerability of steps. So when you do get those high numbers, can your treatment plant be modified to handle those high numbers if you're expecting them? You don't want them as a surprise. And lastly, the other part of the whole network in securing safe delivery of drinking water, of course, is the distribution system. And it's perhaps our most vulnerable part these days. If we look at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's more recent data on outbreaks, we see that the majority of outbreaks, and remembering outbreaks are just that tip of the iceberg, are identified by deficiencies in our distribution system, cross connections, backflows, reservoir, bridge vessels being contaminated and so forth. So this is a very important vulnerability to understand in your system. So I want to now go through components, the watershed, the treatment, distribution, and talk about some of the specific microbial issues in each of those. So source water is the first that we need to clarify from a sanitary point of view. But clearly with climate change, which I know is the next presentation, so I don't want to say much about that other than to allude to both demographic and climate and other things that are going to be impacting on our systems into the future, we need to be thinking about making sure that we're understanding those future potential concerns as well. So traditionally we have relied on what we call fecal indicator bacteria, and the classic of course has been E. coli. But because E. coli used to take us some time to measure, for over 100 years we've looked at the largest set of the E. coli-like or so-called coliform bacteria of this Enterobacteriaceae that this belongs to. We know and have known for over 40 years now that E. coli and another indicator, even Enterococcus, may grow naturally in soils, particularly here in Puerto Rico, in tropical soils, by insects and other non-infectious pathogen secreting soils, to put it in one way. So as we move away from human fecal contamination, for which E. coli is a reasonable measure, Enterococci, as I'll talk a little bit later, is perhaps an even better indicator for some perspectives. As we move away from fecal contamination being that from humans to other animals, to wildlife, our relative risk that E. coli is indicating is getting less and less. So I want to talk a little bit about some methods that, whilst I was working with the US Environmental Protection Authority, or agency I should say, that we developed to help interpret that change of relative risk. And that leads us to the bottom part here, that there are techniques now being used, and again, other presenters will talk more about these in detail, but there's a molecular method that now has been authorized by the US EPA for recreational waters based on quantitative polymerase chain reaction. This molecular-based method to identify the presence of all the members of this genus Enterococcus, fecal indicators. And indeed, it's been shown now to have the better relationship identified here from the recreational water that I'll talk in the next slide about. So in the graphic, what you're looking at along the bottom here are the numbers of the fecal indicator, and we have three types. We have E. coli by culture, we have Enterococcus by culture, then we have the Enterococcus by this qPCR molecular method, which I must emphasize dead and alive organisms because it is targeting the DNA of these organisms, not whether they're able to still grow. And on the y-axis here, we've just got the cases of gastroenteritis. And again, it's a little bit confusing. The old definition of highly credible enteritis as measured by the epidemiology studies for recreational waters done by Vic Cabelli and Al DeFore back in the 1980s, talked about a benchmark of about 8 highly credible gastroenteritis infections per 1,000 swimmers being the benchmark target to be below. In the more recent EPA studies over the last 10 years or so, they changed the definition of what gastroenteritis was. This was based on both a fever and 2 or 3 more loose stool movements in a day to remove the fever component, so the number went up in cases for the same level of risk. So what we're seeing here are a couple of things. This is a work from these people who published this work, but I've overlaid some dots here because in fact for E. coli there was only a threshold, and beyond that there seems to be no so-called dose response. So as we get increasing concentrations of our E. coli fecal indicator in recreational water, there was not a linear increase in gastrointestinal illness, just a threshold. Whereas there is a dose response for cultural enterococci. But what is most interesting here, there's much greater sensitivity if we target PCR for enterococcus. So this is just the change in recreational water criteria issued by the US EPA in 2012. This is doing for in Alberta for enterococcus. This in EPA qPCR approach and quantitative microbial risk assessment to say for this target level of enterococci for recreational waters, what is the relative risk if we have different fecal sources contributing those enterococci? So here we have our recreational benchmark that we wish to be below, and you can see that treatment from the point of view of viruses, and here illustrated by a reference pathogen norovirus, is the main indicator of risk in recreational water bodies in treated water. And you might say, well, why is raw sewage appears to be risky? Well, this is the same level of enterococci. So in sewage treatment, we're disinfecting and removing enterococci at a greater rate than we are in enteric viruses. So that is why there is more relative virus here with the same level of enterococci. But the other important point is that manure or fecal material is getting close to being as risky near this benchmark, not based on E. coli 0157 and other pathogenic E. coli that reside there, but also some of the other members that are present in cattle feces, noting that of course human enteric viruses are really not an issue coming from cattle. And more importantly perhaps poultry and pig or swine and seagull, fecal matter is much less risky. But that was for the recreational standard, which was based on a daily risk level of about this 3%. But in drinking waters, as we know from the Enhanced Surface Water Treatment Rule and various other modifications that have come out of the Safe Drinking Water Act, we have a reference point that is much more stringent of 1 infection per 10,000 people in a year that we wish to be below. We're really interested in a benchmark at a much lower level, some orders of magnitude. So when we think how much sewage contamination might therefore be important in a source water, let's look back at the last comment I want to make about the epidemiology. That most of these recreational epi studies were really based on there being sewage present, not trying to identify different sources. And it doesn't take very much human sewage to cause a lot of havoc, as illustrated here. Just one loose stool in a swimming pool, but a lot of people are exposed to a potential infectious dose. So the question we addressed by mathematical modelling here was, if those enterococci, as shown at the bottom of this graph here, with 100%, for example, seagulls, which is illustrated by this, we're well below our benchmark of concern. But as we proportionally less than 100% of the enterococci coming from seagulls and some coming from sewage, over this curve to closer to 20% from humans, within our error estimate, we're getting close to this benchmark of concern. So the point here is that we don't need very much human sewage diluted among other animal feces to be driven by the enteric virus risk of concern. And when we start looking at microbial source tracking markers, of which there are other targets that we can by qPCR, we don't really have this level of precision yet. So any detection of a human sewage marker is taken as being of potential concern. So I want to say a little bit now about, well, what is this quantitative microbial risk assessment approach we use to help tease out and get a better understanding, in this case, of the relative risks of different fecal contamination in our source waters. And just as a bit of a recap here, the Enhanced Water Treatment Rule that we're very familiar with from the US EPA, 3-log reduction for parasites and a 4-log reduction for viruses to make drinking water safe, came about from a lot of work, but in principle it came about from an information collection rule for both and viruses collected over many years actually, across and averaged over the whole country. But any individual of course has its own behaviour, its own issues. And so one of the points of detection, if you like, coming back to my introduction, the narrative may need to change, and my suggestion is for you to think about this in light of how you operate your own plants and undertake research to support their operations, is to think about, do you really know how your system behaves? On average, you may have a 3 and 4 log reduction for these target pathogens, but it's the deviation from those that is really where you have your high risk. So how high is that risk for your particular situation? So at the moment we just have these general targets which on average make sense from an epidemiologic and a risk assessment point of view, illustrated here. Here to what's referred to as a disability. So why do that? Is that? So a disability adjusted life year takes on board the if you like, the health burden, which is different for different pathogen infections. If you get a case of diarrhea, it's relatively mild, it may be with you for a day or two, you've taken a couple of days off work and then you're back and 100% back on the ball, back to work or whatever, looking after your family. If you get a case of diarrhea from Campylobacter jejuni, in a small proportion of those people, that leads on to a much more severe health outcome. couple of outcomes. Guillain-Barré syndrome that could put you into bed or into hospital for months. It can lead to reactive arthritis that can be debilitating for a very long time. And so the disability adjusted life year takes on board these, what we call sequelae, these additional diseases. And so it gives, if you like, a measured assessment of the true health or better prediction of the true burden that different infections may lead to. So that is why the World Health Organization and other countries have moved towards this disability adjusted life year. So if we use these benchmarks, be it infection or disability here, and now come back to the point I raised about do you know your system? So for compliance monitoring, what are we told to do? To monitor for E. coli, which I've already indicated is perhaps a reasonable indicator where there's fresh human fecal contamination, but becomes diminishingly less useful as other fecal sources are introduced. Unless we understand the proportion of those other sources, we can't really say anything much about the relative health risk from E. coli. Worse, however, you may only be monitoring once a week or once a day at a particular site in your system. And when we run out from later, what was called the Micro Risk European Union project, a very useful tabulation, which I hope you've seen back there, is that if you want to be predictive 95% of the time for that 4 log reduction at your drinking water plant, to give you a 4 log reduction for a typical plant here processing, as you can read, about 100,000 cubic meters per day, you would need to be taking 30,000 samples, or about 1 sample every 15 minutes for human viruses to really prove that you 95% of the time were at this acceptable benchmark risk level of 1 infection per 10,000 people per annum. No one on the planet can or does do that. So this is why I'm saying we the narrative that our compliance is satisfactory. If we're meeting our compliance, everyone can go home and feel comfortable, unfortunately is not. So what we in Australia and through the World Health Organization and now through much of Europe and parts of Malaysia where I've worked, and South Africa and other countries now have adopted is this water safety plan approach, this HAZOP approach that I mentioned in the introduction that our NASA astronauts benefited from. And whilst much of what is in the US EPA requirements, and as you'll hear in subsequent presentations, various elements of this already exist. It's the packaging of the system and thinking about it as a system, which is still, in my opinion, not fully developed in our current regulations here. So we have our tolerable risk, wherever the community wishes that to be, and in the case of US EPA, it's suggested to be 1 infection per 10,000 per annum. Various health targets to manage your HAZOP, or your water safety plan, as it's called within the WHO framework. And we can use our epidemiological tools to see whether we're on target, but you've already heard from me, they're insensitive, so they're a very crude estimate of our success. But we use these risk assessment tools like the quantitative microbial risk assessment to see whether we really are on target or not. So I'll briefly go through. Time was a little short and I need to speed this up. So just to illustrate for those who are not so familiar with quantitative microbial risk assessment, it is a 4-step process. The first step is we identify what are the hazards. So here we're talking about the actual pathogens, and we could also be talking about the disease. But also, equally important, what are the things that can go wrong? Can go wrong in your watershed, can go wrong in your treatment works, can go wrong in your distribution system. We need to think about that as the whole system. And then we have the exposure part, so having identified what we call reference pathogens. I didn't really illustrate this at the beginning, but even though there are some 500 waterborne pathogens of potential may be in our source waters. We don't need to do what the chemists have done and try to identify literally thousands of analytes. We can represent the risks with really a handful, 5 or 6 pathogens. And in a companion paper that will be given out to you later, which is not in your page, there's a bit more background information about that for you. So with just a small number of reference pathogens to cover the viruses, the bacteria, and the parasitic protozoa, we can run through your particular treatment works to get an estimate of what actually may be delivered to customers, including what sort of ingress and growth of environmental pathogens may occur along the way. And I'll talk more about those in a minute. And then based on epidemiologic evidence with good dose response models, so how much was in a glass of water that caused an illness outcome, we can calculate it here with a dose response model to estimate what we call characterize the risk. So this is a risk estimate. The absolute estimate is going to be large certainty. It's a very useful approach, as illustrated with the different fecal sources, that we can go through this process to look at the relative risk contributions by different management strategies on the one hand and fecal sources on the other. So now, using this approach of quantitative microbial risk assessment, I want to just one of a former PhD student of mine in Sweden about hazardous events or things that could go wrong. So we went to the city of Gothenburg, and the student, Therese Wesrell, worked with me and worked over about 15 years of data that the operators had kept in various logbooks about things that had gone wrong. We're looking at a messy looking graph is just using 3 reference pathogens: a parasitic protozoan, Cryptosporidium, rotavirus as a human enteric virus, and Campylobacter jejuni as a enteric bacteria. Using these pathogens, we looked at what is in the source water and the likely performance of removal versus, along the bottom here, I won't spend time, but these are things like cross connections, reservoir contamination events, pipe mains breaks and contaminations and so forth. And the quick story here was a good news, that the risk was really source water. And so this led to the city of Gothenburg to use now ultrafiltration to further remove the viral risk, along with actually source water stations 6 to 8 hours upstream to warn them of potential sewer overflows and contamination events into the surface water source. And so this risk assessment was very useful to them to help clarify where next to improve on their quality of water delivery. So the second take-home point here really is that it is important not to just think about what TPA says in a general sense for what the log reductions are, but what the important we'd be thinking of, clearly tracking parameters that are much more giving us a hands-on feel of the changes of the process are much more important than perhaps trying to actually get real pathogen data, which takes time and is difficult to come by. So I want to now jump to what I'm doing in the province, I like to call it, of Alberta in Canada. It's the first province in North America to take on board and lead these water safety plans. Very clear, Donald Reid, who happened to have come from Scottish Water in Scotland and was trained by some of us from Australia in these water safety plans in the early or mid-2000s. He luckily has come to Alberta and single-handedly almost. So here's another point for the students, that one person can make a change. Okay, so this is the traditional that the province of Alberta, which will look very familiar, they have national guidelines from Health Canada that they take on board at a provincial or state level, create their own standards of operation, and then they have compliance monitoring at the end of the pipe, and For example, at the moment, they can make coli. So from the point of view, do they need to investigate? They get a total coli form. It's no longer the US EPA, it's no longer an MCL, but it's a trigger for further investigation. And if they get an E. coli, do they worry about issuing or notice or do not drink types? That is the traditional paradigm. So what is now being constructed, and I'm on the of what four of us who are rewriting these, is that the document now is really the framework for water safety plans. So that is the new guidance approach, and I've already outlined some of the principles of what is in that. And the standards then are performance-based, both for materials and chemicals and targets for treatment, performance-based targets. So these are the new standards. The verification, compliance type work still goes on, but what is now more important is the validation. That are your critical processes, your control points, functioning as you think they are? So are you really day to day, hour to hour, delivering those 3 and 4 log reductions, for example? And the last part of which, from my university point of view, is that we're now beginning to train auditors, because this whole process is put together by the operators of the water system, externally audited to make sure. And so the real compliance now is that the auditor approves the water safety plan. So that is the evolution here as a systems management approach. So to wrap up quickly, just to summarize, the various hazards that we have, traditional ones that we're familiar with, the parasitic protozoa, which are a bit difficult to see here, Cryptosporidium and Giardia, bacteria and enteric viruses. But the last group that I want to talk about are what we call our water-based pathogens. So now that we have a sense of how to control these enteric, these gastrointestinal-based pathogens, which of course been since the days of cholera the key issue to manage, so we don't kill kids before they reach the age of 5. The real issue now, as you'll see in the next graphic, are these guys, these environmental pathogens. Out here are lung macrophages infected with Legionella, highlighted there in the coloured dots within these macrophages. The macrophages are on our healthy lungs, moving around and digesting the bacteria that we inhale every day in our natural way of living. But these Legionella pneumophila, for example, have learned to control their natural amoeba hosts, which is really the same as a macrophage, and so rather than being digested, they actually digest and eat and consume the macrophage, hence leading to water or pneumonia in the lungs. The other issues which I'm only giving a passing acknowledgement to, because there will be others talking about cyanotoxins, for example, and maybe some of the pharmaceuticals, just to highlight some of the other hazards that we also need to be concerned about. And on the cyanobacteria, again, there's a good issue coming up, or 2 presentations coming up shortly on this, so I'm not going to say much more, but if you could see, if this was a in the room, this is bright green. It looks like paint. Someone's thrown paint into the water here. So the issues of cyanobacteria, which we used to call blue-green algae, there's a whole array of toxins. The microcystins is just one class of hepatotoxins. There are others. And then not only are there liver toxins, but there are neurotoxins and there are dermal agitation as well of issues. So there's a whole raft of these, which, as a by the way, coming from Australia, I can't help but acknowledge, but the work of Ian Faulkner is probably the first person to have good epidemiologic evidence of people in the city of Armidale in New South Wales, the state that I come from, basically the damage through the drinking water supply system. So there will be more presentations about that shortly. Another issue that is much not understood, but recently has been labelled public enemy number 1 by the World Health Organization, now that they're gaining understanding of tobacco and they're moving on beyond tobacco type issues, is antimicrobial resistance. Antimicrobial resistance, we tend to think about the antibiotics themselves, which certainly are a concern in the use in the food industry, in the sense of food production, and of course in clinical use as well. But the issue here is antibiotic resistant genes that flow into the environment. And I haven't time to go through all this, but why we have partly the issue of the obesity that we suffer today is in part from some very good work by Martin Glasner and others who have published on this. So back in the 50s, farmers were encouraged by Pfizer and Merck and the pharmaceutical companies to have competitions for who could put on the most weight by eating subclinical levels of antimicrobial. Of course, the reason was that they wanted their farmers to feed their cattle or their chickens and everything else. So there is a subclinical use which is still not outlawed here in the US, although it is now in Europe, in much of Europe. So the problem has been that there's huge use, subclinical use in food production, and of course that manure ends up washing into our water, into our source waters. So the concern I have, and have published on with the World Health Organization, is not the release of antibiotics per se, but of the antibiotic genes that get transferred horizontally to the microbiomes of our receiving waters, our sediments, our drinking water pipes, and end up coming back to our supply systems. We've yet to really get a sense of how significant an issue is this. This book, I would suggest, if you're interested to follow up this lesson, is a very interesting and easy one in that area. So to summarize, the pathogens of concern, a lot of the time, so this is data for disease control, a lot of the time the epidemiologists identify the each agent, but when we see the parasitic protozoa, we see various bacteria, there are some chemicals of concern from time to time through accidents. But the one I want to highlight here is Legionella. It's only been registered by the CDC since 2001. If we look at this more from the CDC, this is data collected rather differently. It's data on hospitalization costs associated with pathogens that may come through our drinking water supply. And what it very clearly highlights is that in the US, no longer do we have the burden of disease coming from enteric pathogens through drinking water supply systems. We now have water-based pathogens. So you can see the millions in hospitalization costs that are claimed through Medicare and Medicaid. We can see there are millions of dollars still involved here and nearly billions of dollars a year spent in hospitalization costs alone. But orders of magnitude higher is coming from Legionella, from this Legionella pneumophila infection, and various non-tuberculous mycobacteria, wound and respiratory infections. So I want to wrap up by highlighting that these are not fecal-based pathogens. These are environmental water-based pathogens that grow in particularly warm, stagnant water, in biofilms, on sediments, in distribution systems to some degree, but really amplify to high numbers in what we call premise plumbing, so in buildings. And just to highlight that, so here's our water system. It might be a groundwater or surface water. We have biofilms that grow in our media, and indeed, Legionella does grow in your filter media that seeds downstream and feeds into the biofilms in the distribution system that end up to customers' taps. But this is a graphic from the Center for Biofilm Engineering back in 1999. I've added a little addition here. The sediments that we've recently done in an EPA study of Legionella mycobacteria are very commonly found across the country. Getting the red flag at the front row here, so I'll speed up. So our distribution systems and sediments in particular are carrying a low level of these water-based pathogens. Carried in amoeba that come through the system. They come from our source water, they get caught in these amoeba and come through our filtration systems and grow post-treatment. So despite the Act with a goal of zero Legionella at treatment entering the distribution system, in some ways, in my opinion, that is a nonsense, because there's always a low level coming through, and it's the growth after treatment that is really the issue to manage. So what numbers are important? We did a quick risk assessment here, and I'll just jump to the high numbers. So we think somewhere between 1 to 1,000 Legionella need to get into your lungs. And if you're taking a shower, you need these sorts of numbers in the air, and therefore to get these numbers in the air, you need these sorts of numbers in the water supplying the shower head itself. Okay. I think back to numbers in discussion if there's time later on. Reverse quantitative microbial risk assessment to inform us what sort of numbers and where it is important. These high numbers, it's premise plumbing. It is largely to play here. So the last take-home point here is, whilst disinfection byproducts have been a particular concern thanks to some Dutch workers in the 70s, I would like to suggest that it's really non-tuberculous mycobacteria, because disinfect water, we know increase the proportion of non-tuberculous mycobacteria growing in these biofilms, not just from a few percent, but up to maybe 60% of the biomass in drinking water in chloraminated systems, maybe tuberculous mycobacteria. And I don't want to be alarmist here. Some subfraction, which we do not understand yet, may be opportunistic human pathogens. So that is the concern. So in conclusion, this rethinking the narrative away from a compliance type mentality to a systems analysis approach, which we can think of as this HAZAP approach or water safety plan approach, makes us aware of the whole system, where our vulnerabilities are, and not only to manage the enteric pathogens, but as I'm highlighting now, the water-based pathogens are really a bigger concern. I have much about it, but within those biofilms, horizontal gene transfer of antibiotic or antimicrobial resistance can also occur, which may get transferred to the non-tuberculous mycobacteria and Legionella in addition, along with Pseudomonas aeruginosa and other, what we think of more as hospital-type infections. There is a summary paper, but I need to wrap up. Hopefully it'll be distributed to you at some stage during the meeting, and I don't know questions, but I'd just like to say thank you for listening.
Yeah, we have some time for questions. So, any questions for Nick?
Yes, well, thank you for asking the question. So after first highlighting that viruses looked, in this case for the Gothenburg treatment works, looked important, the work that was done was to go upstream and okay, where would these noroviruses and sedimentary viruses be coming from sewage outfalls and septic systems. So the question that was asked is to explain a little bit more about water monitoring and associated work. So I'm this in relation to the city of Gothenburg, where there was additional work done there, which I think is a good example of the sorts of things that can be done by yourself here also in Puerto Rico. And that is, be aware of what the sanitary survey referred. So what are the likely sources of fecal contamination? Sewage outfalls was one, and misoperation of those by rain events, and in that part of the world, snow melt, that leads to bypassing of untreated sewage getting into the... So that was the highlight. So city operators now have direct link with the sewage workers, so when there is a bypass, they're told about that. In addition, as a fail-safe, they have an automatic station measuring E. coli automatically by a colorimetric every 6 hours. And there's 8 hours upstream of the water intake. So they have 2 warning flags. And the beauty is that downstream, the waterworks has 2 days off river storage. So they can just simply turn off the intake, wait for the plume of contamination to pass before take back and source their water from the river again. So there's an example of understanding the problem, thinking about a management solution, which in many ways was actually really quite inexpensive and gave them at least some orders of magnitude safety over when there were periods of high fecal contamination loads in their source water.
Thank you very much, Nick. For the purpose of the program running on time, we are going to go to, but Nick is going to be around, so you please come to him if you have a specific question. Our next speaker is Dr. Shapiro. Since previously the president introduced him, I'm just going to invite him to come to the podium. I just wanted to add to what is in your package about Dr. Shapiro, that Dr. Shapiro, I met him like 10 years ago because of his work with environmental justice and programs that are developed to help with water in rural areas. And I always thought that he is a champion for this type of activities. Small systems usually don't get the same attention than other systems, so that was one of the reasons why I really wanted always to come to Puerto Rico to this meeting.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to compliment Dr. Ashbrook for the great presentation. I now know how much harder our job is than I thought it was when I came here. So thank you, and a lot of good insights there that we'll take home. It's a pleasure to be here, and I have to say, Graciela has been urging me to come for a while. I'm glad my schedule finally permitted me to come here. It's quite an honor to be invited and to represent the agency, and I also want to acknowledge the significant number of my colleagues from EPA who have taken the time to come to this very important meeting, both from our Office of Water as well as research partners in our Office of Research and Development, which is very well represented on the program agenda, and who are doing great work with us to support the many challenges that we face. There we go. I just want to start by saying yesterday I had the opportunity to visit with some of the small rural utilities. Graciela was very gracious in sharing the time and taking us out there. And I have to say that I have a new appreciation for the challenges that are being faced by the small rural utilities in Puerto Rico, as well as other parts of the state. So we're really, I found the trip both enlightening in terms of understanding the challenges better, but also in meeting some of the people who have done the very hard task within their communities of championing the safety of their water systems. These are folks who have dedicated their time and effort and resources to a very challenging task, and who are really key to achieving the goal of safe drinking water for everyone in Puerto Rico. Just start with a quick kind of update on Puerto Rico. The bulk of my talk is going to focus more on national issues with some perspectives of Rico where we can, and but I thought I'd start with this slide. And we kind of track the through our various data systems the numbers of facilities. From my trip yesterday, I understand that we may not be fully counting all the systems. There are about 424 community water systems that are tracked in Puerto Rico, and about half of them are very, very small systems, less than 500, which are typically the ones that have really enormous challenges in meeting our standards. There are, if you count the total number of public water supply systems, it's somewhat larger. Nationally in the United States, we track 156,000 systems, and those the transient non-community systems. In fact, the majority do. The vast majority of those total systems serve less than 500 people. An enormous challenge in that communities are served safe drinking water, and the challenges just get that much difficult as you get to smaller and more small systems. And this is just a snapshot, again, recognizing the points made earlier. The way we track compliance of our systems has its limitations of addressing compliance, but this is the system we have, and this is the data for Puerto Rico. The numbers in the table reflect the number of violations that were recorded in 2014 for various categories of our rules. And what is reported there is the number of violations. And we can see that the total coliform rule, which is nationally one of our major sources of violation, is still the principal source of violation in Puerto Rico, both in terms of meeting the numerical MCL standard, as well as the monitoring and reporting, the MNR standards. Area of challenge is the relatively new disinfection byproduct rules, the DBP rule, the stage 2, is, as I said, relatively new, especially the smaller systems. They're still figuring out how to come into compliance. We are very cognizant of these challenges, and EPA and its various technical assistance providers are working to provide training resources to communities to help build their capacity to address these challenges. So even with the current system of tracking environment may miss some of the health threat that we face, we still have significant challenges, although I have to say that nationally the United States still enjoys a very high standard of water safety and security. As we track our national systems, a huge majority of the population of our country has safe water that meets all of the standards on a continuous basis in terms of our testing protocols. Well over 95% of people who serve community systems are being served by systems meeting the standards on a continuous basis. So it is, as I said, somewhat gratifying to see that. We recognize that we continue to have challenges, and quite frequently, frankly, those challenges are in the least advantaged populations of our country, the poorest communities, the most remote communities, the tribal communities, rural communities, in impoverished areas are the ones that have the greatest challenge, and we firmly believe at EPA, and it really is a national commitment, that every citizen has the right to access to safe drinking water. It's a fundamental goal of the Safe Drinking Water Act, which this next slide highlights. Last year we celebrated the 40th anniversary of our key piece of legislation addressing drinking water in the United States. It was passed in December of 1974, and it really was intended to upgrade the nation's approach and attention to achieving safe drinking water throughout the country. Before the Safe Drinking Water Act was passed, we had, although a lot of good work was being done and many municipalities across the country really paved the way in terms of understanding how to provide safe drinking water, but we lacked a consistent national program and policy for assuring safe drinking water across the country. Drinking water standards that were in existence covered just 28 substances, and based on the data we had at the time, about 40% of our systems delivered water that did not meet those standards, and over 50% of our facilities had major deficiencies. Today, as I said, the United States has achieved a great deal. The Safe Drinking Water Act was modified significantly in 1996, so we built on the success of the initial law to strengthen the program, especially addressing improvements in protection and training, as well as providing additional resources at the national level to support investment in our drinking water infrastructure. Today, about 290 million people use water from community water systems, 50% of the country, and we have funded through resources made available since 1997 about 10 specific projects support the goal of safe drinking water. But we recognize the success of the provision of safe drinking water is not simply the result of passing a law or even writing the regulations implementing the law. It's not simply something that has happened because we have a program at EPA to implement the Safe Drinking Water Act. It really is the cumulative accomplishment of a partnership of public servants and water professionals across the country at every level of government and in the private sector to adopt and implement requirements to, on an ongoing basis, achieve positive results and to continue to work in those areas where we have weakness. So it's really a community of participants across the country that make this possible. No single organization is dominant. Certainly sitting in Washington, D.C., provide no safe drinking water to anyone. It really is the work of folks like you and your colleagues in part of the country. So now moving on to some of the challenges we face, and you certainly heard a lot in the previous presentation about some of the ongoing challenges in dealing with the pathogens that are to our work. All that is happening in the context of a broader set of challenges that we face. One particular area that of growing recognition is the issue of climate change and impacts that climate change is having. And I think we've recognized for a while really that although there will be many impacts of climate change, the earliest and cumulatively the significant are related to the interaction between climate change and water, both in terms of the availability of water, the timing and intensity of water-related events, the impacts on coastal areas, and the impacts that changing water temperature environments have on our aquatic systems and what that means for the source water that we have to manage in providing safe drinking water. So it has really been an eye-opening exercise as we've begun to understand the impacts of climate change, to specifically try to figure out the water context. And some of those issues have certainly been brought home to us in a very dramatic way through some of the historically significant events. The hurricane, well, first beginning with Hurricane Katrina, and others, including Hurricane Sandy most recently, we saw not only the damage that major storm events can occur to our fundamental water infrastructure and our ability to provide on a basis water in the face of major environmental, safe drinking water in the face of major environmental disasters. We also have the important interactions between the availability of water supplies and the other critical services we need to keep our citizens safe and protected in emergency situations. The ability to operate our hospitals, our other key institutions, depends critically on the availability of safe drinking water supplies. And conversely, we learned the hard way that our ability to operate our infrastructure, even when it survives the first impacts of major storm events, depends critically on how we've planned around the availability of energy supplies to keep the pumps working, how we've planned for the access, both in terms of prioritization and in terms of transportation facilities, to get fuel and other critical supplies to our water systems so that they can continue to operate. All of these were lessons learned in Sandy and relearned to an even greater extent, in Katrina, and even to a greater extent in Superstorm Sandy, when major facilities, both drinking water and wastewater, were severely damaged. And even those systems that could have been put back in operation weren't able to for some period of time because the resources that they needed to operate, the access to teams that could come in and restart a drinking water facility, the access to fuel and supplies to keep the facility working, were not worked out adequately ahead of time. And we've been spending a lot of time within EPA in helping to put together a networks across the country to begin to do this planning in a more effective way and practice response to these events. One of the things we've begun to do is build tools at EPA to help on the planning and preparation side. We have created an umbrella program called Climate Ready Water Utilities, under which we have a series of actions and activities. Again, this is not a regulatory program. This is an attempt to build a PIP with the community of facilities providing water in their state as well as other organizations that we work with at EPA, including FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers, so that we're prepared and we get the message of preparedness out. One of the tools that we've recently developed is called the Climate Resilience Evaluation and Awareness Tool. That's designed to assist owners and operators to assess the range of risks associated with changing climate scenarios, identify those risks that pose the greatest threats to the operation of their specific utility through a risk assessment framework, and then to help them walk through the decision-making process as to identify the key investments in operations or preparedness that might be needed to address those risks. We've also recently issued a resilience guide based on experience working with a small community in New England to help utility planners specifically plan around the issue of potential for flooding, which is a coastal issue. It happens across the country, even in places like Boulder, Colorado, where unprecedented storm events washed out utility lines and created situations where the utilities could not operate. So that will help utilities kind of do some of the planning. We also have a number of other activities underway as partnerships to support utilities that are facing disruption, get utilities in to help them in the aftermath of major storms. We have efforts underway to effectuate alliance of laboratories supporting facilities. So when an emergency happens, we have surge capacity from partner laboratories to deal with the analytical load that are created when suddenly you have disruption in our major systems. So we're really trying to put together a framework of support to ensure the resilience of our utility communities. Of course, climate change is not just about storm events. We face equally significant, although somewhat different types of challenges in the areas of the country that face drought. Fortunately, Puerto Rico does not have huge drought problems, but even in Puerto Rico, there are parts, the area shaded in yellow in the southern part of the map shown here is kind of the lowest stage of drought warning based on the nation's drought assessment protocol. If I had a similar map up here of the United States, it would show huge swaths of very dark, very severe drought, areas you've probably been hearing about in California, to other parts of the southwest of the country, and moving into the Midwest as well. And again, from the standpoint of providing safe, not having water is a challenge, and the impacts on water quality associated with low values of water, especially in the West, where many of our streams at low flow are dominated by sewage effluent, a significant problem. Well, in a significant way, as a response to what's happening, we're finding utilities across turning to not just water conservation, which is an important base component of what we advocate, but and even potable water reuse. We have various communities in California and Texas that are already using reclaimed water or advanced stages of planning and engineering reclamation facilities. This creates new challenges for the health community to understand as we reuse our wastewaters and rely more heavily on reuse of various sorts. What are the challenges? What are the contamination issues we should be looking at? What do we need to understand that's different in a significant way from a human health perspective in dealing with these issues? This is again an issue where frankly, I think we're playing a catch up as communities are forced to make these decisions really at a pace that has not been anticipated. We thought we had to anticipate this, but in parts of the country, again, this is a real challenge. And then the issue of cyanotoxins and harmful algal blooms was raised previously. This is a map of, an aerial photo of Lake Erie, where you can see the broad swaths where there are algal blooms. The crisis that led to the shutdown of urban water supply in Toledo, Ohio, with 400,000 customers, was driven by the inability of that facility to prevent potentially harmful levels of cyanotoxins from getting into their distribution system. And as a result of that, the mayor issued a do not drink or boil water advisory to 400,000 customers. The governor of the state declared emergency in order to both assistance as well as to activate the National Guard to bring in help to the community. EPA as well as a number of other agencies got heavily involved in helping to assess the challenges there, and additional resources have been put into play as a result of that to help the city deal with the problem, but these are additional slides, which probably are not coming across. But there is our version of the the glass of green slimy water is the reality in Lake. It was not in the water supply in this. And here are some slides of the urgent measures that had to be put into place to provide the citizens of Toledo with access to critical safe drinking water supplies. And these are scenes that we don't see very often in the States. People queuing up to get their essential amount of drinking water they need to sustain themselves and their families. A major urban community could not provide safe drinking water. And there's the members of the National Guard helping in the distribution of water. So, actually, go back for a second. The issue of algal toxins, although it was brought to a national forefront by the events in Toledo, Toledo is just one extreme example of what's happening across the country. As a result of excess nutrients in our water systems, we're seeing increases in the amount of nutrient pollution resulting in algal blooms and under circumstances harmful algal blooms, not just in the city of Toledo and Lake Erie, other cities that adjoin the Great Lakes. So really, we did an assessment. The majority of states across the country are facing some form of with potential for toxins. So EPA is putting together a series of actions, and there's actually a new congressional legislation that is passed the House anyway that would require us to do that, but we're kind of moving ahead. One of those issues that is actually joining the drinking water program and our surface water, clean water program much more closely together, since many of the source water protection measures that are needed in terms of reducing the excess nutrients that are contributing to the blooms are actions that are needed under our Clean Water Act authority, in addition to what we can do in the Drinking Water Act to help communities protect their waters, their source waters, as well as deal with the cyanotoxins if they are a threat to the system. And the reason it's also a relevant climate change issue is as temperatures increase, the problems of algal growth just get worse. Another type of threat that occurred in 2014, which again was kind of in this case, sort of a reawakening for the country, was the fact that in many respects we haven't been paying enough attention to what's going on upstream of our drinking water intakes. And in at least one very high visibility example, in the case of West Virginia, a large community there faced the loss of access to water supply for 300,000 residents due to leakage from a chemical storage facility that was located adjacent to the river that was the major source water for the community, and as a result of leaks in that chemical storage facility, chemicals that could not be effectively dealt with wound up in the city's water supply. Again, there were multiple things that went wrong in this case, including failures at a number of levels to implement existing laws that should have brought this situation to light. The basic information about the facility was that it, and the chemicals it contained was available and accessible, but action had not been taken to ensure that that facility was well maintained and managed, and folks who are operating the water supply fully understood the risks. So this has drawn increased attention to looking more carefully at what's there and what kinds of facilities and what kinds of potential threats could be realized. And again, here's the trucks queuing up to bring in safe water to the community while folks were waiting for the contamination level to get to the point where not just the water was not just safe but palatable to residents of the community. And this thing, we can deal with these kinds of issues. We have the resources to do it with response capabilities, but it fundamentally undermines the confidence of the public in the ability of its officials and agencies to protect them. So how many people do you think in West Virginia right now take a glass of drinking water for granted, or maybe even willing still at this stage to drink water right out of the tap in that community, even though all our data suggests it's perfectly safe? Folks, when events like this happen, there are all kinds of ramifications that undermine the confidence in the system that we've spent so many resources and such human effort to build. And finally, I just want to talk a little bit about the resource side of the equation. EPA is by no means the major funder of water and wastewater infrastructure in this country, but we do provide significant amount of resources nationally through our Drinking Water State Revolving Fund in the case of drinking water. These monies go to states, and in the case of Puerto Rico, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, to capitalize low interest and in some cases actually non-repayable loans to communities to pay for key infrastructure. It is a significant source of low-cost infrastructure for our country. In the case of Puerto Rico, the annual grant out at $8 million, and cumulatively since the start of this program in 1997, over $180 million has gone into these grants. The cumulative assistance, including other sources of money that are part of the SRF, which include a share that is a 20% matching share from the Commonwealth, as well as the repayment streams that then get reinvested in the program. So cumulatively, over $250 million has been invested in drinking water infrastructure in the Commonwealth since the start of the program. Again, not the only source, even the major source of resources, but a key source. And because of the low interest nature of the loans, and in some cases the fact that loans that forgive all or part of the repayment, a very important funding source for medium to small communities. But the needs are large nationally. In the case of the drinking water program, we project the 20-year needs at about $380 billion across the country. And interestingly, although we think of the program, when it was first created, in people's mind they were thinking that what we would be paying for is really building treatment plants, maybe, or rebuilding existing ones and providing enhancements. And that has been an important part of what storage. But the needs actually are overwhelmingly in the transmission and distribution area, both new pipes, new systems, but increasingly the rehabilitation and fixing of existing systems. And again, the previous speaker made the point about the threats posed by failure to maintain the integrity of our distribution systems. There's also an enormous both economic and environmental loss associated with the large losses of treated water that occur in many of our older cities. systems. And throughout the country, the U.S. has not been keeping up with its need to reinvest and maintain its infrastructure. And as a result, we're facing huge needs in the area of both rehabilitating our systems and making sure they're sized and managed in a way that meets ongoing needs for sustainability. Again, this slide does a somewhat similar breakdown in a little bit different concept. The pie chart on the left shows how our drinking water state revolving fund have been used to fund projects. And historically, about 40% of those funds went to transmission and amount to treatment facilities. In the year for which we have data in 2014, that balance has shifted much toward transmission and distribution, which now accounts for just a little bit less than half of the investment money provided, while as treatment is down to about 30%. This slide shows another kind of cut at the way in which drinking water programs provide assistance. The bar chart on the left shows the distribution by the total amount spent. So 37% of the money from the SRFs goes to small systems. Now, we define small as less than 10,000, and that's a lot, but many of those systems that actually get the money are probably in the 3,000 to 10,000 area. So when we look at this number, we acknowledge and recognize that for many of the smaller systems, the below 500 or even the below 1,000, is very difficult for those systems to put together the information that's even needed to apply for funding under these programs. So we recognize although the statistics show that a fair amount of resources goes to small systems, we recognize that there is a population is not easy to reach with these resources. The chart on the right breaks down the bar chart by the numbers of funding events, and about 10% go to large systems, 22% for medium systems, 70% for small systems, again with the caveat that I just mentioned. So this money is being used. It's being used well by our states and making a difference. But again, we recognize that other solutions are necessary because we haven't yet quite figured out how these processes work for the really small systems. So with that, I'm going to conclude my remarks. I think one final one that we just created or began the creation of a new Water Infrastructure and Resiliency Finance Center at EPA, looking at the really hard issues about providing creative financing solutions for many of our toughest challenges, and we're hopeful that that will really grow into a resource for the country, but that's work to be done. So I want to thank you all for, again, the invitation, and I just want to say how pleased I am to present to this group. Thank you.
We have questions, preguntas. Si la pueden hacer las preguntas en español y entonces nosotros le traducimos al doctor Chapel.
Puerto Rico. You mentioned that out of $9.8 million that were given to Puerto Rico in the State Revolving Fund, all the money was 3,300, and I believe you said that Graciela had taken you yesterday to one of the smaller, what we call the non-process systems in here. You correctly indicated that the problem in funding those small systems was that the administrative structure just was not there to prepare the applications. Funding some kind of entity that help the small systems prepare the applications and some share of the money, because right now it's going to the Puerto Rico Source Authority in its entirety. Makes sense?
We do have, we do have a number of programs that we think might be helpful in this area. To me, I think we a little bit more about how best to tailor our approach and deliver that assistance. I can't say we plan been crystallized to do more than we're already doing, but it's pretty clear to us that what we're already doing is not getting to these communities. So I would stop short of saying we have plans. I would say that we are kind of looking at the issue very seriously to see how we can better deploy the resources that we have for training, for technical assistance, as well as perhaps leverage new options that may be created by the resources that are put into the new Water Finance and Resiliency Center that I mentioned is being created. There are some new resources that have been requested in the President's 2016 budget to help fund the work of that center and related activities. And I'm hopeful, based on what we're learning, that we can work with communities to figure out how best to deliver that. So I can't say that we have a plan. I can say we have a number of people who believe very strongly that this is an important issue that we need to plan for, and we're committed to doing that.
Thank you.
La persona que estaba acá todavía tiene la pregunta. No.
I wondered in general, is there anything that those of us outside of the Beltway can do for you? Is there anything that the interested population or the interested group can do to support this activity? Things vary from state to state, as you understand better than we do. And you've certainly identified plenty of ones that work better. One here in the Caribbean, the Virgin Islands, for instance. But is there anything that we can do as a group?
Well, I think that staying involved and keeping your voices raised to a high level continues to be very important. There's no question that the success that has occurred under the Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act, and the reasons we even have those acts, are due to the fact that the political process understands that people believe very strongly that safe drinking water is something all Americans should have access to, and that threats to safe drinking water need to be addressed by their officials. And I think continuing to communicate the nature of the problem we're dealing with and making it clear that that continues to be important in your communities is really, I think, a major key to to succeeding and to your succeeding in this enterprise. The education of your communities, the discussions that you can have it in a variety of different contexts, in schools, in public meetings, in all kinds of forums around, just the science of the challenge that we face and the reality of what happens when we can't control waterborne disease in communities. We can't provide safe water on an ongoing basis. Continue to do it. Good. Let us know what examples we can use as models. We have some very effective tools for outreach and community, but we're not, we don't own the solutions. I think there's a much broader community out there. People are, as you were writing around, people are pointing out how are solving problems on the ground every day. May not be solving them in the way that they thought they would solve them, but they are solving them and dealing with them, and we find practical solutions that are working for particular communities, particularly in some of the areas we just discussed. Let us know about it, working with folks in Region 2 who are here, and as well as in the national forums, because we can act as a multiplier as you and your colleagues discuss things that work.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make one more comment about what we were just discussing. One thing that worries me about strategies and national programs and all these public policy issues that underline help getting to communities like the small water supplies communities is that sometimes we have a way of doing things and don't go back and learn from the past experience. And I'm saying this in English because I'm trying to get the to Dr. Shapiro. That in the 90s, we put lots of money into capacity development programs that were targeted violators, and most of the violators are the small systems because of what we've been speaking. Even though there were plans, there were not strategies. They consideration many issues in the community. So even though the programs were very good technically, they didn't get to where we want them, because to work in rural communities and have an impact, you really have to understand how those communities function. So it was a little comment. So we have 15 minutes of break. If we want to catch up, I will ask you please to come back as soon as you have your little break.
That's what that basically means. So for us, once they just wanted to share case, of course, that is right. It's not a huge role. Okay. Okay, cool. And then I will try to read your priority goal now. Let's see if I can. No problem. Okay, thanks.
How do you?
Ella
Buenos días nuevamente. Vamos a regresar a nuestros asientos para continuar con el programa. Vamos a comenzar la próxima sección de nuestro simposio. Es una sección que le hemos nombrado Thinking Out of the Box, pensando fuera de la cajita. En este momento tendremos el placer de escuchar a la doctora Jennifer Orm-Zabaleta. Jennifer Orm-Zabaleta es la directora del Laboratorio de Investigación sobre Exposición de la Oficina de Investigación y Desarrollo, ORD. Por sus siglas en inglés. Su investigación se centra en tecnología, vida silvestre y la salud pública. Ha trabajado en la Oficina de Agua y Sustancias Tóxicas, además de RD en las áreas de la salud humana, investigación ecológica, avalúo de riesgos, desarrollo de políticas y regulaciones y la planificación estratégica e implantación de programas. El foco de su experiencia incluye la evaluación de los riesgos para la salud humana y los ecosistemas y la influencia de los cambios ambientales en la salud humana en respuesta a una variedad de factores de estrés, incluyendo químicos sintéticos orgánicos e inorgánicos, radionúclidos, microorganismos y enfermedades transmitidas por vectores. La doctora Orm-Zabaleta es miembro de la Sociedad de Toxicología, siendo expresidenta de la sección de evaluación de riesgos, la Sociedad Internacional de la Ciencia de Exposición y la Sociedad de Análisis de Riesgo. Con ustedes la doctora Zabaleta.
Thank you. I know it's always tough to migrate back in from a break, but we're going to, as Graciela said, we're going to move into a new line of discussion in thinking outside of the box. And to start us off, we're going to be looking at the idea of exposure science. So exposure, very simply, is when you have a stressor like a chemical or a microorganism that comes into contact with a receptor, such as a human. What we are looking at now is to fully understand the dynamics of that kind of exposure. Some of the drivers that we have in looking at exposure science is really to understand that this provides the real world context in looking at so if we're drinking a glass of water, how do we know that there's no risk? We need to understand what it is we might be exposed to in that glass of water. We have many challenges in looking at exposure and understanding risk. The kinds of environmental problems we face now are much different than 40, 50 years ago when EPA was first formed. And we don't have the stark impacts on our environment then we have now. The kinds of changes that we have now are more subtle, but also more complex, taking into account things like climate change that you heard Mike speak about earlier, new security threats, and not just terrorism security threats, but also security threats when we do have major storms or major disasters like Hurricane Sandy or Hurricane Katrina. Population pressures. We have more people living in places that aren't used to supporting that kind of population. So it's disrupting habitat, it's increased pressures on the other animals or organisms that were living in that area that people are now occupying. Living in the desert where it's harder to provide water to them in that particular environment. So new challenges for us to consider. And we have still legacy issues, different types of childhood illness that we have not been able to understand and fully remedy. So addressing these new challenges in exposure science, we need to look at new ways of collecting information and using technology to help understand the kinds of exposures that we face. So given this challenge, EPA, along with the National Institute for Environmental Health Sciences, went to the U.S. National Academy of Science and asked them to look at the advances in exposure science and how we can transform that science to better impact our understanding of risk, how we remedy risk, and the kinds of other research that we need in addressing these types of problems. So the Academy came back with some guidance on how we need to think about exposure. That exposure needs to extend beyond that exposure event, that contact that I mentioned earlier, and better understanding of the transport and transformation of agents from the source all the way to internal dose. So it's not just drinking water, but once that water and those contaminants go inside you, then what actually gets to a particular tissue. So we have to deliver knowledge that's going to be more effective, more timely, and more relevant. Often exposure has been an assumption. It hasn't really been a big factor in how we look at risk. But we have better ways of getting information now that I think allows exposure to help drive the kinds of toxicology research we need to develop, and also to better understand the kinds of risk assessments, more meaningful risk assessments. So the Academy also gave us a new conceptual framework, which I'll talk about here shortly. And it said it really helped raise the awareness that in looking at exposures, there's no one group that can look at this independently. It's really going to require collaborations. Different agencies in the U.S. federal government, partnering with states, partnering with academic institutions as well. So related to this, we've been leading an effort that's pulled together 25 different federal agencies in the U.S. to look at exposure science and how we can partner better together in understanding and characterizing exposures. The areas that we've been focusing on include biomonitoring, modeling, data management, new technologies like sensor technologies, as well as community engagement and citizen science. And I think there's different aspects of these we'll be talking about over the course of today and tomorrow. In particular, the kinds of challenges that the Academy raised for us to think about is looking at new methods to track sources, concentrations, and receptors at multiple scales, taking advantage of technologies such as remote sensing, looking at ubiquitous and embedded sensing, and biomonitoring. Looking at new methods and tools for analysis, taking advantage of geographic information systems, multi-scale exposure modeling, new statistical methods and tools for predictive exposures, and informatics. We have more data out there. How can we tap into that data and make better use of it in understanding exposures and understanding risk? How do we make this information available to the public so others can also take advantage of it? If we're collecting information, where do we collect it? How do we store it? How do we ensure that it's of high quality? And how can people act? So those are additional challenges to consider. And then in engaging citizens, engaging the community and helping us to collect information, how do we ensure that we are protecting our research volunteers, we are ensuring privacy? And I think these are some of the things you may hear tomorrow from Deb Zaro when she talks. So just to give you a little bit of a picture of the kinds of research we're doing related to exposure and how we're pushing to I want to start off first with sharing the conceptual diagram that the National Academies proposed. Instead of a continuum from source to outcome, the Academy is really showing exposure as a dynamic system. And it's one that we still have the basic contact of stressor and receptor, but we get a better understanding of what are some of the actions or events that feed into the kinds of sources of exposures that we have. How do those sources relate to the environmental intensity and provides the opportunity for that stressor to come into contact with a receptor. Once you have that contact, and then looking at the receptor, we need more about, well, how does that receptor come into contact with the stressor? What are the different kinds of activities and conditions that provide that contact? And then in looking at the outcomes can relate to impacts on health, impacts on function, system function, impacts on ecosystem services, as well as societal demands. And this is a particular framework that is consistent with another recommendation that the Academy has provided to EPA. In rethinking environmental protection, moving beyond just risk assessment as a framework, but taking into account concepts of sustainability. So in looking at sustainability, this reinforces much of what Nick talked about earlier this morning. It's taking that whole system into account, the big picture, and looking at the interactions between the different components of the system. The system of sustainability still takes into account risk, but instead of just focusing solely on risk and minimizing risk, it also asks us to think about how we can maximize benefit, and benefit to improving the resource, benefit to society. So this brings in some economic considerations that are a little bit new and a little bit different in how we're looking at environmental protection. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in some of the work that we're doing. Just to show you how we are thinking of this system and some of the research that we're doing, we're in the green boxes different kinds of technologies that are currently available, how we see that interfacing with this new conceptual model and how we look at exposure. So taking advantage of remote sensing, geographic information systems, for example, to better understand environmental characterization and partitioning and transport of contaminants in the environment, chemical, microbial, other kinds of contaminants. Looking at ways of measuring potential sources of exposure, looking at the different omics, metabolomics, proteomics, system models, types of decision support tools. So it really is an evolution in how we're looking at this science. Earlier, exposure was something that was considered, you go out and you measure everything, everywhere, all the time. But that's not very practical. We don't have the resources or the time to be able to do that. So in addition to the data that we collect, can we be smarter about what data we need to collect? And can we take advantage of other sources of data? We have a lot of information that we garner through things like social media, things like sensors that people wear on their bodies. There's activity sensors, Fitbits, and other things that collect information about a person's health and activity, their sleep patterns, and of those. In addition, kinds of technology. Modeling. So not just a single standalone empirical model, but pulling together an integrated systems approach in developing predictive models. And then this also relates to the idea of exposure modeling. One example, we have thousands and thousands and thousands of chemicals in commerce. We are never going to be able to test every single chemical, all different kinds of tests to understand what risks they pose. So is there a better way of how we can focus on the chemicals we need to focus on, or perhaps focus on the microorganisms that we need to focus on through some type of exposure modeling? So just to give you some examples of some of the work we're doing, in looking at the issue of recreational water quality, is it safe to go out to the ocean and go swimming in the water without risk of getting sick? The problem we had was the types of methods that we used in evaluating whether the water was safe to go swimming in. They were very limited, and they took a long time before you could get results. So you could test water on a Tuesday, and you might not have the results back from that test for a week. Meanwhile, people have been swimming all that time in between. So what is there a better way that we could get more rapid indications of whether the water's contaminated and whether it's safe to drink? And this was a particular study that involved many parts of EPA's Office of Research and Development, along with the Centers for Disease Control. We conducted a large epidemiology study. One of those studies was conducted here in Puerto Rico. We looked at over 30,000 beach goers, and we looked at different types of rapid monitoring techniques that involved one of the molecular-based methods, the qPCR method that Nick mentioned earlier this morning. And this was focused on fecal contamination, but what we were able to learn from this study that we partnered with CDC is that we could develop a rapid method that gave us a result that day, and then that could be used to predict potential health effects. We showed that children were at higher risk of gastroenteritis after fecal contamination in water. That was something that could have been inferred earlier, but this actually gave data to better understand that. It allowed EPA to make a better informed decision on revising the water quality criteria. So this is just one example of some of the innovations and approaches we've taken in methods development. Nick also talked a little bit about rethinking sort of water infrastructure and the way that we treat water, deliver water, and handle water within a particular household. Might there be a way to rethink, once we use that water, is that water really a waste, or could it be a resource? Similarly, it helps us in thinking through, do we need high quality water for all of the different purposes and uses that we might have within a particular household? So this is a research effort that Jay Garland and Nick and others at EPA have been leading. where we've been allowed to try different kinds of technologies to look at how we might be able to develop alternative systems, recover some of these resources, extract energy from them, extract nutrients from them, and reuse the water and conserve the amount of water that we're using. So new innovative approaches in the way that we're looking at infrastructure. We're also taking an integrated approach, looking at kinds of exposures, where exposures are coming from, and better understanding the dynamics of our particular environment. This example, it's an integrated modeling approach focusing on nitrogen and focusing on loadings of nitrogen into the environment and how that relates to air quality and water quality and coastal impacts. So this is an approach that's taking into account nitrogen that comes from that is emitted into the air, of nitrogen from agricultural uses, how that all impacts water quality, and then leading to coastal impacts. So again, it's taking a holistic approach to better understand the relationship between all of these different parts of the system and in particular, and how you can go from a particular industry to an increased algal bloom in a receiving water. A new area that we are promoting is this area of computational exposure. And this is a type of science that we're defining soon at this idea of exposure as a dynamic system. And it involves the integration of advances in chemistry, computer sciences, mathematics, statistics, social and behavioral sciences, and a variety of different methods to more effectively predict and estimate real-world exposures. It's tailored right now to chemical environments and to chemical types of exposures, but we're extending this logic and looking at microbial risks. And in particular, with this particular framework, we're looking at the relationship between inherent chemical properties and human decisions and behavior. Specifically, if we have a particular chemical, what kinds of formulations might that chemical be found in? And in looking at and I'm going to just go ahead and go through the animations here. Oop, went too far. So in looking at a particular chemical, looking at what kinds of formulations it can be found in, and then based on that formulation, what types of products might that chemical be used in? Who's buying those products? How are they being used? What kinds of chemicals can be released as a result of that use? It's taking that information, it's coupling it with a person, a consumer, and their behavior of what they're buying, how often they're buying it, and how they're using it. Bringing that information into modeling concepts so we can better understand chemical release, media concentration, and exposure, which then feeds into dose and internal dose. And this allows us to look at a high throughput prediction of population level chemical exposures and internal doses. A better way of understanding of the thousands of chemicals, which ones might we want to focus on first, and better understanding the risks they might pose. I talked earlier about sensor technology and a couple of examples of how we can take advantage of sensors to in places where we might not be able to get out in a field study to measure. So a couple of examples here is looking at next generation of air monitoring. This is a particular project where we have partnered with NASA and NOAA, and we've established satellites, plane level monitoring, and on-the-ground monitoring. And in this case, they're all looking at levels of ozone or NO2 to better understand if we have an ability to measure on the ground. The satellite able to have that same level of resolution in measuring NO2. And we're able to get the technology to line up. This will be another great avenue for collecting information. In this case, looking at air quality. We've also extended this idea of looking at satellite usage to better understand water quality. Here we're looking at, again, the idea that we can't get out monitor every single water body. This particular study is on Grand Lake St. Mary in Ohio. And it's taking advantage of satellite technology to look at what conditions are existing that would lead to a so we're able to monitor over a course of time all of this data from these satellites, and we are moving to make those data available in a mobile application that you can find on a cell phone. Now the cell phone is using an Android mobile platform. Our next steps are to move it into an Apple iOS platform. This is currently in a beta test version, but we hope to have it available. We've been partnering with a number of states and other users to ground truth or test this particular type of sensor technology. Another sensor technology, again, trying to provide real-time monitoring, and this is been fashioned with a variety of different sensors to collect information about meteorology as well as different environmental pollutants such as PM2 or ozone 2.5 or ozone. It collects the information, it puts it on a website that people are able to access, and the web location is here at the bottom of the screen. So I invite you to log on to that and test it out. And then a decision support tool here that we also have available called the Enviro Atlas. And this is a web-based tool that has several hundred different links at national, regional, and local scales to better enable scenarios, the development of scenarios. If there's a particular effort for land use and you're trying to understand what might be the impact on water management and whether that water will be running into a stream or into a sewer system and what that load might be. So this is a particular tool that will allow you to run through, evaluate those kinds of indicators, run through those different types of scenarios. And last item here that I'm going to highlight is an area of employing health impact assessments that engages community, a tool to allow them to understand what might be the implications for particular decisions that they're trying to make at a local scale. This is a particular project working with our Region 4 office in Atlanta, looking at placement of green infrastructure and helping them to better manage water resources with the benefits of trying to reduce waterborne disease exposures, looking at standing water and trying to eliminate standing water to reduce vector-borne types of disease, better improve the economy through improvement in property values, etc. Just to kind of close out here, in looking at exposure science, we see this as a way of providing the context that can inform a variety of different decisions. There's a lot of new tools that are available, a lot of different types of data sources we might not have considered previously to take advantage and help better understand exposures. And we're doing this work through partnering with a variety of other, a wide variety of organizations, including universities and states and other governments. So I'm going to leave it there since we're running short on time. I want to thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to come here again, and I'm happy to answer any questions. All right, well, thank you.
La próxima charla va a ofrecer el ingeniero Craig Patterson. Craig ha estado viniendo a Puerto Rico por muchos años, pero trabajando con nosotros más como 3 años. Y parte de lo que él le va a enseñar hoy es la parte, por hacerlo dentro y técnica, que se con el estudio epidemiológico que nosotros vamos a informar en la siguiente charla. Es ingeniero ambiental en la División de Abastos y Recursos de Agua. de la Agencia de Protección Ambiental. Desde que llegó a la Agencia de Protección Ambiental de los Estados Unidos en el 2003, ha publicado artículos científicos y capítulos de libros y ha recibido numerosos premios por sus investigaciones sobre tecnologías de tratamiento de agua potable en comunidades pequeñas. Con ustedes, Greg.
Buen día. Thank you for having me. The good news is I'm scheduled for 45 minutes and I'm only going to take 30. So that should make up for some lost time. First off, I'd like to recognize my co-authors, Graciela Ramirez with Interamericana, Cristina Maldonado with Region 2, and Rajiv Sinha with CB&I Environmental Solutions. Without my co-authors, none of this would have happened. It's been a collaborative effort through the years. You can see here on the slide the CECIA headquarters. And then also this mural in Caguas at a restaurant showing some of the traditional uses of the surface water, whether it's for laundry or swimming. This also creates water quality issues. This is our disclaimer. In this case, I am going to mention some products, so we do not officially endorse commercial products or recommend them for use. This project was funded by a regional applied research effort, or a RARE project, with EPA Region 2 in April 2013. And we wanted to evaluate the effectiveness of UV disinfection over time and activation of waterborne pathogens in surface and groundwater supplies and across communities. Low pressure UV lamps that we were doing a study with a surrogate for viruses, which is called MS2 bacteriophage. And we focused on two small communities, La Sofia and Apiadero. The idea behind the study was to install the equipment, test it, and then come back 6 months later to see what issues with operating maintenance we had. So we worked closely with Interamerican University and the students, and also the communities in the remote areas of Patias, the town of Patias. But this was a big effort to test the systems, ship them here, and then not only install them, but also test them during like a 10-day period. The first time we visited, and then test them a second period after 6 months. And we were looking at the treatment effectiveness of UV disinfection. This is a huge key to any of the projects in the non-CROSSA communities, operator training. You can see Harvey here working with some of the operators. And really you need to get the community involved and educated to see a benefit for the water system and to take ownership of it. You can see here Rajiv working with some of the students from Interamerican and also the community involved in La Sofia, operators, also people willing to help with the installation treatment systems. There's also a component of UV system manufacturers getting their products into Puerto Rico, and the Region 2 lab also helped us characterize the water quality of the surface and groundwater we tested. And then the Puerto Rico chapter of American Waterworks Association also fabricated cabinets used to house the UV system. You can see it in the back here behind the group shot. So what are non-process systems? I'm sure most everyone here is aware, but I thought I'd go anyway. not administered or is owned by PROSA, which is the Puerto Rico Aqueduct and Sewer Authority, under the jurisdiction of EPA Region 2. There are about 250 now public water systems serving approximately 120,000 people. 147 of these systems serve between 100 and 500 people, which we consider small. And then these communities lack financial, technical, managerial capacity to properly operate and maintain the system. The big component was the training and interaction with the community. EPA Region 2 in the 90s had done what the biggest problems associated with non-process systems were, and they're located, or the public water systems of Puerto Rico are located in the Prairie Island, close to the coast, so therefore the inland rural communities had to rely on private water systems. There's general lack of education and knowledge on drinking water issues affecting the communities, which translates to a lack of interest in getting involved in solving the water problems. And then one of the scary things about systems, only 4% of the systems use trace technologies, and 75% use some form of chlorination, or only 60% report negative bacteriological results. So why UV? Some of the benefits, no disinfection byproducts that you might have with chlorination or ozonation, no waste streams, low chemical management and safety risks, real-time monitoring, at least for larger systems. It requires operator attention, which is not always the case. I'll get into some of the issues we faced later in the talk. And they're really also, you can put them just about anywhere as long as they're protected from the weather. Some of the disadvantages include they're very fragile lamps, actually sit inside a quart sleeve so the water doesn't contact the lamp, and both of those are fragile. Lamps do, and a secondary disinfectant is needed, like chlorine, to keep a disinfectant residual in the water distribution. And electrical costs are large for larger UV systems. Fortunately, our 45-gallon per minute systems used 110 volt, so it wasn't as big of a problem for the small community. There's two figures that I want to go through. Why UV treatment? Our system, as I mentioned, was 45 gallons per minute and had a intensity of 40 millijoules per meter squared. And you can see here down in the bottom for Cryptosporidium and Giardia, you can get 99.9% removal with 22 joules per centimeter squared. So we're set there. However, you've been very good on bacillus spores or adenovirus. But the beauty of the combination of these tablet chlorinators and the UV disinfection is that chlorination can get these, whereas the UV can get the Cryptosporidium and Giardia, which are chlorine resistant. So it's a good combination. Here are some of the regulatory factors under the long-term 2 enhanced surface water rule. You have to consider the flow rate. Obviously, these systems are designed to work at 45 gallons per minute, so your burst has to be less than that. The intensity set point method is the best approach to monitor the applicability to the UV reactor for the source water. Okay, so here's our project locations. Florida, Cuba, Puerto Rico. Coming down here, you can see CECIA and San German. The two systems were in Patillas, near the town of Patillas. It was a 2-hour commute in the morning and 2-hour commute in the afternoon, which long days. We did that a lot back and forth. Here's a satellite image of the systems around Patias, Optideros up here in La Sofia. It's not easy to see, but here's the coast, and then it just goes up into the mountains. Another shot. Here's Lago Patias, and all these communities are in these watersheds, and they're high enough up that the water treatment system serving Patias get there. So typically you capture the water at the top of the watershed and let it gravity feed down to the I borrowed this from Harvey. It is a beautiful area, and we're desperately trying to improve the drinking water in these areas. So the non-processed surface water this is very typical what you'll see, a creek with a dam in it that creates a reservoir to hold the source water, and the water goes through a screen intake through a pipe down to a storage tank. And I don't know if you've been in the rainforest, but the leaves constantly fall, so you have to get the leaves out of the reservoir. And when it gets to storage, well, before it actually goes into the storage tank, it goes through some tablet chlorination systems. They're just stacked chlorine tablets, and the water flows through the chlorine tablets and provides a chlorine residual, which goes into the tank, and which has a long enough contact time to disinfect the water in the tank. And then after that, distribution system, which is obviously above ground. It can go rivers. You probably can't see these very well, but these are actually plastic water pipes going to the road. And down here, the community may have a tap by the side of the road where they will, fill water bottles or water containers. So, this is very typical of the areas up in this cow is right by the Apiadero system grazing, and when the rainfall hits, it'll run off and go through cow droppings, which can be a source of cryptosporidium parva. So the road to Las Vegas, it's a very steep grade. If you're long enough, you can watch the grass grow. They're cut back, and obviously there's a drop off here. Okay, so here's the system before 2009 when we started the work. It was a ground pump that would lead up to the storage tank, water storage tank. And then the Puerto Rico chapter of AWWA donated this cabinet, and we installed the UV system here with 2 cartridge filters in series, to remove some of the sediment before it actually goes through. Okay, so we came back. Our virus removal stuff, and we noticed that the water was really dirty, and whenever the groundwater pump kicked on, so we thought we'll protect these cartridge filters with a sand filter. This is a pressure sand filter. So that was one of the first steps. And the second step is we removed the cartridges and put them in parallel. Put a lower flow rate through those to protect those as well. Here's some involvement. Everybody pitched in. These were long days, and I have to give credit. We would have never done this without the help of the community. So before 2011 and after 2014, we've added, you know, this extra ability at La Sofia. So we did a cost analysis of what we did for the Trojan UV $2,300, and then the cartridge pre-filter housings are $134. And we found out quickly after installing this low pressure sand pre-filter that the seal, you know, it wasn't rated high enough for pressure. So we brought pressure gauges out and found the pressure in the system was at closer to 70 psi. So we bought a more expensive high pressure sand pre-filter, and then the plumbing components. But this is another issue down here, the replacement parts for operation and maintenance. You can see the power supply may go out. UV sensors need to be replaced. The bulbs aren't cheap. They're supposed to last typically 2 years. And then the UV quart sleeves that go over the bulbs. And then the filters themselves that go in these housings are $17, but if the water's a bit or has sediment in it, these won't last long. So the second site was Apiadero. You can see installing the plumbing system to the treatment plant at the top of the watershed. This is the road leading up to it. In the spring it can get really muddy. In the summer it grows, all the grass grows. It's uphill, so we had some fun getting all this equipment up here. This is a really unusual story. In Cincinnati we had a conventional treatment plant that we had used for research, so we shipped that by barge from New Jersey all the way to the small community, Apiadero, and installed it. And you can see, you know, this concrete pad was fabricated by the community. The roof was put on by the community. This is a backwash water tank. But you can see it was just the transition. And over here is our actual UV light with the cartridge filters. This was 2 tons. This treatment system. So you can imagine what that would, what it would take to get it up these really steep hills and in place. And that, also the media for this multimedia filter up there, which is just garnet, sand, and anthracite. And we, you know, got together and put that in. This conventional treatment system, you can see from above, this just followed by a settling tube, settling chamber, and then the installing the chemical addition or chemical feed tanks. This is where we added alum, the coagulant, to the conventional treatment system. So there it is installed. All right, so here we are, and this is in September of 2013, I believe. We were installing at both locations the UV lamps and the cartridge filters. And again, very similar costs. In this case, the treatment system was donated. We were at a Region 2 workshop, and someone asked, well, how much does this cost per 1,000 gallons? So I've added a slide looking at the cost per 1,000 gallons, which is not bad, $1.03 per 1,000 gallons. And this was on we based it on a 10-gallon per minute system over 5 years, can treat 26 million gallons of water. And then we looked at the hours for the operator, 4 hours per visit, once per week. And then based the power on the wattage of the UV lamp, and then the filter replacements, assuming one, and then the lamp once every 2 years, cleaning chemicals. These are all the annual operating costs, and then you add it to the capital costs, you get $27,000 divided by 6 million gallons. Let's do this. Okay, so here we are getting into the actual study. You know, we picked La Sofia because it was groundwater, and then Apiadero because it was surface water, and we visited it twice. Here's our test runs. We, in advance, came up with an approach, you know, study 3 flow rates based on the maximum flow rate achievable at the site. Do a collimated beam study to determine the inactivation rate of the UV lamp on the MS2 purifiage. And then we did use UV transmissivity measurements, which is look at the clarity of the water in the reactor. So for the UV transmittance, you can see we were averaging for the water about 98% UV transmittance, and for the surface water closer to 95. But this is really good. It's rainwater, essentially, you know, that high up in the mountains. So here's the UVT meter, and you just fill this cuvette in this chamber. This is our setup for the injection of the MS2 bacteriophage, a peristaltic pump, and just forcing it into this high pressure line, which was not always so simple. And you know, these we 4 tests a day, so we would get into the night. At least here we had to use flashlights, but you know, this collimated beam is just the dose response. We send the water to California, they test it with the bacteriophage and determine how a UV dose will inactivate bacteriophage and set up a curve. And then when we do our study, the inactivation of the bacteriophage, we can get our log removal rate from this graph. So here we are with the injection going through the UV reactor and then out this hose. Fortunately, we cut this off from the public water supply. All right, here's some of the results. Initially, we didn't have an influent sampling port, so when we turned the UV light off, we determined what the influent concentration of bacteriophage was, and we based that as our influent. And you can see here we're getting greater than 99.99% removal, which meets the requirements. And then in April, we actually added an influent port to actually measure that. And I mentioned some of the issues with the peristaltic pump and the high pressure. For the readings, we did get anywhere from 3.5 to 5 in April. Summary on La Sofia, with these flow rates of 17, 7.5, 4.6 gallons per minute, 15, 10, and 5. We had a UV doses ranging between 70 and 115 millijoules per centimeter squared. Inactivation approximately 99% removal. Okay, the second study in Apiadero, taking samples. Fortunately, Apiadero had lights, so we were able to work into the night. Again, the same deal, the inlet sample port, outlet sample port, and then the injection port. Collimated beam results. And this actually did a little bit better. We were getting 6 to 5 log removal in September, and 4.8 to 5.6 in April. So based on these flow rates, we're getting between 90 and 120 millijoules per centimeter squared with an activation of approximately 99.999% removal of bacteriophage. All right, so this that's the science, but this is really the issue, you know, what is the ease of use of putting in one of these systems? As I mentioned, the cord sleeves are fragile. It's not simple to get these out of a UV reactor. It has O-rings on it. You can see the O-rings, so you have to, it almost takes two people to get these out. And one of the huge issues, it's a rainforest, it's hot, it's humid. So this biofilm builds up on the cord sleeve, which, you know, produces the amount of UV. So Carly, here's the operator, had to go in and you know, about once a month with a biocide to get rid of the biofilm on the cord sleeve. Came back in 6 months, the UV lamp at La Sofia was working fine, but at Apiadero it burned. And we found, you know, this control panel has a whole bunch of idiot lights, these red flashing lights, which drive you crazy. You know, they have these sensors which are the UV lamp intensity, and again, it was the biofilm causing the problem. It wasn't actually the lamp itself. You can see the sensor on the right has a biofilm on it, and the one on the left doesn't. So then we have to go to, you know, wiping the sensor lens with alcohol. You know, if this red flashing light would come on. These are all lessons learned. And this is a real fun slide. You know, things you don't think about. There's corrosion. You know, just in the short time it was there, you could see rust forming on these electrical contacts. And then there was a nest of ants living actually they got inside these inside it. Working because the regime back. Seriously disappeared. You know, it's in. Yeah, up there, so let's learn local. Available being used. Went down to the river and filled his minivan, and we actually sieved it with a pressure sand filter. And then, you know, don't expect electrical power, don't take that for granted. We were installing the wash water tank, and the power went dead, you know, and this is like about 2 in the afternoon, and we waited, you know, and said, well, might as well go home. So, you know, it's not reliable, it's expensive, greater than 2 times the average of the U.S. And a lot of people turn off their groundwater pumps because it is so expensive in these communities. The beauty of having this conventional treatment system in Apia is that it gave an opportunity for teach operators not only, you know, lessons on UV lamps or conventional treatment, but also on water quality monitoring for chlorine residual pH, those types of things. So in conclusion, UV disinfection in combination with chlorine is a low-cost alternative for disinfection of pathogens. UV dose of 150 millijoules per centimeter squared was achieved with very economical cost of 3 cents per 1,000 gallons. An effective strategy for training on the operation is UV treatment systems is as important as the purchase and installation. UV transmissivity was high in the systems we tested, greater than 90%, where the systems can be generally run without filtration. However, special precautions are needed in the tropics. The good news is we have a follow-on project with Region 2. I mentioned the issue of electricity costs. We received more funding to actually find 2 of the neighborhoods water supplies and put them through the conventional treatment system using a solar-powered pumping system. And we're also going to add solar-powered chlorine residual monitor for the water and contact tanks. And then we can also provide training on that. Oddly enough, when we wrote the proposal, we found that in 2012 only 1% of electricity came from renewable energy. With all the sun and fertility, that's going to change in the future. So thanks to Harvey Minnick with RCAP, Lee Heckman with CB&I, who actually did our microbiology back in Cincinnati, and then the non-PRASA water system operators and students from Interamerican University. Thank you.
Para Craig.
Hola.
Yeah.
I will make my question in Spanish, okay? Okay, mi pregunta es solo curiosidad. ¿Por qué escogieron Patillas para hacer ese estudio? ¿Qué criterios utilizaron para escoger Patillas?
En el 2003 nosotros comenzamos un piloto aquí, que es el próximo que vamos a hablar. Voy a dar un poco más de trasfondo para tratar de obtener información sobre por qué no funcionaban muchas cosas en la comunidad y para también que yo escuchaba en los comités donde yo me sentaba, donde decía que la gente de las comunidades no ocuparan en mejorar su calidad de agua. Y nosotros hicimos un modelo que trataba de ver 3 diferentes formas de acción. En Caguas creamos después de haber hecho un estudio antropológico para ver cómo pensaba la gente en las comunidades, descubrimos que la gente del norte, de las comunidades que se estudiaron, welcome, o sea, les gusta que vaya el gobierno y trabaje con ellos. En el sur son más independientes, por lo menos en las comunidades estudiadas, y se autogobiernan. Y entonces con ese modelo nosotros comenzamos a hacer trabajo con ellos. Se formó una cooperativa Patillas, se formó un grupo que se llama Socaguas en Caguas, que todavía está funcionando, y nosotros en Caguas pues el municipio se movió y entonces ellos tomaron su rumbo. En Patillas nosotros seguimos trabajando con ellos, como estaban trabajando solos, no tenían ayuda del gobierno, pues nosotros comenzamos a buscar cómo integrarnos. Y estos estudios terminaron siendo en Patillas porque son parte del resultado del estudio previo.
Pero no me contesta, pero luego yo le pregunto.
Quizás es que no entendí la pregunta, ¿quieres aclararme?
Lo que pasa es que usted dice, ok, hicieron estudios antropológicos en X áreas en la isla, pero en el sur, o sea, hay diferentes comunidades que tienen estas problemas. ¿Por qué específicamente el pueblo de Patillas?
Porque allí había muchos sistemas superficiales que estaban en incumplimiento y nosotros nos fuimos a los lugares donde los sistemas eran peores.
Ah, ok, muchas gracias.
I got a question and a comment. The question is the system right now. I mean, after the community, is it working now, or in the last month or so, something?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is the system working now that it's being operated by UB system?
No, because two things. We're still working with them. We are going through the process of evaluation through the agency. The communities have to go there and ask permission to install, to add these treatments. So we're in that process, So it's ready to go, but now we need to go through the approval to connect them. And they're very anxious to get those systems connected.
The comment is concerning the $1.03 per 1,000 gallons. And this is just based on the back of the envelope calculations right here. For a 500-person community, that comes out to about $6 per household per month. The usual non-PRASA community here, that range, charges, if they charge, $10-15 a month. So this would probably increase the cost by 50% or somewhere in that range. And here, one of the big problems with the non-PRASA is that people don't pay. So the $1.03 reasonable for a large system. For this kind of system is rather expensive.
Yeah, I think another way to look at it would be the cost of filtration with chlorination versus the cost of UV with
so do you have any comparative calculations by any chance?
I haven't done the filtration,
okay.
But I mean, the cost would be dramatically more, to get at the same result.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question. It's just a quick one. It was about the pre-filtration that you mentioned, that there were pre-filters, and I was wondering whether they were included in the result and whether the effect combined with the separate.
The pre-filtration.
So
in our studies.
The inclusion of that, what was the pre-filtration process?
Well, as I mentioned, whenever the groundwater pump kicks on, there's a lot of sediment that gets kicked out of the well, and that can really foul the pre-filters that we had in place, the cartridges, and also affect the UV reactor. So I thought we could trap those initial spikes of sediment and save the cartridge filters. I think it's too early for LED at this point. Maybe 5-10 years it might. Right now the flow rates are too low for the public water systems. They're in the mil per minute instead of the range. But I think as the technology improves, maybe 5-10 years LED would be an option. Oh. Yeah.
Un último comentario, recuerde que parte de lo que estamos haciendo es tratando de ver qué funciona. No es que nosotros, al final de estas comunidades van a tener estas tecnologías, pero nosotros estamos tratando de ver qué funciona. Ahora nos toca a Melissa y a mí darles un pequeño update de un estudio epidemiológico que hemos comenzado en el 2012. Melissa se unió recientemente hace como un año, menos de un año, a CECIA, investigadora en CECIA. Su interés antes de eso eran organismos en ambientes hermosos. Ella se ha metido en un submarino y ha bajado por allá a las profundidades para estudiar organismos metanogénicos, pero ahora se cambió para de agua potable y regresó a Puerto Rico y estoy muy contento por eso. Este estudio que nosotros estamos comenzando, por lo tanto lo que yo le voy a presentar, y Melitza, es donde hemos llegado, auspiciado completamente por dineros privados y por colaboraciones. Tenemos varios colaboradores de aquí de Puerto Rico, pero también del exterior, y quiero resaltar que estamos muy contentos porque el Departamento de Salud de Puerto Rico y Salud Ambiental está colaborando con nosotros en la parte del análisis de los tenemos voluntarios de la comunidad y firmas consultoras privadas que han donado que han donado tiempo, servicios como diseño de las intervenciones del filtro lento, la parte estructural. Y quiero dar un poco de trasfondo a beneficio de los que no conocen sobre los mucho los non-PRASA, pero yo sé que nuestra población no sabe, no conoce mucho de los sistemas, y también para poner en contexto porque hicimos aproximadamente para el 2003 yo tuve la oportunidad de participar de dos nacionales bajo la ley federal, el Federal Advisory Council Act. Estos son unos comités que establece la EP para que dé recomendaciones sobre el desarrollo de reglamentaciones y políticas. Y al estar en los dos comités fue bien ilustrativo para mí porque me percaté que la conversación era como estaban hablando de lo mismo, pero con unas percepciones tan diferentes que tal vez no iban a llegar al mismo lugar, ¿no? A encontrarse. Y pues en el National Environmental Justice Advisory Council pues se habla de proteger de las comunidades pobres, pero sus objetivos son bastante limitados, y un problema así como el problema de agua nacional pues no se ve como lo que es la definición de la ruralidad. Hay que atender a los sistemas grandes porque esos son los que sirven a la mayor parte de la población, sin saber que en Filadelfia, por ejemplo, a 50 millas de la ciudad, yo te puedo llevar como a 40 o 50 sistemas pequeños que no sirven agua potable segura, y así pasa en casi todos los estados. Hay diferencia en muchos de esos sitios en términos de la calidad de agua que se sirve, y en Puerto Rico también, es que aquí los niños no cargan el agua ni las mujeres, ¿verdad? Los tenemos de tubería, pero es el mismo agua que no es tratada. Y pues como les digo, es una nacional que pues tal vez se debe mirar de otro punto. Pues nosotros empezamos a hacer unos pilotos porque una de las cosas que no teníamos y no tenemos mucha información, ahora quizás lo poco que nosotros hemos podido hacer es cómo, si tú manipulas el sistema, o sea, le pones tratamiento, cómo tú afectas la salud de las personas. Nosotros sabemos que, y tenemos mucha literatura de que afecta la calidad de agua, pero cómo eso se refleja en la salud de las personas, hay bien poca información. Y entonces hicimos un pequeño piloto, que fue el que yo describí cuando surgió la pregunta, donde estábamos tratando de trabajar con las comunidades, pero no dándoles nada. Nada material. Una de las cosas que tendemos a hacer, necesitan un clorador y damos un clorador, pero no le enseñamos cómo usarlo, por lo tanto estamos haciendo mucho, porque si no se usa no va a tener el efecto. Y nuestra primera intervención fue solamente enseñarles los beneficios de la desinfección y hablarles sobre la calidad de agua, y hacer esa conexión. Y vimos que en un periodo de bien corto de unos 8 meses que duró el piloto, pudimos reducir, porque hicimos un pequeño estudio epidemiológico, pudimos reducir la incidencia de diarrea en las comunidades, 10 comunidades con las cuales trabajamos, significativamente, y el beneficio mayor fue para los niños de la comunidad. Años nosotros queríamos saber si iba a mantenerse, si ellos iban a seguir desinfectando el agua eficientemente, si nosotros nos íbamos, porque como se ha dicho antes, muchos de los intervenciones funcionan mientras está allí el asesor, pero cuando te sales, todo lo que haces se pierde rápidamente. Pues nos fuimos y estuvimos 2 años fuera de la comunidad, y luego regresamos, hicimos un estudio, un case control study, en las comunidades intervenidas y en las comunidades que nunca nosotros habíamos ido del mismo área. Y vimos que pudimos reducir, que nuevamente, ¿no?, ya lo habíamos hecho 2 años antes, vimos que todavía después de 2 años la incidencia de diarrea se mantenía más baja en las comunidades que habían sido intervenidas. Pero nosotros no conocíamos o no sabíamos qué causa la diarrea, todavía no sabemos qué causa la diarrea, por eso es que estamos haciendo estos estudios, y decidimos empezar a buscar por agentes. Y escogimos Cryptosporidium porque está reglamentado. Está reglamentado. Ciclospora porque cuando comenzamos había habido brotes de gastroenteritis en un sistema, en el norte de Puerto Rico, y el CDC, el estudio indicó que había ciclospora y que se originó en un sistema de agua. Y salmonela, porque para nosotros salmonela en estas comunidades es un buen indicador de la efectividad de la desinfección. El piloto para Cryptosporidium nos indicó que sí, en los abastos de las ciudades se encontraba Cryptosporidium, se encontraba frecuentemente, y este piloto nosotros lo hicimos en vez de método 1623 de la EPA, lo hicimos con un método de coagulación. Cuando comparamos nuestros resultados con los resultados de PRASA, que se presentaron aquí hace 2 años, nosotros vimos que al igual que PRASA, nosotros también encontraban el cripto en sus abastos. Los resultados de PRASA eran un poco más altos que los encontrados nacionalmente, en el promedio nacional. Piloto, los de nosotros eran más bajos, ¿verdad? Sí. El otro punto importante que encontramos fue que con ciclospora no hay método estándar. Como no hay método estándar, lo que nosotros hicimos fue microscopía y luego tratamos de filmarlos por PCR, pero quizás porque almacenamos las muestras por casi 1 año en lo que encontramos quién nos podía hacer el PCR, no pudimos confirmar la ciclospora. Pero sí encontramos una serie de patógenos de animales en las muestras. Y eso presenta otro riesgo porque todos sabemos que hay patógenos de animales que han brincado a los humanos, y quiere decir que estas comunidades están expuestas a este tipo de organismos. Con eso entonces, con esa información es que diseñamos el estudio que le vamos a dar lo que tenemos, ya que solamente es un estudio a 4 años y solamente tenemos la información de casi terminada el muestreo antes de hacer la intervención. Y la intervención es pues la planta que Craig le describió, la planta de paquetes que Craig le describió, y también estamos construyendo, está en construcción, un filtro lento de arena que fue diseñado por un grupo senior de Drexel cuando yo estaba que lo teníamos por ahí. Está diseñado para darle a ustedes de hierro carboso. De y ver si nosotros en comunidad mirando a el síntoma de diarrea. En lo que hemos hecho del estudio en términos de calidad de agua, pues nuevamente todos los sistemas que estamos incluyendo son 7, lo que estamos empezando son 7, hay 2 de intervención y 5 controles. Encontramos los parásitos, pero como ahora estamos usando, yo le atribuyo, estamos usando el método 1623, ahora nuestros resultados se parecen a los resultados del promedio nacional del estudio de altitud. Nuevamente, comparándolos con los de Prasa fueron más altos, porque estos son los datos del muestreo de la primera ronda. Melissa le va a presentar parte del estudio de self-report diarrhea, que ella ha estado a cargo de eso.
Esta parte del estudio de self-report diarrhea contiene 3 etapas. La primera etapa es la preintervención, que es un periodo de 12 semanas en lo que los participantes se van a visitar una vez por semana sobre si tuvo o no diarrea. Luego empezamos la intervención y ahí nosotros monitoreando la calidad del agua por 1 año, y al final de este monitoreo va a haber una post-intervención, la cual es de nuevo un periodo de 12 semanas donde se van a visitar semanalmente, una vez por semana, a preguntar si tuvieron o no síntomas de diarrea. Durante esta pre-intervención, los participantes tienen la oportunidad de dar muestras de excretas si tienen diarrea y que den una muestra excreta en algún momento de la semana. Como dijo la doctora, el periodo de preintervención, y estos son los datos que le vamos a presentar ahora. Y es importante también mencionar que algunas de estas comunidades todavía se encuentran en el periodo de preintervención, todavía están en las 12 semanas, así que esperamos que de aquí a marzo que terminan, algunos de estos datos cambian. Cuando empezaron la planificación del estudio en el 2003, teníamos una proyección de unas 885 casas entre las 7 comunidades. La primera sorpresa es ver cómo la población ha disminuido, ha cambiado durante este tiempo. En el 2014 el conteo de casas era un 782, una disminución de 12 casas, 12%. Todavía 7% de estas casas no permiten que sean habitadas. El total de personas en la 1.154 personas, de las cuales 821 participan en el estudio, para un % de participación de 71% de las comunidades. Como les dije, durante 12 semanas le vamos preguntando si tuvieron o no diarreas. Si tuvieron diarreas, es lo que nosotros llamamos self-report. Si tuvieron diarrea, se le hace preguntas sobre qué síntomas sintieron, si tuvieron dolor de barriga, algunas otras preguntas. Durante esta primera momento, un total de 5 diarrea. La opción de 4, solamente 5 han dado muestra discreta con diarrea. Esto es un 30% de los casos. También se les pide que mal de estamos que estamos de patógenos parásitos en estas muestras, por lo tanto yo no le voy a presentar resultados del análisis de las muestras discretas, pero es una de las cosas que estamos trabajando. Recientemente, en octubre, comenzamos una colaboración con la EPA en Cincinnati, en lo cual empezamos a colectar muestras de saliva. Estas muestras de saliva son para un ensayo inmunológico que nos va a permitir determinar la exposición de los participantes a 12 diferentes patógenos. Para más detalles sobre el proceso de colección de muestras y el análisis de muestras de saliva, no se pueden perder la charla de Shannon Griffith mañana. Ella les va a estar presentando un poco más de detalles de cómo este análisis se va a realizar. El obtener las muestras de saliva nos provee una ventaja bien grande porque tenemos un dato más para poder comparar la incidencia de patógenos que causan diarrea en estas comunidades. Pero no es un reto porque al presentar al participante o si tiene o no la opción de dar muestra de saliva y muestra discreta, generalmente escogen una sobre la otra y no dan las dos muestras. Y nosotros estamos trabajando para fomentar en la comunidad el que nos den las dos muestras para poder tener una buena comparación. Un ejemplo de esto, por ejemplo, es la comunidad cubana, la cual de 6 personas que han dado muestras de diarrea, 7 han dado muestra de saliva, o sea que prefieren una muestra sobre la otra generalmente. Si consideramos los 174 casos reportados de diarrea y el total de la población de 1.154, esto nos da una tasa de diarrea de 0.15, de 0.15, o 15 casos por 100 personas. Si tomamos en consideración la tasa de los de diarrea 174 y las 821 personas, esta tasa es de 0.21%. Les quiero mencionar 0.21 o 21 casos cada 100 personas. Les quiero mencionar que para la definición de diarrea que estamos utilizando es un caso de excreta blanda de consistencia no normal, la cual es la definición nueva por Organization. Anteriormente en el piloto estábamos utilizando la definición antigua, que es 3 episodios de diarrea, y por lo tanto los datos que tenemos del piloto son un poco underestimated en comparación con lo que tenemos ahora. Es un poco difícil ver este número en contexto actualmente, primero porque los casos de diarrea pueden seguir cambiando ya que la comunidad todavía está en sus 12 semanas, y también porque el compararlo con otros estudios depende grandemente de la duración del estudio y de la cantidad de la población. Y la mayoría de los estudios publicados sobre casos de incidencia de diarrea se refieren a incidencia de diarrea por ingestión de alimentos, y no hay mucho en la literatura actualmente sobre incidencia de diarrea relacionada directamente por el agua. Pero en un review paper publicado en 2006, donde se comparan 33 diferentes estudios entre Estados Unidos y otros 6 países, se estima o se asume que la incidencia de diarrea es de 0.1 a 3.5 casos por persona por año. Y aquí estamos en 0.21 por un periodo de 12 semanas, por lo que nosotros estamos pensando que este número es bastante alto en comparación con los average publicados actualmente.
Quiere decir que lo que hemos visto hasta ahora en esta parte del estudio es que, bueno, las comunidades están en riesgo, hay algo que está pasando porque entendemos que el self-report diarrhea es demasiado alto, y si miramos también a las personas que están dando la excreta, que son los que, o sea, tenemos dos tipos, lo que para ver si tienen y los que están dando tuvieron la diarrea bastante bien. Entender que es importante que empecemos a mirar a la salud de las comunidades desde otro punto de vista, y que el problema de los sistemas se mire desde ese punto de vista, más que desde el punto de vista de las tecnologías que tienen o no tienen, porque para este problema tenemos que empezar a pensar fuera de la caja. Eso es lo que nosotros le queríamos presentar. Todavía quedan 3 años de estudio, así que quizás para el próximo simposio le podemos dar mucha más información, pero yo creo que ya esta preintervención está apuntando a cosas muy importantes. Gracias. Amigos que contra tiene que ver también con el diseño, ¿no? En los Estados Unidos se han hecho, que yo conozca, y quizás los amigos de la EPA pueden ayudarme con esto, se han hecho como 3 estudios en sistemas grandes para ver este tipo de intervención y la salud. Un sistema grande ha muchas variables y los estudios han sido inconclusos, o sea, no pueden decir si es por lo que ellos hicieron. Por lo tanto, nosotros, primero, por razones económicas, segundo, porque nuestro trabajo es en los temas non-PRASA, nos estamos concentrando, pero este estudio lo que pretende es ver, ok, cuál es la situación antes de manipular el sistema. Lo muestreamos por 3 años, lo vamos a muestrear por 3 años o 4, porque también depende de las comunidades. Lo manipulamos, ponemos las intervenciones y los comparamos contra ellos mismos, contra otros que no tienen la intervención. Quiere decir que el estudio es sobre lo que nosotros vamos a hacer en el sistema, y allí entonces que vamos a tener información, ok, si tienen tratamiento y si tienen otras condiciones, cómo comparan con los que no están haciendo esto. O sea que ese es nuestro diseño. ¿Perdón? ¿Cuánta gente está participando?
Tenemos 71% de participación en la comunidad, entre las 7 comunidades.
Nosotros queríamos el 100%, estamos trabajando en eso, pero 71% es una buena muestra, pues generalmente estos estudios con 10% y se considera esto una buena.
Tengo varias preguntitas. La primera, con la data que han podido levantar hasta el momento, ¿cómo ha sido la incidencia de los casos de gastroenteritis, utilizando como comparativa la presencia de casos entre las 7 comunidades?
La pregunta es si hay alguna comunidad que está más elevada que la otra.
¿Cómo ha sido esa incidencia de casos? Si tienes alguna que ha sido más y en todas ha sido por el mismo patógeno, o hay una diferencia al respecto.
Nosotros no tenemos la data para decirle si hay el tipo de patógeno que está afectando a las comunidades una versus la otra. Esa información todavía la estamos analizando. En cuanto a la incidencia o la prevalencia de casos de diarrea en algunas comunidades, sí, viendo estos datos pues, preliminares, actualmente pues hay algunas comunidades que sí presentan más casos que la otra, pero estas comunidades todavía están siendo entrevistadas, o sea que toda esta data es bien preliminar.
Ok, la otra pregunta que tengo es la siguiente. ¿Ustedes han tenido la oportunidad de comparar esa data que han generado con el sistema de vigilancia de la gastroenteritis del departamento?
Sí, cuando nosotros empezamos el estudio, nosotros tratamos de conseguir esos datos. Una de las cosas que encontramos fue que la forma en que llega la información a salud no está dividida. Entonces lo que teníamos es un número total de casos en toda la isla, pero no teníamos cómo el rate, ¿verdad? Porque no sabíamos, no teníamos el denominador. Por lo tanto, por eso fue que decidimos buscar literatura para poder hacer la comparación.
A medida, ¿verdad?, de una aportación, ¿verdad?, constructiva, el Departamento de Salud genera esa data y por comunidades y se investiga epidemiológicamente hablando, que entiendo yo que si hacen un acercamiento a la división de epidemiología, ustedes pueden obtener esa data, que entiendo es muy valiosa para ustedes poder validar la data que ustedes han generado.
Me gustaría, y gracias a Dios que lo trajiste y que hay gente en el público de salud, porque pues quizás nosotros no tenemos el enlace, porque sí lo tratamos, pero no lo pudimos obtener cuando empezamos a hacer el diseño. Quizás podemos.
La última pregunta es hacer esas entrevistas a todas estas familias. ¿Han tomado en consideración condiciones de salud preexistentes que pudieran tener repercusiones en lo que es el resultado?
Sí, nosotros hicimos, en el piloto previo, nosotros hacíamos 30 y tantas preguntas y sabíamos de qué su. Ahora en este diseño, lo que hacemos es cuando la persona dice que tiene diarrea, se le hace otra encuesta, se le hace una serie de preguntas para determinar qué otras cosas pueden estar pasando con la persona.
Gracias.
Entiendo que esa es la última para que caigamos en tiempo con el itinerario.
Buenos días, Jorge Lina, Junta de Calidad Ambiental, área de calidad de agua de las personas que están participando en el estudio, varían y personas adultas, personas mayores.
Tenemos toda la de las personas de la comunidad y la mayoría de las personas en el estudio, bueno, está bastante dividida, pero podría decir que la mayoría de las personas del estudio son mayores de 60 años.
Y en cuanto a niños, ¿ha habido...?
Tenemos también participantes niños, tenemos unos 200, más o menos aproximadamente 200 participantes niños. Y para niños pues definimos entre de 0 a 18 años, que son el cut-off para la mayoría de
lo que pasa es que estas comunidades demográficamente son diferentes. O sea, hay comunidades que en su mayoría lo que hay niños y adultos y personas mayores, jóvenes no están. Los padres están en los Estados Unidos, etcétera. Pero sí tenemos esa información.
Dentro del estudio, ¿se ha pensado los factores de salud ambiental que están afectando la salud de las comunidades?
Bueno, nosotros tenemos que limitar, o sea, los estudios, cuando se diseña, mucho de lo que tú puedes hacer tiene que ver con, ¿verdad? Y pues tenemos unas metas específicas de acuerdo a los presupuestos que tenemos, pero recuerda que nosotros constantemente estamos añadiendo cosas al estudio. Por ejemplo, lo del estudio de la saliva lo pudimos conseguir empezando en octubre, y según evoluciona y hay el interés en los datos, nosotros añadimos cosas. Por ahora es lo que podemos
Ok, muchas gracias.
Quiero decir algo en la audiencia. Los muchachos que están coleccionando estos datos son 6 estudiantes de la Inter. Pues, ellos son allí viernes, sábado y domingo a hablar con las personas y buscarlas en las casas. Así que gracias a ellos. Entiendo que ahora tenemos el receso de almuerzo, son las 12:30, tenemos que regresar a la 1:15, ¿ok? No, son 45 minutos, ¿verdad? A la 1:15. Estamos en la cola.
Vamos a ir comenzando con la sesión de la tarde para mantenernos horario. Un pequeño anuncio. Cuando vayan a hacer preguntas, por favor, acérquense a los micrófonos para que puedan ser traducidas. También ahora cuando se sienten les van a estar repartiendo una copia del paper de Nicholas Ashford que va junto con la primera charla. Ahora vamos a comenzar con la presentación de la doctora Hedy Klein. Hedy tiene una maestría en botánica de la Universidad de Manitoba y ha sido investigadora principal de taxonomía de las algas y ecología incorporada, ATER, Inc. Los últimos 17 años. Hedy fue 29 años la principal taxónomo de algas en el Instituto de Agua Dulce en el Departamento de Océanos, región central y del Ártico, en Winnipeg, Canadá. Hedy tiene más de 40 años de experiencia en el estudio de fitoplancton de una amplia variedad de lagos, incluyendo lagos ultraoligotróficos del Ártico canadiense, lagos en regiones montañosas y costeras y lagos boreales de Canadá, baches eutróficos en la pradera. Ella fue la primera persona en medir toxinas presentes en los grandes lagos canadienses centrales y ha trabajado en el fitoplancton de todos los grandes lagos de América del Norte y los grandes lagos de la parte central de África. En los últimos 14 años ha dedicado a la identificación morfológica de las cianobacterias potencialmente tóxicas y colabora con los investigadores que utilizan un enfoque polifásico de la taxonomía, incluyendo métodos moleculares. Ha sido miembro de la Asociación Nacional de Fitoplancton y Taxónomos y Ecologistas desde el 1980 y de cianobacterias y diatomeas, y así como microfósiles nocivos en núcleos. Es autor y coautor de más de 60 publicaciones primarias e informes técnicos.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about algae related to some of the species of algae related to water quality and human health. I don't know which is it. Okay, I'm going to deal with more or less the importance of harmful algal blooms, common algae producing toxins, odor and nuisance issues, incidents of health problems as a result of algae, global issues in North America, Australia, Africa, and deal with some of the causes. Why is fresh water important? It makes up only 0.8% of the Earth's surface. We need it. And it's by 2025, they predict that 2/3 of the population will be in serious water shortage problems. Right now, we've already got droughts and floods, major floods in many places. Pollution is causing undrinkable surface water, and also groundwater aquifers are becoming harmful algal blooms. Symptoms of the alteration or disintegration of aquatic environments, causing urban expansion in agriculture, industrial waste. There's also increased usage of water and hydrological modifications, influence, frequency and intensity of algal blooms, and taste, odor, and toxin productions. Major blooms are basically usually in fresh water caused by cyanobacteria. And what is a bloom? Any surface accumulation of algae that you can see with the naked eye, and they come in many different colors and concentrations. Even pollen can look like a bloom, but it's usually yellow, and you can see instantly that it's pollen and not algae. Cyanobacteria blooms increase risk and density increase with phosphorus. As phosphorus increases, you get more and more cyanobacteria, mostly nitrogen fixers. You can see this here in these slides. algal blooms on the Great Lakes are also responsible for taste, but taste, odor, and toxin production, but they don't always coincide. And taste odor is not a reliable for toxins. Some of the stressed areas in the Great Lakes, as you can see, the lower Great Lakes are the lower Great Lakes are Lake Erie, Lake Ontario. Erie and Lake Ontario, Lake Erie, and are badly affected, and Lake Huron and Superior are only affected by bays. Lake for example, in the U.S. in Africa, again in the U.S. This is 1931, 1968, 75 in the U.S. In Australia, cylindrospermopsis, one of the causing problems in that country, again in the U.S. But in China also, there's problems with mice and the people problem in and much more attention to the toxin issues. In recreational uses in Saskatchewan, livestock died. England, soldiers became ill canoeing where there was a heavy bloom of microcystis, and Australia again. So these countries done more related to chlorine. 80% were above the drinking water guidelines that were set by the World Health Organization. In other countries, there was 74% of the drinking water facilities had microcystin in them, and in South Africa, 95% were toxic using the ELISA. Cyanobacteria basically are not algae. They're bacteria, are very old, and they come in very many different sizes and colors, and you can't just look and say that that's a cyanobacteria unless you look in the microscope. Not all are harmful. They fix nitrogen. They with other algae. They're diverse, adaptable, and they're also tolerate and thrive in environments that are very extreme. I'm just going to talk a bit about the Lake Winnipeg watershed because this is where I live and this is the lake that we're trying to clean up, but we have to deal with 4 provinces and 3 states. So it's not an easy exercise. We found that cyanobacteria have increased dramatically in the last few years. In 2000, this is the blue line in Lake Winnipeg, and there's a discharge of the river. Also, the human influence and hogs and cattle have also been increasing, except for horses, have been increasing in years. This is also climate change is important. This shows the change in climate between 1995 and 2005 versus 1995. The blue areas are the low precipitation precipitation, and the red are increasing precipitation. You can also monitor algal blooms using satellite images, which was discussed earlier. Here the frequency of blooms up to 1993, and then this is post-93 up to 2003, and you can see that the bloom frequency and intensity has increased. Here is just another example. You can use chlorophyll to map the bloom. This is very, very dense algal bloom, mostly cyanobacteria, but here's the algal counts that are relating to this plot, and you can see that they don't always totally coincide. Algae need light, the blue-green algae need light in order to grow, and this is this is turbid low-light water. There's no bloom, and there's a heavy bloom here, and exactly the same amount of P is present, the soluble reactive P. Here's some of the dominant taxa in liquid aphonozomenin complex, and it grows in single filaments that are made up of single cells, and also in big flakes that you can see with the naked eye. And this Anabina lemmermanni, Aqua. Now these are all nitrogen fixers, and in Lake Winnipeg we figured out that the 3 months of cyanobacteria in the lake could bring in as much nitrogen as the whole city of Winnipeg could put in winter. These are microcystis, the other microcystin producing cyanobacteria that forms blooms, but not on the lake or in the several of the only toxic is Microcystin submergi. This is Lake of the Woods. It's another lake nearby. This is just to show you the satellite image. If you can't go out and sample, you can see from May until July, the bloom starts in early July. You can see the green in the water here. It gets thicker in July, and it stays on the lake all the way into October. Now, relating to global issues, I'll briefly deal with some issues in Australia, South Africa, and Central Africa. Australia has several species of nitrogen-fixing blue-greens that are important in producing toxins in their area, but they've also recently come up with found that this limnothrix filamentous non-toxin, non-nitrogen-fixing species that's been infecting their water intake pipes. Some of the major issues, and this slide was given to me by Laurel Favreau, is related to preserved toxin that are either in the hypolimnion of our lakes or bound to dissolved organic carbon and clay particles. I mentioned the limnothrix. This seems to be a problem in the pipes together with she said BMAA is maybe an issue, but it's mostly related to, they think, to motor neuron problems and come from nostoc. And then they have marine toxins that are found in the shore fish, shellfish. In Africa, I'm going to deal with some of those around the Rift Valley and also one lake over in Ghana. And the South Annalie gave me her information, and they have toxins almost all year. Vena goes to Microcystis decembri, oscillatory or planktothrix, and it causes MIB problems, but it's also a microcystin producer. And of course, cylindrospermopsin, cylindrospermopsis that produces cylindrospermopsin. This is buffalo, and this is the bloom their supplies. Lake Victoria, you have here, you can see the bloom on the shore in the inshore area, and when we were there in 1999 and 2000, This is what the bloom looked like at the water intake at GABA. And nobody even knew anything about toxins being present. Well, we took them to the sample to Wayne Carmichael's lab, measured positive tests for microcystis, and then the microcystis aranabina is present year-round in the lake there, so the people and the fish don't have any way really of getting out of it. Here's a surface bloom near Jinja, again in the inshore area in Lake Victoria, and this Anabina discoide has been recorded by Kreinitz and his group in Germany producing anatoxin. Albert also, but the major cyanobacteria again fixers is Cylindrospermopsis, a different species of Cylindrospermopsis, and the same Anabina. Lake Tanganyika, it's a very deep, usually NNP limited, has very low biomass most of the time, but during a certain period of the year, you would bloom starting around here, and it would be moving up the lake with the winds. Lake Malawi also is a very low low biomass lake, but in the lower part of the lake, in the shallow regions of Senga Bay and Monkey Bay, their blue-greens are also growing, and partly it's related to changes in land use. You get an increase in population, you get a lot more refuse on the shores and in the water. They let their cattle to drink, and you get land clearing right to the shore. And in the end, you end up with this really terribly muddy water running into the here you see the Lintibi plume. And Greg McCullough did his PhD on this. And this plume goes over towards these islands where these cichlids grow, and these cichlids are so specialized that in their feeding habitats that they can't really move to another spot on the rock to get, so they basically will become extinct. And here in the same area, we found a large algal bloom with over 30,000 micrograms per liter of Anabina. Lake Bazumtwe also, but it's mainly the cyanobacteria in it are dominated by small Caucalian blue-greens, and at certain times of the year, again, the fixers come in because, of course, they need to bring in the nitrogen for the other algae. It's not a new phenomenon. Lake of the Woods, the voyageurs reported toxins in the 1800s. In Australia, also reported in the 1800s where cattle died and microcystis wasn't present. Lake Zurichsee, this is probably oscillatoria or Planktothrix rubescens. Bloom was recorded already back in the 1400s. And the Red Sea, a dinoflagellate toxin producing the red pigment in that lake. The toxins, liver toxins, neurotoxins, dermatoxins, colorless, odorless systems. They're found in dinoflagellates, diatoms, cyanobacteria, and rhapsophytes, and cyanobacteria, dinoflagellates, primnesiophytes, and rhapsophytes in freshwater. Again are the toxins and their molecular formulas here and what they produce. The Cylindrospermopsis hepatotoxin, anatoxin, linguatoxin. These are in addition to microcystin, which of course has many different conjugars. This is the drinking water guideline. For Canada, we have 1.5. The World Health has 1.0. There are different countries have different guidelines for their drinking water and for recreational water. This is a toxic soup that was taken from Anderson Lake in Washington. Now these next slides, I'm just going to go quickly over. They're just for your information. I made a list, and for later for the workshop of the different cyanobacteria producing nitrogen fixes and bloom forming in the plankton, and you get the benthic ones, the chlorococcoid ones, planktic and metaphytic and benthic mat forming species that are non-nitrogen fixing. And benthic cyanobacteria can also be a problem because they found in Switzerland in 1997 cattle died up in high mountain, basically oligotrophic systems. They were eating the algae off the rocks and it killed them. And Peter Baker in Australia found benthic algae, Formidium formosum, or now is Camptonema formosum, in the reservoir in Australia. There's Lingbia woolly, is another, it was Lingbia woolly, now is Microcyra woolly, based on sequences. And it's found in many areas in like Whiteshell, Lake Erie, St. Lawrence River, Florida, and also in Australia, and it's fixer, and it produces a dermatoxin. This is what it looks like. It looks like a black mash near the inshore area. People think that some people think it's migrating, but in the two lakes that we have at home in the Whiteshell, it's been there for 50 years and only in those two lakes. So in some cases I know, but in that situation it's not moving. And there are other algae that produce toxins. The euglenophytes, they produce theotoxin and are responsible for over $1 million. But their information. It is really useful regard. The rhapidophytes can be found in fresh and marine situations. In fresh water, they're mostly skin irritants. In marine situations, they produce neurotoxins responsible for fish kills. In fresh water, the Goniosum semen is found in many different areas in humic water. Diatoms are also responsible for some mostly in marine situations for amnesic shellfish poisoning, but in fresh water, the Alacosara, which goes under ice, and the fishermen are fishing, they find that it clogs their nets and then irritates their hands when they try to get off. Didymosphenia is another one that is more of a nuisance than it is causing any serious illness or anything, but it seems to be I originally found it in the Yukon in 1909, but since then it's been found all over BC and also in New Zealand, and they were originally blaming the fishermen, the fly fishermen, and the felt liners in their boots, but they've also found now that it's more change and oligotrophication of certain areas. Green algae, the Cladophora, is really important in the Great Lakes, and it's basically high nitrogen and phosphorus coming in at eutrophic conditions. It follows beaches, and it can be responsible for human pathogen bacteria, and it's possible that the bacteria that can have been found in both attached and living and decomposing Cladophora filaments can also reproduce in these situations. 90% of the Cladophora samples that measured from Lake Michigan beaches tested positive for E. coli, and they think it also might be responsible for botulism outbreaks in some of the geese in the Great Lakes region. Dinoflagellates have also been not so much in fresh water, but more in a marine and brackish situation, causing red tides. There's been all sorts of Band-Aid and quick fixes for this, the cyanobacteria or algal proliferations, such as bacteria, clay and liming, and nutrient traps, aeration. They use barley straw mats in small ponds, and algicide help. They just basically release the water. On a global scale, within fresh water, everywhere, even in the sea, excess nutrients are the major cause. Sewage, agriculture, deforestation, and increasing P, whether it's coming from flushing in or sediment regeneration. And this is an example of Lake Winnipeg and the bloom on the shore. And this is a reservoir from Puerto Rico, where we looked at on Google Map and looked at 2006, 2013, and May 2014. I don't know if you can see them very well, but there looks like there's certainly an algal bloom here. So it would be really interesting to some algae. Thank you.
Tenemos tiempo para una pregunta. Hagan las preguntas en el micrófono. Hay un micrófono en cada esquina del cuarto.
Sí, mi pregunta es referente a las algas. Me había mencionado que muchas de las algas no se pegaban a las tuberías como tal. Pero, ¿qué método entonces hay para combatir estas algas, específicamente las que son tóxicas?
I don't deal with cleanup very much. I mostly deal with identification of the algae. So you would want to identify what you have. And I think coming after me, Gary or Thomas are going to talk about how to treat these algal problems.
Thank you. Our next talk is from Game. Gary es un científico certificado de la Junta AAES y es director de la Oficina de Servicios de Laboratorio del Departamento de Agua de Filadelfia. Con más de 30 años de experiencia en las ciencias del agua y aguas residuales, Gary posee numerosas publicaciones en la American Water Works Association y está activo en la Fundación de Investigación de Agua. Es miembro de los comités de la EPA y es presenta cursos de operador a través de los servicios de la American Water Works Association.
Thank you. I have the benefit of being able to stand up and move around after lunch, and you have to try and stay awake. So I'll try and talk fast as we do in Philadelphia and move fast, so hopefully I'm going to talk more from a water treatment plant manager's point of view. So pretend you're working at a water utility and the issue of controlling algae from your source water comes up and you have to figure out, should you be concerned and what do you do about it? Basically, the concept is if algae are abundant in your source water, then they are affecting your treatment processes. The question is, do you know it? When is it happening? What problems or how is it affecting your treatment processes? And can you monitor that? Now, there are different ways that algae can affect your treatment processes. One is living cells. The algae come into your treatment plant and they move through the treatment plant. Maybe they get into the filter and they begin to clog the filters. Or maybe your disinfection is really good up front. You chlorinate the algae, you kill them. Some of the algae can still persist, like diatoms. They have a a shell that can persist into the treatment process even though they're dead. Algae release byproducts. So we heard about toxins and some of the products, taste and odor products they release. So it might not be the algae cells themselves, but leaves the algae cells into the water. They can do that when they're living, or if you disinfect and kill the algae cells, you burst them open, kind of like throwing a water against the wall and it bursts open and all the water's out. That could be like killing an algae cell and releasing all the internal products. Also, the algae interact with and change the chemical environment around them for various reasons. Photosynthesis does some of that. So they can change the chemistry of the water, and if you change the chemistry of the water, that affects your treatment process and your control of it. So what impact might this have? Well, first, regulatory. If your treatment process is being affected, that could affect your ability to control disinfection byproducts, to reduce total organic carbon, to achieve your CT for disinfection. If it affects pH and other properties, it might affect corrosion control, which affects lead and copper. Even filters, you could have turbidity issues, and that affects your control of cryptosporidium. On issues that are not regulated, of taste, the taste of the water, the smell of the water, the color of the water, turbidity goals that you might have, such as with the Partnership for Safe Water. But algae in your source water can also affect your operator's capabilities to respond and make changes in treatment to offset what the algae is doing, which could then increase the cost of treatment and then affect the residual disinfectant and the chemical stability of your water that goes out into the distribution system. When do algae cause these problems? Well, in Philadelphia, where I live, they're seasonal because the water temperature varies quite a lot from winter to summer. When source water conditions are right, such as during a drought, low flow, reservoir turnover, when reservoirs upstream have releases, increased releases or releases from different levels of water depth, they can pump algae into the river below. It could be when it rains a lot, it flushes the stream, and then when you get the rain going down after all the storm water has come into the stream, the nutrients, and you get a bloom. You can see this in many ways, not just by the color of the water. So algae photosynthesis, and photosynthesis causes diurnal cycles in the dissolved oxygen of the water. So if you're monitoring dissolved oxygen by an online monitor, which is pretty easy, you might see these diurnal fluctuations in DO. And the same thing with pH. Algae will affect the pH of the water. They may affect it even when they don't cause a very noticeable bloom. And so you can see, as with DO, you can see the daily fluctuations in pH and DO, and you know that algae are affecting it. And these could be algae that are attached to the logs and the rocks and the pebbles in the stream, as well as those that are planktonic or floating in water. So an online sensor can do a really good job of giving you information. But as we just heard, you need to your algae. You need to get intimate and personal with them. Get to know them by face, recognize them. Because there are researchers out there that have documented cases of different types of algae having different effects, and you can go to that literature and understand what's happening to your water from the algae that you find. If algae enter your impact treatment in two ways: direct impacts caused by the direct, as I talked about, presence of the cells on the treatment process, indirect impacts from their byproducts, toxins, the taste and smell changes in water chemistry. You might be able to keep up with the algae and keep them out of your treatment plant. So let's say your intake structure is such that the algae will just float on down the river and float on by, but chemicals that they release when they're dying, when you have an algae bloom, you have a peak and then you have a off. So when they're dying, chemicals that are formed when you interact the chlorine with byproducts, chemicals released by the algae can still get into your treatment plant even though the algal cells are not getting into your plant. In Philadelphia, we have geosmin and MIB coming down the Delaware and Schuylkill River from 100 to 200 miles away. We don't see the algae, but we see their products that they release into the water. One of the products that algae release we call extracellular polymeric substances, which is just a soup of polysaccharides, proteins, nucleic acids, lipids, and other cellular components. What does the EPS do? It's released by the algae to help them form biofilms, to help protect them from stress. When they release to the water, the EPS can affect our processes. Various factors influence the impact that algae have on treatment. Well, the size and shape and structure of the algae. Filamentous hair-like algae can grow on basin walls, and you can see the threads waving in the water. Silica shells that will pop in the coagulant and change the effectiveness of the coagulant. The motility of the algae just float through the water, and others can move up and down, can be buoyant, others can move through the water in a more directed way. One of the reasons to treat algae up front is to make them so they're non-modal, so they settle out and don't have a choice of where they stay in the water column. The release of extracellular organic matter like EPS, and the way the algae form communities. Some diatoms form rafts, large needle-like complexes that if they get into your filters, they're going to clog the filters in no time. Here's just some pictures of all, you saw that in the previous presentation. These are photos that we captured from our water in Philadelphia using a flow cam device. Now, algae are very adaptive, and they can occur in the mud, in a reservoir, in a river. They can be floating. They can be perifungal. They can be attached to other aquatic plants. They can be benthic mats. They can be on the river or the reservoir, growing in the sand and on the pebbles. They can be in the anaerobic sediment. So they can and different algae tend to prefer different niches here. So what does that mean in the treatment plant? It means the same thing happens in the treatment plant. The different algae can grow in different places in the treatment plant. They can grow in the sedimentation walls. They can grow in filtration beds, on flocculation basins, on the weirs, in the headworks, you could probably see them in just about any water treatment plant. It's just a question, are they causing a problem? There are ways to control algae and growth in these basins. You can put retractable covers or roofs over the basins to help keep the sunlight out, which will reduce their growth. You can redesign the basin wares, use materials that are less conducive for biofilms to grow on them. Mechanical cleaning of walls. You can scrub and clean the basin weirs and the walls on a regular basis. Some have even tried sonication to the cells and to get them to lyse or move off into the water. You can try pre-oxidation. People have used potassium permanganate, chlorine dioxide, and chlorine. So you have an oxidant demand in your water coming into your treatment plant from the organic matter. Part of that includes the algae as well as all the decaying plant matter and the natural suspended organic matter. and you have demand from inorganic matter like ammonia, iron, and manganese. So you have to meet that demand. But in meeting that demand, you also can affect the algae. You can help to make them less mobile so they'll settle out and sink, or you could lower cells, which may or may not be a good thing. It is important for the treatment plant, though, to control demand, and if the algae are in high numbers and offsetting your oxidant demand, your treatment plant operator then has to make adjustments to that. That can be a little difficult to do. Potassium permanganate has been used by some to avoid the use of chlorine. Potassium permanganate can help algae to settle out in the upfront basins of your plant without always licensing and without forming disinfection byproducts chlorine will form. Other algicides have been tried and used to different successes. Copper sulfate is probably one of the most common ones. Again, if you use it out in the reservoir in your source water, you have to be careful because it could actually select for more persistent and harmful cyanobacteria yourself into more hot water. But so copper sulfate is one option also. Coagulation, flocculation, and sedimentation processes in the conventional treatment plant. You're removing all the suspended and heavier particulate matter before the water goes to the filters because you want to relieve some loading on the filters. So you use coagulants to take the particles to form bigger particles that by gravity just then settle out. So it's a very effective place to remove algae cells is in the coagulation sedimentation process. But some of the products that algae release, the extracellular organic matter, can interfere with the coagulant process. I've seen a flock of alum being more buoyant because of the algal cells that have been trapped in it, making the flock larger and less settleable. So you have to understand how the algae coagulation, flocculation, sedimentation. And there are ways to offset that. You can use different polymers, negatively and positively charged polymers, to try and neutralize the charges, because when you have certain charges, matter will either repel and not form denser matter in metal, or matter will come together and form denser matter. So you typically want to neutralize charges so the coagulant collects with everything and starts to form heavy particles, and the algae get caught up in that. Microsand enhanced flocculation, dissolved air flotation are changes in the treatment process that can help to remove these types of particles that algae are included in. In all of this, you're trying to balance your treatment goals. You want to get a coagulant that gets good natural organic matter and total organic carbon removal. So we use ferric chloride in Philadelphia because it brings the pH down and gets us in that good ripe zone for removing total organic carbon. You want a coagulation process that keeps the turbidity from moving onto the filters and clogging the filters. But also you may need to keep the pH above 6 if you have a lot of algae coming in, because when you get to a low pH, you tend to lyse the algae cells, release their products, which can be a problem other than that. Sedimentation bases. So after adding the coagulant, mixing the coagulant, you then let all those particles start to settle out. Alums can increase the pH of the water above 9. Optimum coagulation pH is usually between 5 and 8. So if you're not controlling your pH up front of the process, your operators can have a hard time getting the settling that they need to protect the filters in the sedimentation basin. Then in the sedimentation basin, you're collecting the algae along with all the organic and inorganic solids and sludge. That usually is a good thing because the algae just decay in there and all the products and sludge decay in place. But there are cases where stirring up that sludge can release byproducts, the decay products of the algae back into the water and back into your treatment process. So collect the sludge, you have to keep it moving out, let it there forever. You can enhance these processes before the filter. You can add carbon. You can add powdered activated carbon, which will remove the toxins, the taste and odor compounds. You can shave off some of the organic matter, disinfection byproducts. Make filters out of granular activated carbon to help absorb some of the byproducts that algae produce. Also, if you're disinfecting up front to control your algae, you may need to do that anyway to reduce your disinfection byproducts. Disinfection byproduct control will be challenged during algae bloom. But one of the ways we control disinfection byproducts lately has been to reduce the exposure of chlorine to the water during the treatment process. And the way we've been doing that is moving chlorine back in the process. So instead of feeding a lot of chlorine up front when the water comes into the treatment plant, forming a lot of disinfection byproducts, hold off on chlorine till maybe after filtration. Now the problem with that is when you move chlorine back in your treatment process, you then create conditions that may allow algae to grow more abundantly within the treatment plant. Now, controlling the algae through coagulation, flocculation, settling, and oxidation, they're going to get onto your filters. Some of them will still get onto your filters even if you think you have control. And you can get filter clogging, which requires you filters more often, increases the turbidity of the water, which may get you into trouble with cryptosporidium control and Partnership for Safe Water goals. And wasting a quantity of water, you're just wasting water in order to keep washing those filters. So the algal cells can stay on the filters, they can wash, sometimes they can even break through the filters and into your finished water. So with filters, we look for, when you have algae, are looking for excessive head loss, backwash turbidity going up, and an increase in wasted water. And those could be signs that the algae directly or indirectly or affect the treatment process. Algal blooms cause changes in chlorine demand, pH, coagulant demand, filter operations, and so your plant operator is responding to these. And remember, if the changes are occurring daily, you're having these changes in pH and dissolved oxygen and algae growth from day to night, and your operator has to respond to these changes. Changes in the chlorine demand can be very challenging to stay up with because we've got a challenge to keep a certain CT for kill of cryptosporidium and giardia. Now the question, are algae blue-green algae or cyanophyte? If they are, you could be dealing with odors, or particularly odors, and toxins. And now you have other issues to deal with. Not so much how they impact the treatment process, to change the treatment process to protect the water that's going out to the customer. List of the types of odorous chemicals that cyanobacteria can produce in water. So sulfur compounds, amines, all sorts of compounds with all different types of odor qualities. Fortunately, most of these are such low levels, we don't smell them in the water. But if the bloom's high enough, you've got a soup of different smelly organic chemicals in your water that then and a lot of these come out in chlorination, so but not all of them do. Two of the most common chemicals that cause our odor problems are geosmin and 2-methylisoborneol. They be detected in low part per trillion or nanogram per liter levels. If you get above, generally around the world we hear that when you get above 10 nanograms per liter, customers start to complain. You may have to feed powdered activated carbon, and now you're talking about you know, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 a day in added treatment costs, so that customers can drink the water and are not complaining about what smells. Can you monitor? Well, you can monitor the algae themselves. That takes a little bit of skill, a lot of skill, depending on how much detail you want to go into. It would be nice to have detailed expertise down here on the island that can identify algae and become an expert like we have in Canada and the States. But there are other indicators of algae activity, such as swings in pH and dissolved oxygen, chlorophyll A, algal byproducts such as odor compounds. You can monitor for geosmin and MIB. But you can also learn conditions. Once you track your algae blooms, your algae variations, you can learn to know when they occur. You know, maybe water flows are low. We had a flush from the stormwater, a nutrient. We're going to have a bloom if we don't get another storm within the next week. You start to learn these conditions, and then you know when to expect them. Online water quality monitoring instruments are available. This is a picture data sonde, and it shows you the type of reading you can produce every 5, 15 minutes, half an hour, however you want to program it. So the instrumentation is out there for you. You can also take grab samples. Now maybe it's a remote site, it's a place where you're not going to be accessible every day, or maybe you want to catch the diurnal variation and you want to be there at 6 in the morning, noontime, and the changes in chemistry of the water. Well, you can put out ISCO samplers or grab samplers. It'll grab those samples for you so they bring back to the lab and have them tested. A device that we've been playing with in the lab is the flow cam. It takes a lot of pictures. It has to be programmed by the pictures that it takes. It's a lot of fun to play with, but it takes a lot of work to get it to somewhat automate in an automated way, tell you what's going on with your water. The bottom line is to know your treatment plan. If you've got significant levels of algae in your source water, understand changes occur, understand how to know if they're being caused by algae. Compare the algae types in your source water, treatment fluctuations and changes in water quality. Evaluate whether algae are passing through in different stages of treatment. Are they getting to the filters? Look at where the algae are growing in your treatment plant, because that could be the cause of problems. And controlled strategies are typically case by case. You may have different treatment plants with algae issues around the island, and each of them may have its own solution. There may not be one solution for each treatment plant. You need to study and the conditions of your treatment process. Some conventional treatment tips, again, know your source water and its quality when algae are occurring in significant levels. Understand how water comes into your treatment plant and whether that draws in algae at certain times based on your intake design. Monitor your algae and growth conditions. Feed that information to your operators so you reduce with trying to keep up with the changes. You can hold off chlorination until after you remove the algae in sedimentation so that you reduce the lysing of the cells and the release of byproducts that way, because very high level, you may have low levels in the water, but when you lyse the cells, you can release very high levels into the water on lysing the cells. Optimize coagulation, flocculation to get good removal of the algae. That's ideal, to clean out the algae rather than chlorinate them. Be ready to apply powdered activated carbon if you don't have control. And try any algae that you collect in your settled sludge, keep the sludge moving. Don't let it sit there forever. Get it moving out. Cover your clarifiers and reduce algal growth in them. Avoid carryover of algae and the flock into the filters. and track filter operation breakthrough, so you can again track what's going on with your algae and your treatment conditions and build your history so you can understand what goes on, what happens, and how to control it. There are plenty of references out there. Here are some of them from the Water Research Foundation, and here are some references from AWWA. You have these in your handouts. One final issue, which you've already heard about and I'll cover, and then we'll hear some more about it, are the cyanomaterial toxins. So the things that really scare us. So algae get into a treatment plant, they're a nuisance to the operator. Maybe our DBPs go up a little, our chlorine demand increases, we have a little trouble controlling them. But when the toxins break through into the finished water, that raises quite a bit more concern for the people being exposed to it. So you have liver toxin, nervous system toxins, you have toxins that affect the skin, and microtoxins is one of the terms for these toxins that you hear a lot about. One of the things that utilities like mine are doing is we use this enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay. It's a screening test. It's not 100% accurate. There are interferences. It does a general microcystin equivalence, so you have to be careful using it. You have to understand the data that it produces. But it's another cheaper or easier opportunity to start to collect data. But if you want to get confirmation, to go to liquid chromatography and mass spectrometry, and that not everybody has, and that gets a little more expensive. So Ohio, state of Ohio is right next to Pennsylvania, so of course we're watching what goes on in Ohio. Ohio, for some reason, it's like every puddle in Ohio is toxic. They have a harmful algae response strategy. It's a approach for recreational waters, and also they have a strategy for drinking water. Well, as I understand, in April 2009 there was a national study, and results showed that 36% of the Ohio lakes had detectable levels of microcystin, which was higher than the national average. So for some reason Ohio peaked. So two things, not just the drinking of the water, but the contact with the water is important. And so during the summers of 2010 and 2011 in Ohio, a number of harmful algal blooms of concern were identified, and cases were documented from recreational exposure for the Ohio Department of Health. So now the health department is very engaged. In 2010, there were 48 human illnesses and 5 deaths from dogs recreating in, presently not regulated by the EPA. The World Health Organization has a guideline for microcystin LR, which the ELISA test would detect. Ohio EPA's guideline, 1 billion, so all this is kind of following in sync with each other. Ohio's first cyanotoxin-related do not drink advisories. The consumers of a public water supply were told they can't drink the water, was issued at Carroll Township in 2013, and the microcystin detection above that limit of 1. So what's Ohio's approach? Ohio EPA's Division of Drinking Water and Groundwater uses a tiered system. If the public water system, so here's back to the water treatment manager. If the water treatment manager is doing what I said, monitoring the conditions of the water, pH, DO, looking at the color, sniffing for odors, looking at algae under the microscope, and observes changes that could be associated with an algal bloom, they should inspect the source for the bloom and coordinate with the Ohio EPA to look for toxins. So now you think you have a bloom, the next step is look for the toxins. And then based on the information that becomes available in that investigation, the Ohio EPA will determine if monitoring should be, if any advisories should be given. Again, Ohio's drinking water threshold notification. So now you're not just trying to control your treatment process and kind of it's the manager talking to each other. Now you're going out with press releases, notifying the public, gets involved, politicians. You know, it becomes a pretty big deal. So there are levels do not drink the water, and at higher levels do not even come in contact. So pretty serious stuff. There are ways to treat it. You know, oxidants, we'll hear about this a little bit more soon, but after me, but there are, so you're not without ways to then treat the water. You do have options. And recently an event occurred for Toledo, Ohio, at the Collins Park Water Treatment Plant. So about 80 million gallons a day of water to the city. Source water is an offshore intake on Lake Erie, so a pipe goes out into Lake Erie and tries to find what they thought was a pretty good zone of water and pulls in water out farther where it should be cleaner. So they began with all this going on in Ohio. They've been monitoring for hazardous algal blooms and cyanotoxins. So they've been doing what they should have been doing. A bloom of microcystis occurs. Water's green colored. You saw some pictures of people holding up glasses of green colored water. Evening of August 1st, 2014, chemists at the plant reported 0.6 billion of microcystin, again using the screening test, the ELISA screening test, but they found that in the finished water. So concern rises because it's not just in the source water, it's through the treatment plant. The Ohio EPA on August 3rd, using a 5 parts per billion was detected in raw water, around 1 part per billion in the clear water, 3 parts per billion at the entry point, up to 0.8 parts per billion in the distribution system. I've seen different numbers, but this gives you an idea. There's a lot of monitoring going on, a lot of samples being collected, a lot of activity focused on these toxins pretty quickly. Toledo was ordered to issue a do not drink advisory. They were not told, they did not tell the people to boil the water because boiling can concentrate toxins or make it worse. So it was a do not drink advisory. Of course, how the public understands what do not drink is, lots of questions like, does that mean I can't take a shower in it? Should I not touch it? Can I flits? So quite a mess to explain this to the public at large. They ran entry point chlorine residual because chlorine will have some effect on reducing these toxins. Then they put on powdered carbon and increased 6 to 15 parts per million. Probably just feeding as much carbon as they can throw into the water. Samples then sent to 4 different laboratories for confirmation of the microcystin. So remember, they're using the screening ELISA test. So now this is serious. They're taking samples and they're sending them to labs with LCMS, MS, and they're getting more detailed analyses done. And then on August 4th, the do not drink advisory was lifted because the levels came down. So pretty serious stuff. Again, if you have algae in your source water, they're affecting your treatment process one way or another. Do you understand when the algae occurred? Do you understand what algae are occurring? Are you tracking that? Are you then tracking that and comparing it to changes in your treatment process, helping the operator understand those changes, and then finding controls and making sure that things like toxins don't get through into your finished water and cause quite an upset politically and publicly for the water utility. So thank you.
Thank you. Tenemos tiempo para algunas preguntas. Muchas gracias por su pregunta. Antes de pasar a la próxima presentación, Ashford de la presentación de esta mañana va junto con la primera presentación de esta mañana. Nuestra próxima presentación es nuestra dando Thomas Peth. Thomas Peth es un ingeniero profesional que ha trabajado en el campo de la investigación de tratamiento de agua en la EPA por 28 años. Tiene un doctorado en Ingeniería Ambiental de la Universidad de Cincinnati, una maestría de Ingeniería Ambiental Civil de la Universidad de Tecnología y Tecnológica de Michigan. En la actualidad es síndico consejo asesor de la División de Investigación de las Ciencias y Agua de la American Water Works Association. De mayo de 2005 a enero de 2009 se desempeña como jefe de la rama de evaluación de tecnología y tratamiento de la EPA. Desde enero de 2009 es el director de la División de Abastecimientos de Agua y Recursos Hídricos.
Thank you very much. A couple of months ago, Graciela asked me to talk about the formation and control of cyanobacterial toxins, primarily looking at what was going on in Lake Erie, or our work that was going on in Lake Erie and in the state of Ohio. So I'll ask that, but I can't go forward without acknowledging my co-authors who are actively doing this research. So Nicholas Dugan, Joel Allen, Keith Mash, Toby Sannon, Jody Shaker, Jay Garland, and Michelle Wade. So if I can't answer your questions, they can. This was covered by Hetty and Gary, I think, very well, so I won't dwell on it too much other than reiterating through my talk, largely that wide variety of toxic and produced toxins, there are numerous factors that cause them, and there are a variety of toxins that are a problem. So I'll just move right along. So what is the current regulations or guidance coming out from the states and the US EPA? First of all, 20 states in the United States have recreational water guidelines for harmful algal bloom. Only 3 states, Minnesota, Ohio, and Oregon, have implemented standards or guidelines that apply to cyanotoxins in drinking water. The Office of Water is currently working on a health advisory for microcystin LR and some cilindrospermopsin that will be coming out later this spring, say April or May. And there's a EPA website that's updated monthly to get updates of what's going on with toxins. And the address is there and in your handouts. So the source water impact. Well, we know that excessive nitrogen and phosphorus levels can cause harmful algal blooms. In some cases, in the watersheds that are agriculturally impacted, agriculture can be the largest influence. So there's this pie chart here, and this is for a water reservoir in southwest Ohio that we're working with called Harsha Lake, and I'll get a little bit more into that later. But 65% of the nitrogen lake has been attributed to cropland. Only about 14% for pasture, 10% urban, 7% septic, 10% forest, and only 1% from the water treatment plant. Now, this isn't the case for every watershed. This is a very agriculturally impacted watershed. You can see where if you're going to control nitrogen, going after the wastewater treatment plants, in this case, would not be the situation. So I'll get a little bit more into that later. But these nutrients can cause algal blooms, and it causes problems for drinking water, as Ray mentioned previously. And they bloom under different conditions at different times, and they produce toxins of varying amounts. Now here's a slide looking at to fluorescence on the y-axis, and you can see how the blooms for blue-green algae are producing the cyanotoxins don't necessarily line up with the chlorophyll signatures. So different blooms happen on different times, and a parameter such as chloroform won't give you exactly when the toxins are going to form. So this is at Harsha Lake that I previously mentioned, and it's just one parameter that you can look at. But again, the toxins are going to come from blooms, but it's hard to predict based on just one parameter. This is that's what Hetty was talking about a little bit. You've got produce different, and there are many more than this, and you can just get a soup of stuff coming out that is individually different on every bloom. Just one mention, the microcystin and nodularian. Those are toxins analyzed by US EPA on a lot of the work I'll talk about later on method 544. Here is some microcystin data from a treatment plant influence on Lake Erie. And this slide is to denote that, even within microcystin. So here's the microcystin family of 7 plus nodularian, which comes with the 544 method. And you can see that the microcystins, even though they're a family, they are different levels of different microcystins. In this case, microcystin RR was the dominant for this bloom, microcystin LR. But that changes from bloom to bloom. Okay, so treatment of cyanobacterial toxins. Basically, it comes down to where is the toxin? That's the first question you have to ask. So is it in the particulate form or within the cell, or whether it's dissolved, or whether it has been released from the cell? So if it's a particulate, solids removal processes can be effective, and you do not want to lyse or break the cell in two and release the toxins. In the dissolved state, the solids removal processes, which is pretty typical for a treatment plant, aren't effective, and that typical disinfectants such as permanganate and chlorine can be effective, but not perhaps effective enough. And advanced processes like granular activated carbon are effective, but so a little bit about analytics, which impacts the rest of my talk. The ELISA is a broad method, which Gary talked about previously. It measures the 80 plus different congeners of this microcystin toxin. I believe actually we're up to over 100 now. The Ohio guidance is 1 microgram per liter based on the ELISA method. And what we've done at the US EPA, we've been testing ELISA under different sampling and handling techniques and then under different matrices, because those issues can impact your number and give you a different number, which perhaps might lead you in the wrong direction. Using ELISA's technique within the lab after you've taken your sample can give you the amount of intercellular versus extracellular toxin, and that's very important to determine what process you're going to use to remove the. And finally, this assay, as Gary mentioned, is very easy and relatively inexpensive. The MS EPA currently has technique of variants. Again, over 80 are known, and so it's only a small subset of congeners. And we're currently moving that up to 13, but again, it's going to be a small subset of all the congeners or variants. As a technique, the ELISA method can give you, within the lab, once you take your sample, can give you the total toxin, the extracellular toxin, and by difference, the internal toxin. And finally, for MSMS, this requires a fair bit of expertise and analytical equipment. So a little bit more about the projects going on within USCP. 544 for microcystins and nodularian that has passed the multi-lab verification step. It's currently under final agency review before it becomes an method. 545 for Solinthrospermopsin and Anatoxin A has already passed that test, if you will. Now that it's has been approved for finished water, the next step is to verify it or develop it for ambient water, which has a much more difficult to work in. So both 544 and 545 will be developed for ambient water matrices. Also, there's a third project that's looking at ELISA, LCMS-MS, trying to determine a little bit more about knowledge of what is happening within a treatment system and within samples, and what each analysis means in terms of both regulation and in terms of what you want to do with treatment. So a little bit about harmful algal bloom. So in Salina, which is on Grand Lake St. Mary's, had an episode in the summer of 2013, greater than 100 micrograms per liter of total microcystins and nodularian in the influent. Carroll Township in September of 2013 had greater than 3 total microcystins and nodularian in the finished water, and Ohio EPA issued their first do not drink advisory for cyanobacteria. And of course, Toledo had detectable below 1 microgram per liter in finished water, but wasn't done, but never, and then in greater than it did. Township, Carroll Township is, well, I can't quite figure it out, but it's somewhere right about there. And this is Lake Erie. I don't know if you can see it real well in the back of the room, and Carroll Township is on this western basin. It had concentrations in September up to 3.6 micrograms per liter. Luckily for that utility, they were able to switch over with an emergency connection to Ottawa County right next door, and they were able to Toledo back in August, August 2nd to August 4th, they were under the do not drink advisory. They could not bring in water from another utility. They had to adjust treatment, and as Gary mentioned, they increased their pack as much as they could. They cranked up their chlorine, and that started moving the plant in the right direction. Still, it took from Saturday morning to Monday morning until the system was adequately flushed before they could lift their do not drink advisory. The ORD, or US EPA assistance that we provided, we were one of the labs that analyzed for samples during the event. We collected both ELISA and LCMS-MS data during the episode and provided technical assistance to the state, both with regard to what some of the numbers were meaning, but also with regard to sampling handling techniques, which during the event so that we could compare data across the we wanted to Okay, so why is Lake Erie a problem? Here's the depth map of Lake Erie, and you can NOAA, and you can, the blue is very deep parts of the lake, the red is very shallow. So this western basin right here, and Toledo is on the very tip of it, where the Maumee River feeds in, and the Maumee River is a very agriculturally impacted river. And again, Carroll Township is somewhere about here. This part of the lake is perfect for cyanobacterial toxin growth and problem. There's a nutrient right here. It's very shallow. It gets mixed up a lot, and it warms up then in the summer, and you can have severe problems. This is a cyanobacterial index taken from NASA or NOAA and NASA, and this index shows from high to low. I don't know why it's this way, but The red is very high concentrations of cyanobacterial toxins taken from the satellite. Blue, lower. And you can see Toledo right here. They're into miles into the lake, but you can see that they were significantly impacted during this event in August of last year. So this is a project we've been doing at the UIPR for a few years now before these episodes. So we were able to help out with the Carroll Township episode and Toledo because we've worked with those plants for a few years looking at algal toxin. And here's a series of plants and cities that we've worked with. And we divided them. On taking influent data, it very quickly became obvious that these Western Basin plants had a different situation than these red Eastern Basin plants. So plants in green were more susceptible to algal toxin problems, again, because due to the shallow, warmer, nutrient-laden part of the lake, where these bacterial cells couldn't settle out. So we are looking at the fate of toxins through their systems. Along with that, we're doing bench and pilot scale studies looking at issues such as permanganate, the effect of chlorine, ozone. We'll be studying pilot systems later this year, and all these data put together for use by the Office of Water in their guidance that's coming out to each states and municipalities. This is a typical treatment train, typical of again, Toledo has an intake 3 miles out of shore, and they hit it with PAC, and then alum and a little bit of lime. It goes to coagulation and flocculation, and then it settles out. So you get a little bit of extracellular removal with PAC. You get sedimentation and solids removal here. You get a little bit more solids removal in the filter, and then they hit it with chlorine, and that takes some more of the extracellular toxins. So you've got extracellular removal here, and here and here, and then extracellular removal there. So what they did was increase the PAC and increase the chlorine. Now here's a little bit of nutrient data for the western versus eastern basin of Lake. So this is inorganic nitrogen coming into the lake. The green dots here are the eastern basin, so fairly low concentrations, if you will. The red dots are western basin facilities, and in July-ish or so, you get a spiking of nutrients on these lake intakes on the western basin, higher than the eastern basin plants. Later in the summer, where things get warm and nice and cooking, these basin plants with these red dots here all get a high chlorophyll A concentration. So obviously you're getting some cyanobacterial and algal production in the lake in the western basin. And the green dots are the eastern basin plants, and they're not having a problem during this time. So what is the good news? Well, the good news is that on these western basin plants, you get a lot of, this is chlorophyll A, so it's a substitute for the cells. Even clarification, you get 90-95% removal of these cells when you hit the effluent of the clarifier, and even more when you hit the effluent of the sand filter. So the conventional treatment process do very well for cell removal in these plants. And we see that across the plant. So here's 5 of the western basin plants, and here's the cyanobacterial through clarification, not including filtration. And all of them are in the 94 and above levels of removal of cells, if you put in these parameters. And so we look at through a treatment plant. Here's a treatment plant in the basin. So you've got the chlorophyll A removal. Now this is a semi-log-ish type plot, so you have a log on the y-axis, log scale on the y-axis. So you have to take that into account. But you have to take out the chlorophyll through the plant, the cells, and there are 2 lines. One is the total toxin based on the ELISA technique, and that's in red here. And the other is the extracellular. So what it tells you, this plot tells you a few things, but what it tells you very quickly is that in the influent, almost all of the toxin is located within the cells. That's news. And you, after PAC and a little permanganate, it goes down. And then at clarification, as we know, the cells are, and most of the toxin is also removed. After filtration, again, very low concentrations. So if you can take out, if the toxin remains in the cell, most of it is removed before the filter and definitely after the filter. So let's look at the effect of permanganate, because if you noticed a little bit in that last plot, there was a little bit of a funny thing going on. So permanganate in excess. So the permanganate concentration, this is a batch study, not in a plant, but just on the bench level. You add permanganate to a bunch of cells, cyanobacterial cells, the permanganate will go down because it will react with the cells. And the number of dead cells go up. So the permanganate with the cells, the cyanobacterial cells die off. However, the problem is when they die off, they also release toxins into extracellular form. So you've got the total toxins upon addition of permanganate, it will go down. Extracellular toxins go up because they're released. So they're released and they're destroyed at the same time. Ultimately, what's left is extracellular toxins, but there are still extracellular toxins left because the permanganate isn't strong enough to take out all the toxins in the extracellular form. So if we look at permanganate through a Western Basin plant on Lake Erie, we can see the same effect going on. So toxins, and this time we looked at it in terms of LCMS-MS. So total toxins added up, coming in and extracellular. Again, influent, you can see that all of it is intercellular or within the cell. And as soon as you hit it with permanganate, the amount of extra toxins go up. The total toxins go down. So it's releasing the toxin and destroying it at the same time. In PAC, we'll remove the extracellular toxin. The total toxin goes down the same amount. And then once you hit it with the filter influent, toxin, or at least the toxins that are still in cellular form, are taken out on the clarifier effluent. There should be clarifier effluent. Then filter effluent, the toxins are taken out. And if you look really closely, you can see that after chlorination, the finished water is basically taken down to zero. So chlorine works too. So the three conclusions are permanganate reduces the total, but increases the extracellular. PAC reduces the extracellular toxin, and of course particulate removal takes out the cells and any intercellular toxin. This is a slide of ozone. It's done a little differently, presented a little differently. It's a couple things. It's extracellular toxin, and this is in a plant on the Western Basin. And so this is listing the different microcystins again across the board. In this case, microcystin LR in this bloom is the highest concentration. So the extracellular toxins, however, are all, before ozonation happens, no cellular toxins. And you can see that with the blue data. So there's only one little blip of blue data here. So before ozonation, there are no extra toxins. It's all intercellular. You hit it with ozone and it lyses the cell, breaks them open, releases the toxin, and that is the red data. So you can see the red data all coming out into solution. The ozone is strong, but not strong enough to take out all the toxin. Similar to permanganate. And after, if you plant on a side stream that's not ozonated, you end up with a water that has very little toxin in it. So the key is the ozonation is what's releasing these toxins in the cell. So be careful if you've got advanced treatment, because it might give you something other than what you expect. So kind of to wrap up in the last couple of slides, I wanted to switch gears a little bit, because I want to go back to the original notion that I presented earlier, that it's the nutrients coming in that is really one of the main causative effects here. So this is Lake Harsha that I mentioned earlier, and if you remember, it was an agriculturally impacted reservoir. This is the main tributary, very high nutrients. And this is a hyperspectral flyover where we looked at cyanobacterial concentrations, if you will, for counts, for cells per milliliter. And very much mimics or tracks the concentrations of the nutrients. So you've got a lot of nutrients coming in from this agriculturally impacted watershed up here. And it impacts this lake very much with regard to HAB. So we know these nutrients cause issues. So one of the other research arenas, because it's difficult to look at something that is so widespread and has so many variables, dealing with agricultural issues, going through watershed and all the different ecology that's happening, and then you go through drinking water treatment, and it's a very large project. Usually scientists with one issue or the other, but not all together. So the issue here is you have a lot of this nutrients coming in. How do you take out and influence this agricultural area? Well, one way you can do it voluntarily is to set up nutrient trading programs, which we encourage. So we're working with this watershed, but one of the problems is nutrient trading programs sometimes are very, have problems because they're very thin markets, which means you have a lot of people, you don't have a lot of people willing to put money into it to buy somebody else to reduce the nutrients. So if you remember the pie chart earlier, the water treatment plant doesn't impact a lot of nitrogen in this lake. However, ag does. So the wastewater treatment plant would be really interested in farmers to put in buffer strips and other things. Do that much, much cheaper than instituting very expensive nutrient control in their plants, which would still only take out less than 1% of the nutrients feeding this lake. So how can you make these nutrient programs work then? Well, one is to expand the markets for things like drinking water treatment plants. Who would be interested in buying some credits or buying farmers to put in buffer strips? Because that help with their influent water characteristics, so they wouldn't have to treat the water so expensively. Also, you could bring in recreationalists that want to use the water, this lake for other things. They do a lot of rowing competitions on this lake. And that's another entity that we're interested in participating in the nutrient trading program. So we have one research area that's looking to how we can make the nutrient program more robust. Just a little bit of tidbit of information. It's not just HABs, but this reservoir we've also been finding high in terms of production of greenhouse gases. So the nutrients come in, it produces a lot of methane. And it can be a very significant amount of methane. And we've done statistical analysis of many dozens of locations in this lake. And if you add up all the mid-latitude agriculturally impacted reservoirs in the United States, it can be a very significant part of the methane budget. So again, I want to get the point across that this issue of cyanobacterial toxins is wrapped up within other issues, and we're investigating that at the US EPA. How we do that? Well, it's very complex, as I mentioned before. We have physical chemical parameters that we're investigating in the lake. We have fluorescence looking at the algae, phycocyanin and issues like that. We look at the toxins, as I mentioned before, all the way up to LCMS-MS. So everything from temperature to LCMS. Trying to look at it very temporally, so very high frequency of monitoring. And then using that monitoring to go into what Jennifer presented on looking at spectral flyovers and satellite imagery and trying to correlate what data we see in the lake from orbit, and hopefully using apps such as Jennifer presented to give utilities warnings that these things are going to happen in real time. So, conclusion, back to the Lake Erie work. Lake Erie water quality was significantly degraded in the western basin compared to the eastern basin. The bulk of toxin in the treatment facility influence was intracellular. It's a very good thing. This holds true. A facility designed for particulate removal would do very well. The preliminary evidence suggests things like and ozone and to some extent is too low. Well, it's high enough. It's too low to degrade all the extracellular toxin that is then released. The treatment can take out extracellular toxin like GAC, are expensive, and even PAC, and a great deal of oxidants and PAC are added in these plants with uncertain effectiveness. And more needs to be known about the formation and control of these of cyanobacteria and their toxins to assure safe drinking water. Now, I went through that very quickly, but here's the disclaimer of the US EPA. I mentioned a few trade names in there. We don't know anything, and I'm more than willing to answer.
Muchas gracias. ¿Tenemos tiempo para una pregunta?
One question here in English, so I'll Tom. Yes. The question relates to the extracellular toxins, and let's take this scenario. Based on what you presented, it was clear that most was intracellular and therefore removed by the cells being removed. But what we see in Australian blooms with microcystis is that at the end of the bloom, and well at the end of the bloom, you think things are getting better, then there's a lot more release extracellular. I guess the question, therefore, is was there sufficient removal by chlorination, or is that why indeed you saw a post-bloom peak in drinking water cytotoxin?
Okay, so to answer your question is, yes, I agree completely. Every bloom's different, and toward the end, blooms can release a lot of extracellular toxins. So if I'm reading your question correctly, and if you remember Gary's presentation, the plant cranked up their PAC and their chlorine concentrations. They left the manganate intact, and largely because they didn't want to change too many things because the water plant was bouncing around too much. So they were cranked up their PAC and their PAC, and ultimately that fairly quickly showed that it was having a positive effect. So it was bringing concentrations down pretty quickly. So that there were no needs to change the facility's operation, and it was just a matter of time. So by more, everything was resolved. The question I think you're getting at is that I think by doing that, that plant then protected itself from then the extracellular toxin that might have popped the plant in days following, because the PAC and chlorine were significantly high concentration. Does that make sense?
It does. That's why it was controlled there, more or less. It's just the point of concern.
Correct.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias y gracias a todos los speakers. Ahora tenemos un break de 15 minutos. Los esperamos aquí de regreso a las 3:10 un recordatorio para los conferenciantes que están cogiendo educación continuada. Por favor, firmen la tarjeta de educación continuada en la mesa atrás al regresar del break. Gracias.
at least we're probably in a common medium.
Buenas, vamos a ir comenzando con la sesión. Si ustedes todavía están en el break, pueden traer su comida a los asientos para poder seguir con el itinerario. Nuestra próxima presentación nos la va a dar María López Carbón. María es actualmente la jefa de la rama de la División de Protección de la Oficina de Agua Subterránea y Agua Potable. Esta rama colabora con los estados, tribus y muchas partes interesadas del sector hídrico para implementar y reglamentación federales del agua potable. Antes de incorporarse a la Oficina de Agua, María trabajó en la Oficina de Aire y Radiación, certificando motores diésel y vehículos todoterrenos. Antes de unirse a la EPA, María trabajó en una planta de tratamiento de aguas residuales de 5 MGD al condado de Fairfax, un suburbio de Washington. María tiene un bachillerato en Ingeniería Civil de Virginia Tech y una maestría en Ingeniería Ambiental de la Universidad de Johns Hopkins.
Bueno, esperamos que terminen de comer o nos sentamos. Como ustedes quieran, yo sé que tienen hambre, hay que coger un break, hay que caminar. Son las 3 de la tarde, que peor hora para dar una presentación, ¿verdad que sí? Ustedes saben que hay miles de reportes que dicen que a las 3 de la tarde la producción de cualquier persona en la oficina baja 10 veces, ¿verdad que sí? Sí, porque es que a las 3 hay que comer y hay que hacer algo. Jaime, te veo en el teléfono. Vete. Dale. Bueno, según usted se va... Ah, hay una pregunta y todavía no hemos ni empezado de eso. Dígame. No, la presentación no hay copias, pero no te preocupes porque yo soy más interesante que la presentación. ¿No crees? No hay copia todavía porque no hemos finalizado el adiestramiento de estas reglas para esta presentación como tal, pero yo sí le prometí a Graciela que le daba la final en Jump Drive, podía repartirla, o yo le doy mi email y ustedes me pueden contactar a mí y yo les mando la copia. ¿Cómo funciona? ¿Está bien? En lo que ustedes se sientan, para más o menos saber quién está en el público, porque así me ayuda a dar la presentación. ¿Quién aquí es estudiante de la Interamericana? Nada más. 1, 2. Espérate, suban de nuevo porque no pueden ser tan poquitos. Ok, está bien, son poquitos. Ok, ¿quién es con sistemas, utilidades de agua, praza, no praza, que trabajen en un sistema? Ok. Manos, ¿quiénes son operadores? Laboratorio. ¿No hay operadores? Ok, laboratorio. ¿Y qué son entonces el resto de la gente que está? Ese grupo que está allí. ¿Ustedes? ¿Qué son? Ah, o sea que ustedes están... Ah, mira, prepárense que la... para allá, ¿ok? Ready. No, te quedas allá. Ok, ¿quién está con el Departamento de Salud? Ah, salud. ¿Recursos naturales? Acá. Epa. Jaime nada más con KFOS. Allá atrás. Ok, les voy a dar una advertencia. Esta presentación es interactiva. ¿Qué pasó? Ah, de la Junta, perdón. Ya, sí, te vi. Ok, todas las preguntas van hacia ti, para que sepas. Ya de hoy. La presentación va a ser interactiva, así que estén preparados para participar. Son las 3 de la tarde, tenemos que movernos y aprender cosas bien. Así que me ayudan a dar esta presentación. Tienen suerte que el micrófono está detrás de este podio y no puedo caminar, porque si no caminaba por todo el público. ¿Ok? El año... Sí. Oye, pero esta tiene muchas preguntas. Dígame. ¿Sabes por qué me dieron esta hora? No, yo creo que Graciela eso. Bueno, otra preguntita. Yo di esta presentación en mayo del año pasado. ¿Quién la vio? Ah, no. ¿Quién la vio? Porque yo sé que había gente el año pasado. Salud. Ok, ella me va a ayudar también. Ok, vamos a empezar con la regla. Lo que se llama el Revised Total Color Formula. Básicamente revisamos las reglas de coliforme total. Finalizó esa regla en el 2013. ¿Cuándo comenzamos la implementación de la regla? Empieza a abril del 2016. Así que eso es ya mismo, ¿verdad? Así que vamos a hablar un poquito de por qué se hizo. Esta mañana Graciela mencionó que ya se sentó en uno de los FACAs de la EPA, ¿verdad? Básicamente, una palabra bien complicada para básicamente decir
La agencia busca expertos en el país, ingenieros, operadores, utilidades, stakeholders. Todos estos expertos se sientan en un salón como por un año y hablamos de las reglas. Y básicamente de mejorar estas reglas. ¿Y qué se considera mejorar? Podemos mejorar la protección salud pública, pero sin aumentar lo que se considera el cargo de la regla, de implementar esas reglas. O sea, podemos proteger la comunidad y la salud pública sin impedir que las utilidades y los estados trabajen para todavía poder proteger la comunidad. ¿Cuáles eran los objetivos del Revised Total Coliform Rule? Básicamente, siendo efectivo en ese tratamiento, cuál es el residuo de desinfección en el sistema de distribución, la integridad de su sistema de distribución, y también estamos detectando la presencia de contaminación en esa agua. Son la regla de Total Form del 89 y es una de las pocas reglas que le aplica a todo el mundo. Departamento de Salud, ¿por qué le aplica esta regla a todo el mundo? ¿A todos los sistemas de agua? Ok, estudiante. ¿Cuál es la regla básica en ambiental y en salud pública? No le den agua al público con coliforme. Eso es básico, gente. Por eso es que no tomamos agua en el avión tampoco. Relajando, se toma. Pero esa era básicamente una de las pocas reglas de la EPA que aplica a todos los sistemas, grandes, pequeños, comunidades, no comunidades. ¿Por qué? Porque si aprendimos de los científicos, de los microbios, que tomar agua con coliforme era malo. ¿Vieron qué sencilla es la regla? Y ustedes dicen que la EPA nada más tira reglas complicadas. Esa era bastante sencilla. Bueno, ¿quién tiene algún conocimiento de lo que era la regla original? Salud, tú tienes conocimiento, ¿verdad que sí? Se rían, ustedes tienen conocimiento de la regla. Igual que las utilidades allá. Bueno, se hacía un plan de monitoreo, ¿verdad? ¿Sí? ¿Se acuerdan del plan de monitoreo? Ok, perfecto. ¿Quién se acuerda lo que pasa en su plan de monitoreo? ¿Quién se acuerda que cuando había un TC positivo y había que tomar esas muestras adicionales, dónde se tomaban esas muestras? 5 y 5. Mira, la señora allí me dice que sí. ¿Te acuerdas que era el 5 y 5? ¿Te acuerdas? Muy bien, 5 para allá y 5 para acá. Cuando estamos hablando con los expertos o utilidades, nos dicen, chicas, pero esa regla dice 5 para acá, 5 para acá. Y a veces eso no es lo que está pasando. A veces sabemos que esa contaminación pasó porque alguien estaba haciendo construcción y ¡fua! Se fue el tubo y explotó y por ahí fue que entró. Pero no cubría las 5. Pues parte de lo que hicieron en esta regla es decir, ok, entendemos que a veces el 5 y 5 no funciona. ¿Cómo darle la flexibilidad al Departamento de Salud, en este caso en Puerto Rico, y a las utilidades para decir, vamos a tomar esas muestras en otros lugares porque creemos que en verdad eso está saliendo de otro lado? Eso es básicamente lo que se ve. Si van a cambiar sus plan de monitoreo, si se va a dar el Departamento de Salud y tiene que ser por marzo del 2016, porque ¿qué pasa en abril del 2016? Exacto, la regla comienza, pues entonces hay que saber dónde vas a monitorear, por eso es. Ok, el monitoreo del routine monitoring, que es básicamente, ¿verdad?, su monitoreo básico. ¿Quién se acuerda cómo se determinaban el número de muestras por utilidad? ¿Se acuerdan de esa tabla? Y a rayos se cayó. Se cayó el cuadro. Eso no fui yo estaba aquí al frente. ¿Quién se acuerda de cómo se calculaba? ¿Se calculaba por el número de plantas de tratamiento o por población servida? ¿Cuál? Población servida, exactamente, pues eso sigue igual y todavía tienes que monitorear al mes, o sea que mensualmente se monitoreaba. El cambio era los sistemas bien pequeños que servían menos de 1000 personas y que eran de aguas subterráneas. Ellos sí tenían la flexibilidad de monitorear una vez al año. Cuando se une toda esta gente, los expertos, ¿verdad?, bajo el de esto, muchos de los estados y de los expertos tenían preocupación de tener un sistema tan pequeño, monitoreando tan poquito, y si en verdad estábamos haciendo efectivo. Eso en verdad sí cambia en la regla. Antes la regla original decía, pues si eras pequeño, no hay problema, es eso. La regla ahora cambia a decir, Ok, vas a hacer eso, pero tenemos que ver que tú tengas un historial limpio de cumplimiento con la regla. O sea, que ya no es tan fácil ir a ese nivel de regla, de monitoreo, perdón. Una cosa que la regla también habla es lo que se llaman los seasonal systems. El año pasado, cuando hablé con gente de Puerto Rico, en verdad eso no existe en Puerto Rico. ¿Qué es un seasonal system? En Estados Unidos, por el frío que hay, ¿cómo irán a cambiar eso a inglés, verdad? Frío. ¿Qué vas a decir? Me está mirando. Hay partes de Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, que la gente va en verano, con el invierno se van y estaban cerrando esos sistemas. O sea, le están quitando la presión al sistema de distribución. Y ahí puede entrar la contaminación. So, básicamente la regla lo que dice ahí es, vamos a establecer unos procedimientos para cuando vayas a prender ese sistema de nuevo. En verdad en Puerto Rico pues siempre tenemos un buen clima, así que en verdad no tenemos ese problema. So, lo que tengo entendido es que en Puerto Rico estos sistemas no existen, así que en verdad no voy a discutirlo, pero si algún día existe por climate change, pues visitamos esa parte de la regla. Le gusta el chiste, yo lo sé. Que son otras cosas que están en la regla. Cambiamos, ¿se acuerdan que si había un positivo teníamos que tomar las de, ¿verdad? Si tenías un TC positivo, otras muestras, ¿verdad? Por cada positivo que nos daban. Eso cambió un poquito y vamos a hablar de eso. La EPA, en su gran inteligencia y sabiduría, decidió que íbamos a utilizar esta regla y íbamos a combinar ciertas muestras de compliance entre la Groundwater Rule, que es la regla de agua subterránea. Y hablamos un poquito de eso. Ok, la única cosa que se tienen que aprender cuando salgan de aquí es que esta regla tiene lo que se llama un Level 1 y un Level 2 Assessment. Así que si hay que recordar cuando salgan de hoy aquí de esta regla es que ahora hay una cosa nueva que se llama Level 1 y Level 2 Assessments. Ok, vamos a comparar las reglas. Esta la saben, porque ya la hablamos. El plan de monitoreo, si lo van a cambiar, ¿cuándo hay que entregarlo? Marzo, muy bien, porque la regla comienza en él. Muy bien. Una pregunta, si yo quiero usar muestras que tomé bajo la regla de Groundwater Rule para cumplir con esa misma muestra, cosas que tengo que hacer en las reglas de Total Coliform Rule, lo puedes hacer. Y vamos a hablar de esos ejemplos. Pero una cosa que se tienen que acordar es que en el plan de monitoreo tienen que incluir dónde van a hacer eso. ¿Ok? So, básicamente, si van a usar una muestra, ¿verdad? Para cumplir con 2 reglas, lo pueden hacer en ciertos casos, pero tienen que indicar dónde van a hacer ese monitoreo. Ok, de nuevo, lo que decimos es routine monitoring, sistemas que sirven más de 1000 personas, tenido que hacer y no basado con la población. Los que servían menos de 1000 y eran de comunidad tienen una muestra por mes. De nuevo, los sistemas que no eran de comunidad, que tenían agua subterránea, a esas personas se le dice, puedes monitorear una vez se me olvidó quarter. Gracias, muy bien. Pero sí tienen que bregar con el Departamento de Salud para demostrar que tienen un historial limpio. Y eso sí lo determina el departamento. ¿Ok? ¿Quién se acuerda de esta parte de la regla? Ok. Cuando se escribió la regla, los statisticians, porque estos no son ni los ingenieros ni los científicos, nos ayudaron a decir o a escribir en la regla que si un sistema de agua tomaba menos de 5 muestras por mes, eso significaba que había menos de 4100 personas y te tocaba un TC positivo, el próximo mes tenías que tomar por lo menos 5 adicional. Y eso era algo de estadística. Básicamente, si tenías uno positivo aquí y tomabas menos de 4, pues te mandábamos el próximo mes que añadieras 5 para poder tener suficiente data para pues, tomar decisiones. Lo que ahora se entiende mejor es que en verdad eso se convirtió en era más difícil implementar y no nos está dando más noticias ni nada. Así que eso sí cambió y ya no existe que hacer esa parte. Ahora, si eres uno de esos sistemas que toma una muestra quarterly, a eso sí el Estado te puede decir que tomas 3 el próximo mes. Ok, los repeat samples. Si eres un sistema que sirve menos de 1000 personas, en la regla original tenías que coger 4. Si servías más de 1000 personas, tomabas 3 por cada positivo, ¿verdad? Vamos a repetir eso. Si te salió un TC positivo, ¿cuántas muestras tomabas? 3, ¿verdad? Pues esta regla que hizo fue, todo el mundo coge 3, básicamente. Te sale uno positivo, coges 3 muestras. Y aquí de nuevo lo que hablamos ahorita. Si tengo que coger, él decía que si tenías un TC positivo, ¿dónde? 5 para allá y 5 para acá, ¿verdad? La nueva todavía puedes usar ese método si te conviene. Vamos a decir que tú eres una utilidad que eso te funciona perfectamente. No hay problema, sigue con eso. Si eres una utilidad la cual identifica, mira, eso en verdad no funciona y me gustaría mejor el dinero en monitoreo, ¿verdad? Porque no hay mejor es gastar los chavos en algo que tenemos que hacer para encontrar el problema. Y puedes buscar otras en el sistema de distribución que tal vez tú piensas tienes problemas ahí. El residuo de desinfección es más bajito. Tal vez en esa área del sistema es lo que llaman un dead zone. Tal vez no hay un loop. Todo eso, ese tipo de cosas puedes con el Estado y tratar de hacer eso. Pero todavía sí existen los 5 y 5. Sí. Eso es como flexibilidad. Ok. Esto es porque a un staff mío le encanta hacer gráficas así y yo siempre las cojo. Básicamente esto es una gráfica para decir si tienes un TC positivo, ¿verdad? ¿Qué hay que hacer si tienes un TC positivo? 3. Entonces ahí están los 3 sites de cada uno. Esta es buena. Si este es positivo, ¿para qué estás analizando los repeats? ¿Qué estás buscando? ¿TC positivo o E. coli? E. coli. Los que son los repeats están buscando el E. coli. Porque el coliform en verdad es un indicador de que puede ser que exista y el E. coli es para confirmar eso. Ok, esta es la parte de purpose. Aquí hay alguien que trabaja en un sistema de agua subterránea, que tengan pozos. Me quedan yo acá. No hay nadie con pozo. ¿Sí? Ok, vamos a hablarle esta bien rapidito. En lo que le llamamos el groundwater rule o agua subterránea, si tú eres un sistema con un pozo, daba un positivo en el sistema de distribución, la decía que tú tenías que ir al pozo y tomar una muestra. Si te salía positivo por TC, había que escoger una de E. coli. Pues lo que la regla de coliform me dice es, si te salió un TC positive en el sistema de distribución, y se acuerdan que tenemos que coger las 3, ¿verdad? Esos 3 repeats. Pues uno de esos 3 puede ser la misma muestra que estás utilizando para cumplir con la regla de agua subterránea. ¿Se entiende esa parte? Ok. Bien, esa parte es realmente complicada. Básicamente es tratar de, pues, en verdad, ahorrar dinero y ser más eficiente. Si podemos hacer una muestra por los dos y cumplir con la regla, pues funciona. Ok, ¿qué fue lo que dije? Que esto era lo único que se tienen que acordar, ¿verdad? Level 1 y Level 2 assessments. Ok, vamos para encima. Ok. Hace muchos años, cuando empezamos a escribir reglas, siempre se pensaba que si se trataba el agua en la planta de tratamiento, no había problema, ¿verdad? Y el agua va a llegar perfectamente al grifo. Pues, según han pasado las cosas y según la presentación de esta mañana, ustedes se han dado cuenta que si dice, bueno, podemos tratar el agua, pero el agua a veces viaja 30 millas no sabemos qué pasa ahí. Podemos esperar que la misma calidad de agua que salió de la planta es la misma del grifo. Hay cosas que pueden pasar entre el biofilm, entre alguien rompiendo un tubo, diferentes cosas. Lo que hace el Level 1 Assessment es básicamente decirle al operador, hey, te salió un positivo, vamos a ver qué está pasando en tu sistema. Sal afuera del sistema y mira a ver, camínalo. Mira a ver qué está pasando. Esa es básicamente la intención. Antes de cambiar a un Level 1, cuando era la regla normal, te dábamos un positivo, te daban básicamente un violation y se acabó. Lo que nos dimos cuenta es, darte un violation en verdad no funciona, no es el intento es vamos a buscar qué es lo que está pasando. Y por eso se cambió a lo que se llama un Level 1 y Assessment. ¿Y qué son estos son ejemplos de las cosas que estamos buscando? Había un crack en el fiberglass. La de acá es que había caca de ratón por el wellhead. So, estas son una de las cosas que queremos que los operadores salgan y inspeccionen sus sistemas y vean qué es lo que está pasando. Que son unas cosas o unos elementos de Level Assessment 1. Quieren ver, había un cambio en el sistema de distribución. O sea, había trabajo, se hizo algo en el sistema de distribución. Se calculó ese mes. Se subió más, se subió menos. ¿Qué pasó con la sample como tal? ¿Qué pasó con la muestra? ¿Se hizo algo diferente con la muestra? Como una muestra de otro lugar. ¿Cuál fue el protocolo que se siguió? Básicamente se está buscando, ¿hiciste algo diferente o pasó algo diferente? Ok. So, level 1, ¿verdad? El Level Assessment 1 lo hace la utilidad. Básicamente, la utilidad inspecciona el sistema, puede utilizar data que existe ya, que ustedes hayan tomado, y también puede ser una inspección. Básicamente es una inspección. Están inspeccionando a ver qué se encuentra. El nivel 2 o el Level Assessment 2, ya ese se hace con el Estado o alguien que el Estado ha dicho son aprobados. So, diferentes estados toman diferentes perspectivas en eso. No estoy segura que va a ser el Departamento de Salud de Puerto Rico. Pero en algunos estados se dice que sí va a ser una persona, un Sanitary Survey Inspector del estado. En otros estados están diciendo que puede ser un ingeniero certificado. En otros van a ser un contratista. So, eso cambia. Pero básicamente el nivel 2 no es solamente las personas en la utilidad. Si tienes que hacer un Level 1 o un Level 2, básicamente se le tiene que entregar al Estado en 30 días. Si no, y esto es bien importante, si tienes que hacer un Level 1 o Level 2 Assessment, un Level 1 Assessment, no se considera que estás fuera de cumplimiento. Ahora, si no lo haces, se considera fuera de cumplimiento. ¿Okay? Entonces es la diferencia. Muchas veces cuando empezamos a hacer de adiestramiento, siempre me preguntan, pero María, ¿cómo voy a hacer esto? Pues esto es una muestra, este es del estado de Massachusetts y no es el único estado, hay muchos estados haciendo esto, y básicamente esto es lo que le están dando a la utilidad. El estado de Massachusetts hizo como un pilot para ver cómo le funcionaba con los operadores, feedback y cambiarlo. Pero si se dan cuenta, no sé si lo pueden ver, las preguntas son bien básicas. ¿Hiciste algún cambio en la operación del sistema? ¿Cambiaste el protocolo de monitoreo? ¿Hiciste algún cambio de tratamiento? ¿Pasó algo en el sistema de distribución? ¿Y los tanques? ¿Pasó algo en el tanque? So, básicamente son esas preguntitas para ver qué pudo haber cambiado en el sistema. ¿Cómo es que llegas a tener que hacer un Level 1 Assessment? Que es el básico. Si es un sistema que tienes que monitorear más de 40 muestras de coliforme y más de 100% de esas son TC positivas, tienes que hacer un Level 1 Assessment. Si tomas menos de 40 muestras por mes y te sale que 2 o más son TC positivas, tienes que hacer un Level 1 Assessment. ¿Ok? Ahora viene la número 3, que es el catch-all. Si te salió una TC positiva y no hiciste el repeat sample, tienes que hacer un Level 1 Assessment. ¿Ok? ¿Y por qué se hizo eso? Porque muchas veces la gente sacaba un TC positivo, no hacía pues sea. Llegas a un 2. Tú llegas al 2. Si, por ejemplo, hiciste un Level 1 en enero, noviembre, hiciste de 12 meses. Situaciones en la cual está fuera de compliance con el E. coli. Ok, rapidito. ¿Ustedes se acuerdan del Consumer Confidence Report? ¿Verdad? Que los sistemas de comunidad los sistemas de comunidad una vez al año, usualmente aparece en el verano, tienen que verificar la calidad de su agua, ¿verdad? Y eso se llamaba Consumer Confidence Report. También está el Public Notification, que es que cuando pasa algo usted tiene que publicarle al pues tuvimos este monitoreo, nos salió esto positivo. En términos de esta regla, lo que cambia es las palabras que se utilizaron para comunicar al público qué es lo que está pasando. La regla anteriormente tenía total coliforms y decía los side effects. Ahora lo vamos a cambiar para que diga los coliformes totales están hablando de que puede ser un indicador de que algo está pasando. Y también se cambió las palabras que se utilizaron para comunicar los efectos de salud para E. coli. So, básicamente lo que cambió fue el lenguaje. En el CCA tienen que estar todos los números de E. coli positivos y si tuvieron que hacer un Level 1 o un Level 2 assessment. Hay laboratorios. So, tú no vas a parar, puedes explicar esto más que yo. Cambiaron un poquito los métodos de Analytical Methods. Básicamente cambiaron los holding times, el Destination Agent, el MF Funnel y calificaron unas cosas en la tabla. Por eso no era tan importante, las primeras tres lo son. Esa es la diferencia entre un ingeniero y un microbiología. Yo le digo los boogers y ellos no dicen eso. Finalmente, información en el website de que vamos a terminar estos adiestramientos para que ustedes sepan qué es los cambios. La mayoría de los cambios son pequeños y lo más importante son los Level 1 y los Level 2. Expertos. Pueden ir a esto es Intimac, es la Rule Manager de Coliform Rules. Si usted tiene una pregunta, en confianza la pueden llamar, email. Les puse el mío, yo trabajo con ella. Si tienen una preguntita o quieren una copia de presentación o no encuentran los documentos, me pueden mandar un email o me pueden llamar. Las dos. Y como estamos en la región 2, siempre va a poner la persona de esa oficina y ese es Michael Lowy. Pero usted nos puede llamar y podemos darle esa información. Y también les di el website por si acaso. Y ya, porque me están diciendo que se acabó el tiempo, una cosita que sí quería anunciar por si tienen interés. Nuestros colegas en la EPA en Office of Research and Development han dedicado mucho tiempo a básicamente hacer estudios de tratamientos en sistemas pequeños. En el lado de nosotros, en la oficina de Agua, bregamos con los sistemas. Solo en 2015 vamos a hacer un webinar por mes de 1 hora, de 2 a 3, es el último martes del mes, donde vamos a enseñar básicamente lo que ellos están haciendo en términos de Research y Development. El de enero presentamos información sobre el trabajo que ellos han hecho con arsenic. El de febrero es el de nitrates y nitrates. Les doy el contacto de la persona que le puede dar todo lo que vamos a hacer todos los meses este año. Es gratis, es 1 hora y básicamente le dicen cuáles son los tratamientos que están saliendo. Si tienen interés, nos avisan y le podemos dar esa información. Y yo creo que con eso, muchas gracias con ustedes y que tengan buena tarde.
Muchas gracias, María. Tenemos una o dos preguntitas.
So I'll ask a question. Speak to the microphone to answer a question. Well, you probably don't need one. You've got a loud voice. But my question is that whilst I agreed with what you said about the revision to the rule, as a microbiologist health protection, you may be doing to investigate issues like malaria and Legionella type of water-based pathogens, which the total coliform rule does not address.
Do I need to repeat the question, or could everybody hear it? So the question was basically, what is EPA doing with Nigeria and Legionella? I'll try Legionella first. Although the LT water treatment rules at EPA, when we did the effectiveness of the filters, we not only looked into Giardia, but we also looked into Legionella. However, as you know, there has been several hospitals in the United States that have reported Legionella cases. This one in Pittsburgh with the Department of VA. Veterans Affairs did reach out to the agency to try to collaborate on this. Currently, EPA has a work group with states, and actually, no? Okay, sorry about that, Steve.
So my question was really more directed to here in Puerto Rico, what's relevant here.
Well, I was going to answer the Legionella one first, which is we're basically working with states to come up with a document for best practices on Legionella. Part of the problem is the Legionella is happening in the premise plumbing, and our authority actually ends, basically within. So what we're doing is we're preparing a document to share some of those treatments efficacies. It should be going out for public comment by the end of this month or next month. Again, the problem with Legionella is that it's premise plumbing, and that's where we, and Steve can probably give a little information about how, since 3% utilities, how they feel about that.
Well, the quick answer is it is found in distribution systems and reservoirs, so there is a due diligence issue here, even though the concentration may not necessarily be a direct risk.
Okay.
And Negleria?
With Negleria, again, the other thing we found that it's not as common in drinking water as we have seen it in the clean water side of the house. So our clean water side of the house has been doing a little bit more on that. The Negleria that would happen in Louisiana, I believe, that one was a slip and slide, right? And it was put in there, and I believe that system had, the distribution system was not looping. I believe it had a low or actually non-detect residual. Correct. So there were there, and we've worked with the primacy agency as well as the utility, and actually Australia, who had the breakout to get them information. We're definitely facing challenges, and we've kind of helped identify those and move forward. Remember, our law is based on the occurrence for drinking water, and the occurrence on the clean water side than it is on the drinking water side. So I hope that helps. Okay.
Yo solamente tengo un comentario y es hacia el futuro. Mi hipótesis sobre las violaciones de los pequeños en términos de las samples y todo eso es que la gente no sabe hacer eso. O sea, ellos lo único que saben es que tienen que tomar una muestra por mes. Yo entiendo que algo que quizás con esta nueva enfoque de colaboración que la agencia está tomando, lo práctico podría ser que cuando se le envíe el resultado a la comunidad, se le diga lo que le toca hacer en el resultado, que se pueden preparar una forma, porque si no vamos a volver a tener el mismo problema de violaciones en los...
Y eso sí ha sido, cuando empezamos a hacer adiestramiento, sí nos han dado ese feedback y estábamos trabajando con el PM Tables a ver si podíamos poner algo ahí.
Muchas gracias por la presentación. Nuestra próxima presentación la va a dar Steve Baia. Steve es el gerente de Asuntos sobre la Asociación-Americana de Trabajos de Agua en la oficina de Washington, D.C. La responsabilidad principal del señor es su trabajo con la Agencia de Protección Ambiental y otras agencias federales en el desarrollo de las reglamentaciones que afectan a la comunidad de agua potable. Durante sus 18 años con la American Water Works Association, Steve ha participado en los debates nacionales de política científica y de manejo de riesgos relacionados a los subproductos de desinfección, patógenos y una variedad de contaminantes emergentes, incluyendo los hexavalentes. El señor Baia tiene 30 años de experiencia profesional en la asistencia para el cumplimiento normativo ambiental federal y estatal de agua potable, aguas residuales y la reglamentación de residuos sólidos peligrosos.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate you staying here toward the end of the day. Can you hear me okay? Great. So this first presentation, I apologize. I knew Graciela had a great sense of humor, but I didn't realize it had sort of a twisted streak. You have me twice in a row at the end of the day. But see what I can do to speed it up and make it interesting for you. The first talk will be on LTU. And the first question that comes to mind for most utilities is, we didn't find any crypto in the first round. Why are we doing another round? And then other folks that did find crypto have some other questions, which I'll address later on in the talk. The answer is that when we went through the Federal Advisory Committee process, there was enough concern with the method that we're hoping that the method would get better over time. And so there was the opportunity to get better data in the second round. There was also enough angst about the method and about the utility of continued monitoring that, unlike other Safe Drinking Water Act rules, it does not have ongoing monitoring for an initial indicator, such as underneath the measuring flow. For instance, we didn't feel like we were in a good spot to continue monitoring for crypto. So the next question a utility will often ask, does it apply to me? Do I have to be involved in this phase of the rule? And so there are a number of water utilities that do not have to sample underneath the second round. If you're a true groundwater system, you don't have to worry about it. If you're a consecutive system, buying water from somebody on the water queue, wholesaler, then you don't have to worry about it. If you are groundwater direct influence, or if you are drawing from a river, stream, lake, surface water, then this rule provisions. The other way that you might get out is if you decided, either because of the rule structure or because of your own desires, to install 5.5 log of treatment for crypto. And at that point, if you continue that, there's no additional monitoring requirement. We don't have any unfiltered systems here in Puerto Rico, do we? All right, we'll skip past that. All righty. A little bit of color coding going on. If you're in that first red box, you're already behind the curve. So hopefully larger systems greater than 100% observed already have their sample plan geared up for monitoring. If you're in this bin 50,000 or more, then you really need to be working now on the monitoring scheme that you plan to put in place. And if you're a smaller system, you've got into next year to get your legs underneath you and make sure you're squared away for the upcoming monitoring round. So one of the things that is really challenging when you write a federal rule is trying to change it. So EPA did not make any substantive changes to the fundamental rule structure. The monitoring provisions for the second round are the same as they were for the first in almost every respect. So the sampling protocol is the same. You've still got to use a fixed schedule. You're still going to be sampling the water that you're trying to treat. And I'm going to come back to that point in a bit. And then the larger system, you're going to be taking crypto, E. coli, and turbidity at least monthly for 24 months. And if you're a smaller system, you can go ahead and take the E. coli sample. Then if you pass the cut criteria, you have to go on a hurry-up schedule to actually sample for crypto. The goal of the rule is really important. It should have been nailed down when you were engaged in round one monitoring. Your goal is to capture, during the monitoring period, the mean crypto level of the water that's influenced your treatment. You are not trying to characterize the stream. You are not trying to characterize the water after you've thrown recycle streams into it. You're not trying to get involved in a lot of complex math. You're trying to understand the water that's coming in as it enters your process. And that should have been nailed down with your state regulator when you picked your sampling point the first time. We're going for what you're actually observing during the sample. That's one reason why there's a regular monitoring schedule and why you adhere to that and why you have to take makeup samples if you miss those. But you're not trying to be forward-leaning. You're not trying to sample in some predictive way for out in the future. You're trying to characterize your world as it exists now. In terms of the number of samples you take, when we went through the Federal Advisory Committee process, we're thinking about everybody taking over that 24 months. Because that's, statistically, that's the best bet here on the table. But there are costs, and so there are two other options. The top one is to simply take one sample a month, 24 months. Crypto samples are expensive if you want to go that route. The cost in that, you have a much lighter trigger at the end for changing. And then the other option is, if you're a smaller system, going ahead and try to see if you have E. coli. EPA did change the cut criteria for being flipped into taking crypto samples, such that not that many systems got tripped in the last round. But again, you do end up in a hurry up march in 24 samples inside of a 12-month period if you go that latter route. All right, so I ran this slide deck by a couple of utilities. It's the most important slide on here, so I'm going to take some time with it. Everybody in the room has done a research project. Most of you have done some form of compliance sampling. The point here with round 2 monitoring is the same as for any of those activities. They are important. You need to have a plan. Everybody has got to agree what your plan is and that you're executing it. So if you haven't talked with the state, if you aren't on the same page with the state when you go into it, get on the same page. You don't want to find out after you start submitting data that the state thinks you'll be doing something different. In terms of your basic sampling practices, you've got a choice: on-site filtration or lugging carboys of water around. Which one works best for you? Which one's going to give you a better sample? Which one's going to work better for your personnel? If your personnel really have the time or expertise to filter in the field, then you're lugging carboys, but you've got to make arrangements to take care of them and keep them in such. Your sample plan and process needs to incorporate the sample matrix. So you're taking some extra samples that don't actually go into your compliance calculation, but they're important to the laboratory and to the overall program. You're going to be working with a laboratory, and they're going to be sending you materials to use to take the samples. Make sure they actually send you what you're supposed to have for that sampling run, or that sampling period. And make sure you have it ahead of time. If you're filtering in the field, make sure you've got an extra filter. Things go wrong. You want to be prepared for when things go wrong. The shipping is important. A criteria that in the last round saw a number of rejected samples. That means that you end up taking another sample because that sample was rejected. Same for whole time. And again, this gets into shipping. I know in signature that can be, between the two, they ended up with a lot of repeat samples. Make sure you got your chain custody intact. This is a regulatory sample, so you want to make sure you need to. And just the basics of keeping a double bag. Lab procurement. We've got a new process for approving laboratories in the second round that we didn't have in the first round. So I'm going to spend time on that in a few more slides. The only point I'll make here is the laboratory used for E. coli sampling has to be approved. And the laboratory you use for crypto has to be approved. Some of the labs that are doing crypto may not have the E. coli approval in Puerto Rico. So then have SOPs for when things go apart. Because something will go wrong, you just need to be prepared and ready for it and respond when it happens. Alright, so here's one of the changes that occurred over the course of the last few years. EPA came up with a method that you can use. It is a you do not have to use it. It's method 1623.1. The state of Puerto Rico, as your primacy agency, can tell you that you're supposed to be using it. but as a federal matter, it's not required. Nominally, it has a bit higher recovery. The things we know about it are it's sensitive to the matrix, and so in some places it is going to work better. In some places it may not work as well. So it's a more rigid method. Some of the flexibility that's in 1623 isn't there, and there is a new higher bar for your ongoing and your initial performance. So if you've got a lab you don't trust, maybe more rigidity in the method's a good thing. If you have a matrix that's hard and you know you've got to tune up the method to get it to work, maybe you need to stay with 23. This is matrix spike data from round 1, and it's a basic boxing. The individual lines coming across here are laboratories. The only point I want to make with this is getting a high-quality lab. Even some of the labs that handle lots and lots of samples have a great deal of variability. That variability may be because they handle a lot of issues and didn't do it well. Or it may be that they didn't have good practices in place. But when you're procuring laboratories, you need to pay attention to what you're doing. Here is the IPR, the ongoing PT data from the laboratories that are in the process. The left-hand side of the graph is from the period of the first round of monitoring, and then subsequently it's the interim before the new round is started up. You can see that over the period there's been a drift upward in the average recovery. This isn't distilled water, it's as simple as it gets. But we've moved from an average recovery at the beginning of the round 1 that was about 45 to in excess of 63% recovery. The whiskers there are 2 standard deviations, so there's still a lot of play in the data. If you're using method 1623.1, it's this upper blue cutoff right here, whereas 1623 has a little bit more tolerance for variability on the other side. So right now, PA is not approving laboratories, state laboratories, and there are only a handful of states that are doing it. We are not operating under the normal idea of reciprocity. So right now, underneath SDWA, if you're talking about arsenic or you're talking about THMs, there's a reciprocity system across the states. The presumption is that if a state approves a lab, certifies a lab, that it's good enough to use in any other state. The caveat on that is some states have their own requirements. For example, California at present only has 2 labs that are qualified to process a sample for all of California, because California has some specific requirements of laboratories that do work underneath SDWA. You need to know what Puerto Rico's requirements are. The folks that are moving laboratories from interest all the way through to prepared and certified wanted me to make sure that I communicated the point that there are another 15 labs. Several of them are commercial labs. So while we right now have about 23 labs, that number is growing. So as the smaller systems do come into the system for round 2, we should have more capacity than is shown here. So why do you care? Everybody should remember from the first round that everybody is going to continue, regardless, doing what they do now. But if you get more than 0.075 milligram fluids per liter, that you're going to be doing more. And if you make it into bin 3 or 4, you'll be doing much more in the way of treatment. The reason I'm bringing that up is because if you, in preparation for the round, go back and read the Federal Register, you may find a point that's confusing. If you read the Federal Register, you might take home the point that whatever happens out of round 2 immediately translates into a treatment requirement. That's not the case. EPA has said in public meetings and a number of forums that it's going to take more than simply the round 2 data to justify stopping treatment. So if you've been placed as a result of round 1 and bin 4, bin 3, you're not going to be able to turn off treatment as a result of whatever comes out of the second by itself. You might ask, why would a utility do that? I find it hard to imagine that many utilities would install ozone and then turn it off, or install UV and then turn it off. But there is the desire perhaps to continue with the unit operation, operate it, but not have to deal with the bells and whistles of regulatory compliance. You can operate a UV system fairly straightforward without somebody looking over your shoulder as a utility. And so there is some desire by at least a few utilities to not get caught up in that regulatory oversight. If you're going to do the avenue, then you've got to present a stronger case than simply the round 2 data. You're going to have to present a body of knowledge that's deeper. And in order to make that case, you're going to have to talk with your state regulator. I've talked with different states, and different states are going to approach it different ways. Something that's completely not in the structure, something we asked to be considered for round 2, but didn't make it into the cards, was typing for purpose radio. One of the points that Nick made in an earlier slide deck was that knowledge is informative. You can change what you're doing based on it. And if you genotype your slides, which is completely possible with slides that have been processed under 1623, and use the right set of mounting materials, you can find out whether or not they're animal or human-based, sourced oocyst. And that's important because, by and large, human-associated oocysts are going to be the ones that are pathogenic to humans. We've, since LT went through the negotiation process and was put onto the regulatory requirements under SDWA, we've actually rearranged how we have our nomenclature for cryptic, and the rule structure doesn't take that into account at this point. So here we are with an opportunity, if you'd like to bear some additional cost to get some more information. And so just a quick recap. You need to know to whom, when, and what sample plan. If you haven't already done that, don't know what you're supposed to be doing, your state hasn't told you, make a phone call, find out what it is. You need to make sure that you're chasing a laboratory that's approved by your state, or that your state will accept. And you need to start working through a contract, maybe even one backup lab, in case something goes wrong with the first one. During round 1, there were laboratories and weren't able to complete the work that meet QA. One of the real hitches in following through on round 2 is the data in the middle. In round 1, there was a unified data system. But those had to key punch the data in. I'm sorry, they're really, really bad. But at least everybody had the same really, really bad system, and we knew where all the data was. All right. We don't have that now. Every state is on their own for data submittal. There is the possibility that EPA will have an add-on to CIDWS that take the data, but I haven't heard a status on it, so I'm not going to take a guess that it'll be ready. So find out whether or not how you need to submit the data. Does the state expect it monthly? Do they expect it all at the end? Do they want you to put a bow on it? Or do they want you to just get the data what it needs? And then make sure you understand where the the action is going to be once you've what's the state's policy for moving based on what you find out. Lastly, this slide deck really reflects the work of a number of people myself. Scott Alpert at Hazen Sawyer regrets that he couldn't be here to give the presentation. Here, Rebecca Hoffman, Carrie Miller at EPA, and Alexa Blinsky Consulting. Also, before you ask any questions, if they have to do with the method, I'm going to answer here in the audience. I'll be with us for those questions. Thank you.
We have time for questions. Our next talk will be presented by Steve Baia and Dr. Gary Burlingame.
All right. So Gary's going to finish up this talk. I'm going to try and provide the introductory material, and he's going to give you an update on where the Road Advisory Committee process is right now. Talked about that capital. So just for perspective, how many of you have a water system, service lines, home plumbing that's all plastic? Everybody in an all plastic world? Okay. Any have any copper plumbing? Any at all? Got some copper? Okay. Anybody blessed with a lead service line anywhere in their service area? Yeah, Canada's got them. Cincinnati, okay. Nobody has lead. Anybody have brass? Anybody brass fixtures, faucets, plumbing? Okay. So you will escape the bulk of what's going to come out of the NEDWAC work-through process in the next rule, but you are not going to be completely secure. So everybody is very much focused on lead. There is a lot of lead still out there in a variety of different media, and it has high emotional content and very publicized that it's a risk. Does anybody here and that lead is not good for you? Okay. So lead, we've come to that recognition, and as a result, there has been a vote to really manage lead. So 95th percentile lead level and the median have dropped substantially since the x-axis over there ends at about 1976, and this is 2010. So there's been a precipitous fall in children's blood level. Drinking water systems have done their bit. This is a particular system that happens to be the Boston metro area. It's 9th percentile lead and copper rule observations, and the median, the 9th percentile on that far end is at 70. Down here we're at 5 part per billion. So there's been a huge amount of change here in Boston as an example, and they're only one community where this kind of change has occurred. That said, because we know lead's a concern, and because we believe that the ultimate goal for protecting public health is getting lead all the way to zero, there's been continued emphasis on the level of concern for blood, and over time that level has dropped. At present, CDC has set it at essentially 5 microgram per decade. Again, if you go back to 1990, the level was more like 25. That number is continuing to drop. And I mentioned earlier that there's a lot of investment and concern associated with lead. So when there are failures by water utilities and they touch on lead, there's emotional content that gets brought there on the utility. So getting lead out of water has had a long history. The most recent things you might remember are there was a blow up in DC, some exceptionally high levels of lead, and we had a series of actions that led to a rule in 2007, and the reporting for lead became more challenging. I don't know if you noticed it, but on one of the earlier slide decks, there was a list of TCR violations, lead and copper violations, and a few other things. Here in Puerto Rico, you for coliforms much more frequently than copper, but yet the copper monitoring violations were still a third, far the next highest category here in the state, or in the territory. So the rule structure right now is of M&R violations, if not actual treatment technique violations. Here last year, a new version of what is lead-free made a substantial reduction in what was required down to was appointed by weight. So now we're into a NEDWAC work group process. EPA tried to develop a proposed rule, found it very challenging because of the issues to go through, and decided they needed more input. And we're now in that process to continue into the summer of this year. The topics are the ones here on this list. I won't read them to you, but I'm going to go through a series of slides that provide a bit more detail for the area. Underneath the current paradigm, some things that everybody agrees are easy to do and could be taken off the table. There's been a debate, believe it or not, whether or not you should take the aerator on or off appliance sample. It's easy enough to just leave it on. Whether or not you should pre-flush before the mandatory 6-hour stagnation, there's been a debate about whether utilities were gaming the system by telling customers to pre-flush. So just be done with it, say no, normal household use. Defined stagnation period. Right now it's 6 hours. The general notion is we're going to leave it in the plumbing overnight, and somebody would take a sample the next morning. That was the thought concept. It's a worst case. You think it'd be easy to follow, but that's been again misinterpreted as being misused, and so we're saying yes, that there needs to be some kind of outer bound, but maybe it's not 6 hours. Flow rate, again, utilities gaming the system by using a really low flow rate, not moving enough particulate into the sample jar, and the same with whether or not you use a wide or a narrow mouth bottle. And again, it's the issue is flow rate. And so the thought is simply provide a better set of instructions. EPA, either in guidance or the rule, can say, here's the instructions you provide to the customer. And everybody can do it, be done with it, and we'll get the controversy behind us. These are all piddly little things, right? All of them will increase the level of 90 percentiles in systems that have lead. The next thing that's being discussed is where should the sampling pool be? Service lines, right now only about 10% of your samples need to come from lead service lines. The rest can be from lead and copper plumbing. You're worried with them too. So the general notion was, well, let's go ahead and shift to entirely lead. Well, that represents a number of problems. The first is it makes it harder to recruit homes. And another worry, and perhaps a bigger one, is that if you all of your samples in this part of the community and it's all about lead and lead service lines, and what that triggers is attention to optimize corrosion control, the actual technique that you're using to manage the level of lead and copper and other metals that are in the water. You've got a sample that's restricted, and you just made that sample that much smaller. So why don't we have a sample representative? And if you tighten the sampling pool, you've just made it all that much harder to get through all of the steps it takes to get somebody from being interested to being a willing sampler. Nobody here in this seating, they targeted 8,000 households and contacted them in order to get their mandatory sample, triennial sample approved. They got an indication of a willingness to participate from 200 civic-minded individuals. They delivered bottles to 125 of them, just working their way down the list. Out of those, they only got 90 samples. So 8,000 all down to 90. That was a lot of personnel time and hours and frustration, and you can probably put a few other adjectives along the way. So the next question is, well, should we really use first flush sample? If we're worried about lead service lines, we're trying to move more people to OCCT, couldn't we be a more challenging sample? And the answer that we asked is, well, let's take a sample that represents the lead service line. Now you start asking yourself about representativeness, how many folks have a lead service line, let's take that extreme sample, but the other piece of that is, if it's that hard to get somebody to take a first flush sample, how much harder is it going to be to get them to take a sample involves taking one or many cups of water from their home? Again, the first thing in the morning before anybody's used the bathroom. And so, anyhow, that's part of the debate. And then, if you're trying to come up with that sampling scheme, there are a number of ways to do it, but you're trying to balance getting a customer to take the sample and getting a sample that tells you something. And so you can see from this data that was collected, I believe in Chicago, from a study that was published in the S&T, that depending on which liter of water you get out of a lead service line, you're going to get the value. Which one of those is the right value? And is it the right value if I take the sample this month, the same one as if I take it next month? And so it's just more variability into the equation. Part of that variability is involved lead. Right now, the rule construct and the sampling scheme is really about value. And you start taking a flush sample out of a lead service line, you're talking about particulate lead as much as elevated soluble lead. And we're really important how informative that's going to be for guiding corrosion control. That we've really worked on managing OCCT around the current sampling scheme. And so if you move stream sample and or if you move to particulate lead, not really sure if the scheme and the goal meet. There are other limitations on OCCT. Not everybody is doing OCCT as defined by the rule. There are a lot of people or systems that are underneath the action level, and they're a small system, they're less than 50,000 pounds. So they're not treating for purposes of compliance with the rule. They're really treating or not, and they're at the action level. So there are a lot of small systems underneath there. Not everybody is using phosphate. There is general agreement that if we're going to chase optimized corrosion control, it means increasing the level of phosphate that's used. In the UK, which is at least one model, that's increasing the dose by 3 times what we normally use here in the We had a previous conversation today about nutrients in fresh water. Clean Water Act, Safe Drinking Water Act collaboration is not really in the cards right there. So what about removing the lead service lines? We know they're out there, and at least some systems, you are not blessed with them, but there are a number of communities that are. What we know, whenever you go to remove one, there's going to be a spike. The question is really the duration and height and what measures need to be taken around that release. Ideally, you need to get all of it at once. You don't want to have a partial replacement. You you're only taking what the utility owns or the consumer. You're getting the entire, from the wall to the wall to the main in one fell swoop. And the challenge with that is that, oops, that was the wrong button. The challenge with that is the customers don't have the ability to pay. I mean, on average in the United States, a lead service line replacement are between $3,000 and $5,000. It can go as high as 10 and 15 where you're in an urban setting with lots of things going on. Imagine if somebody were trying to pull get into a lead service line. Thank you. And you'd built an extension of your house over top of that line, or you've got a great rock wall and lots of things that are in the way. So those costs are high, and it's difficult for utilities to go on property to begin with. When you do, it takes local, if not state action, and there's a lot of community opposition when you start getting into that conversation. So we've got a number of options that are being discussed, including trying to eliminate partial replacements to the extent possible, and trying to encourage full lead service line replacements, and doing that in the course of routine infrastructure activities, as well as more active outreach. And when you do lead service line replacements, at a minimum, we're talking about other risk mitigation steps like flushing or provision of other steps to help make sure that that house isn't getting exposed to a lot of lead. Embedded in that issue is where are the lead service lines. I'm low on past this since we don't have lead service lines in Puerto Rico. And come up to copper, which we did have. Right now, we have a lead rule, but for all intents and purposes, it's the lead and lead rule. Copper is a stepchild. It has a less significant health risk for everybody except those who have Wilson's disease. Wilson's disease, I think copper really matters to you. Over your lifetime, probably by the time you're in your teens, mid-20s, copper toxicity can build up to a point where it is important as a person. So we are paying more attention to copper. The general notion at this point is that there are waters that are aggressive to copper where there is not enough attention being paid, and that more systems should be applying treatment or taking other measures to protect customers from copper. I was thinking of handing it over to Gary to give an update on where the NIDWAC work group is, and they're trying to move from the initial framework that we started with, which had that long laundry list of worries, to a more proactive approach.
So the lead and copper rule really is a fascinating rule. If there was one rule you wanted to study with the Safe Drinking Water Act and how it time the public outcry and all different things going on, the lead and copper rule would be one good one. You had water utilities in the 1990s doing the best they can, monitoring for lead. The 90th percentile values for water utilities are coming down. We look like we're making great progress. Brass becomes lead-free. Solder no longer has lead in it. So theoretically, in the plumbing of homes, it's just a matter of time before the lead is replaced. We have many systems on optimal control treatment, so now they're feeding phosphate or other pH or controlling pH or doing other things to make their water not corrosive, as corrosive to lead and copper. And then all of a sudden a public outcry arises and says, but lead's toxic, there's no lead is good lead, and there's a problem because we haven't, through the regulation, been adequately taken care of the residual risk from lead service lines. And in addition to that, from particulate lead, galvanized service lines and plumbing and particulate lead. And so that public outcry went really high. I mean, in some cities it became pretty extreme. Some meetings with experts on both sides. And the EPA wisely trying to figure out how to get out from, they were between a rock and a hard place. They had to get out from under that and move forward. And so they let the National Drinking Water Advisory Council take on developing a group committee that would bring all these different groups, representatives from all these different facets together to sit in a room together and talk about, okay, if the lead and copper rule isn't, if it's done as much as it could, but it's not doing enough anymore, so how do we change so that we can get rid of lead service lines, get people where, and take care of copper and get people where they need to be. So the working has been actually because good problem. The group will turn a recommendation summary to the NIDWAC. The NIDWAC will then review it and decide if they want to make any changes and then make a formal recommendation to the EPA. So by the end of this year, the EPA should be considering whether they will run with the NIDWAC's full recommendations and what that will look like towards revising the lead and copper rule. And the sticky points really are lead service lines. Find them, notify the people who own them, who are drinking from water coming through lead service lines, give them better education, and find ways to get it out. Find ways to have it replaced, find where money can come from, all that stuff. The second part is corrosion control treatment. As Steve showed you, the sampling process for lead is, if you really want to know what's going on with lead in a household, you're doing a research project. You're not regulatory sampling. So how do we take all that difficulty with understanding lead and put that into a simple monitoring program? So we're struggling with that, but the concern is that we don't feel the group doesn't feel right if we never sample for lead again. So somewhere we have to take a sample for lead. It has to mean something. It has to result in and tied somewhat into a regulation. So that's a challenge. And then with copper, we're gonna copper is the easy thing. We think we understand the chemistry of copper, when it's corrosive. So we need to identify systems that have aggressive waters to copper and work with those systems. So there's going to be kind of a separation of copper from the lead, finally. There probably should have been separate rules, a lead rule and a copper rule, but they tied them together, and copper is an issue with new homes and aggressive waters. So a lot has been. The rule could be revised in very significant ways. Very big changes could come to the rule if we're successful. And hopefully it'll be a better rule. It'll be one with better public education, and it'll be one that not only the public interest groups and the EPA, but water utilities can take pride in and say, yes, we're looking out for our customers' health, and we're going to take steps, and we believe this is the right direction to go. So some of the things you can be thinking about now is, or that we're thinking about in the States especially, is if in our distribution system we have lead service lines, we have to find out where they are. That's the least we can do. Find out where they are. Then educate and notify our customers. The people who have lead service lines need to know they have them and what that means to them. Hopefully through that and with other programs, we can find incentives and ways to get lead service lines then removed, and even galvanized service lines. We need to, when repairs and replacements, we need to minimize the creation of partial lead service lines. We need to get back to working more closely with health departments on what do we do to find homes that are where people are more levels of lead. And we need to develop incentives, and we need to make sure that it's a shared responsibility with our customers, the public, with our politicians, with other federal agencies that need to step in, plumbers unions, real estate transfers. If as a nation we're really going to get the lead out, it's bigger than just the water doing that under regulation. And some acknowledgments. So it's exciting. It's an exciting rule. It's been through a lot of struggle and emotional conflict. It's been a soap opera of its own. But hopefully we're going to turn that around and get on a better future track and things in the place where they need to be, working together in the NIDWAC with the EPA. So I guess Steve and I can now answer any questions.
Special place in hell for people who do things like get the lead out. Anyway, has the committee looked there, or the working group, have they looked at desalinated water, desalinated system, or picked them out?
There have been problems without going to the far extreme. Desal would be out on the end of the spectrum. The general presumption at present has been that the plastic that's being used now is good. Nobody has really looked at the lead stabilizations that came and went, as I understand it from the material. I think NSF believes they've taken care of it, and we haven't reopened it.
¿Puedo hacer una pregunta en español? Yo soy profesor de la Inter de Aguadilla. Tengo que pasar todos los días por un canal que viene del lago a una planta de tratamiento. Pasé por el canal y vi un señor con una mochila asperjando lo que yo me dio muchísimo miedo. Yo dije, no. Me paré al señor que hacía y me dijo, sí, estoy quemando la grama, le estoy dando herbicida a la grama que está a la orilla del canal. Recientemente vi en la televisión que estaban hablando de ese mismo canal y observé nuevamente que había una grama quemada bastante grande la porción. Si no es peligroso esa sustancia ahí en el agua que tomó. Herbicida.
So, as I understand it, is a herbicide being applied next to it. Does that represent a risk? And right now, underneath the FIFRA, the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, Insecticide and Rodenticide Act, there is a specific analysis done for the potential risk to drinking water supplies. And in theory, the allowed dose for a product like that should not do harm in the water body. And that said, we're still chasing other pesticides. And I know there is a representative watershed and it's not perfect. So. Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
We are running out very late in time. We can ask the question at the end after the next talk.
Pero en este caso sería más bien para las personas que estén aquí del Departamento de Salud o alguien de alguna agencia del gobierno. Es sobre qué están haciendo aquí en Puerto Rico con el plomo. Porque por lo menos con el cobre, aunque no tanto, sabemos que aquí hasta se lo están robando de las casas. Gracias.
Del Departamento de Salud que quiera comentar. Podemos hablar de esto más adelante. Tenemos el programa. La próxima charla es de Carl obtuvo su bachillerato en Tecnología apropiada y maestría en Ingeniería Ambiental de la Universidad de Drexel en Filadelfia y fue certificado como gerente de materiales peligrosos a nivel máster. Carl se unió al programa Resource Conservation and Recovery Act en la región 2 como oficial de cumplimiento en el 1997. El programa RECRA en la región y para asuntos de relleno sanitario en Puerto Rico. Es también líder de la iniciativa Universidad y el Colegio, coordinando las actividades de RECRA para asistencia en cumplimiento y ejecución. Además es líder en su rama para cumplimiento de asuntos de seguridad.
There's nothing I enjoy more than through a bunch of slides at the end of a very long day. But I can promise there are a lot of pictures. Now normally people start off a presentation with a joke, but this is in fact not a joke. This is a drinking water well located on the property of a landfill, which suggests that somebody else has a sense of humor. I'm going to run through a quick look at why siting landfills can impact water resources, look a little bit at landfill leachate and stormwater, and then give some site examples. A lot of different, and what I'm going to discuss will cover about 2/3 of them, which under federal statutes are dumps, which are prohibited under federal statute. There are currently no other significant disposal options. 5 of the landfills operation located in karst, 4 are in floodplains, 10 of them impact wetlands, 9 potentially impact drinking water supplies, 4 impact other natural resources, and all of it's in a seismic zone, which means the earth need to be especially designed to handle seismic conditions. Now, in the past 45 dumps were closed. most were not closed properly. They were all unlined with no leachate controls, and because they continue to leachate or leach out toxins for a long period of time, they continue to drinking water supplies. Some of them accepted hazardous waste, 3 of them became Superfund sites, and as I said, leachate production is likely to continue for a protracted period. If you're wondering, this is a modern landfill design. Some examples here include the new cells at Humacao, Fajardo, Toa Baja, Vega Baja, Peñuelas, Ponce, Salinas, Toa Alta, Carolina, and Cabo Rojo. And if I missed any of you, I apologize. Up here, with more time, I'd go through what involves a modern landfill design, but the key feature is the liner and the leachate collection system and the ground systems. Almost every case we'll talk about has none of them. Now here we cited the active landfills, or just recently closed, and the 45 inactive landfills, all of which can be expected to still produce leachate. Now here they are superimposed over the principal aquifers, North Coast Aquifer System, South Coast Aquifer System, all limestone aquifers. As you can see, the bulk of the closures that occurred early on were in the north over the primary drinking water aquifer for the island, which is all to the good. This one actually superimposes the USGS well maps and the landfills. As you can see, there's so many wells tracked by the USGS, it becomes meaningless noise. So for the rest of this, I'm going to use PRASA well locations, considerably less. But even a brief look at this map suggests there's a few sites that are going to be very the northwest coast does not, in fact, have many of those problematic sites, which is to the nor the southwest. But here in the north, we begin issues. The Florida landfill certainly is a problem. Toa Alta, Toa Baja. South coast, again, Juana Diaz landfill looks like it's positioned nicely among a bunch of drinking. Here, you see Toa Baja sandwiched a little between different well systems or well fields. And Juncos looks a bit off of wells, but in fact, when you look at the local, you'll see that is the direction of groundwater flow and surface water flow, so it represents a threat to those wells. Southeast coast. And when we go far to the east, landfills seem to position pretty well away from wells. Now that's the only thing I've looked at. I also looked at drinking water intakes, which don't lend themselves to a quick area analysis since you have to track the streams and such. I'll look a little bit now at the characteristics of leachate and stormwater. That is Toa Baja landfill there. Leachate is a liquid that is passed through or merged from solid waste and contains dissolved and suspended material removed from the waste. It can be contaminated with constituents, toxic metals, complex organics. It tends to have high BOD and COD values. Also, it can contain pathogens. Here's a standard list of contaminants to be found in leachate and their typical concentrations, covering the metals, organics, and conventional wastewater numbers. As you can see, they're not completely dissimilar from sewage systems. Leases need to be modeled for unlined landfills. There is no liner, so you cannot actually collect a representative sample of the leachate, so it is mostly modeled. You can do some individual wells, you can do some systems to intercept it, but mostly it's just modeling. And even a small landfill can generate significant amounts of leachate. I did a health model analysis for the Florida landfill. It's a small landfill, approximately 14 acres, and you still get about 2.9 million gallons per year leachate going directly into a karst aquifer system. That's a slightly photoshopped picture of leachate from the Toa Baja landfill. Looking at the actual numbers for Florida, you can see in total metals, we hit the barium, the chromium, but most stands out is the traditional the very high BOD and such in terms of pounds per year released. And some of these are directly leading to drinking water wells. Now for issues. Most of the landfills we look at do not control stormwater properly, and it could be contaminated with suspended solids, and some of it carries direct waste washouts, and also because leachate can be picked up with the stormwater directly, not all of it passes to the subsurface, it contains constituents as leachate. Here's an example of leachate contaminated stormwater is flowing into a sinkhole at Toa Alta, and it appears to have done the trees no good there. Now an example of stormwater calculation, picking again on Florida, since I'd done a big presentation on that. I happen to have all my numbers from it. You get about 20 million per year of stormwater running off the landfill, and using a standard EPA model for it, you can see the amount of 11,000 pounds of BOD, BOD, different measures of it, a lot of suspended solids in it. I'm going to look at the Juncos landfill a bit, the Juana Diaz landfill in Florida. Naming by any means, these are the worst examples in the landfill, just the best examples of different issues that I wanted to highlight. Juncos landfill. Juncos landfill, by the way, is under an order and will hopefully be closing sometime in the near future. Located in the Gurabo Juncos regional groundwater flow into the underlying alluvial deposits to the south. The land overlays in part and discharges to an alluvial valley aquifer, mostly sand and gravel. And these aquifers you find in the central part of the island, and they're drinking water in central Puerto Rico. Run through some photo maps here. Blue lines are highlighted water streams. Some close-up pictures. This is leachate running directly into the nearby creek. And a different view from partly up the landfill. You can see it ponding in the stormwater system and flowing into that creek in the background. Tracing where it's going, you can see the leachate flow in the area, the stormwater flow going into the stream. Backing off a little bit, superimposing it over the aquifer, and you see the well field is directly downgrading from it. And when you follow the streams, you can see that the contaminated stormwater is leading into a stream that has a drinking water intake in it. Juana Diaz landfill, built right on the edge of a river. Superimposing rough locations for wells. You can see there are a fair number in the area, and the faint dots there are the limestone aquifer that underlines it. This is the location, by the way, of the well I had in the second slide, adjacent to the landfill on the landfill property. Something I want to highlight that presents a problem at these sites. One of the rare unlined landfills that actually has groundwater monitoring system, but you can see where they were positioned. Blowing it up a little bit, you get the localized flow directly to the river, and the regional flow heading down here, and the wells seem to be in position to try to avoid hitting any of that. So obviously sinking wells does not necessarily mean you're going to be intercepting contaminated groundwater or providing viable monitoring. Florida landfill. You can see from the photo, if it's there, the classic karst structure in the back, the mogotes, the sharp valleys, landfills in the foreground, and the bedroom community of Florida is laid out just beyond it. Regional is helpful with this one because it presents some unique. This is a stacked aquifer system, and Florida is positioned well up the system. Just a number of wells that are located in the aquifer down gradient. But when you look at this, the way the aquifer is laid out, it gets a little more interesting. Here's a cross-section area that cuts right close to where the Florida landfill is. That's D prime. And the cut there, you can see the Florida landfill. Contamination here can contaminate the lower protected aquifer. So as you get into the area where the coast, where most of the wells are, and the main municipal wells that are maybe for thinking it's protected from contamination, being a deep aquifer with aquatards in between. In fact, you can find that contamination will contaminate the protected lower aquifer toward the coast. Now, coming in local, the groundwater flow for the region, as you saw from that map, is all up in this direction, but this is karst. Very local groundwater flow is very difficult to predict since it mostly involves following solution channels. And here, just from the topography and the water levels in the soil, it's pretty clear localized groundwater flow is a higher area here down into the area, which of course is where all the local wells are located. Now, about a quarter of these wells have been closed in recent years due to contamination. Go visiting. In the area, landfill is right behind the baseball field, and ultimately almost all the localized stormwater flow and thus leachate seepage all ends up here. And it's used for recreational fishing as well as being a direct connection to other sinkholes in the area and the aquifer. And since I am, in fact, an enforcement officer and I have a hand in or for most of the cases under the federal statutes with landfills, if you have any specific information that suggests a very specific threat to drinking water supplies or other specific problems with landfills, I'll be happy to take your email.
Questions for Carl? Preguntas para Carl. Estamos en shock, ¿verdad? Bueno, pues entonces me gracias a Carl y a todos los speakers. Mañana, si todos estamos aquí a las 8:30, podemos salir a las 4:30. Así que yo los espero para que comencemos a tiempo. Nada protocolario así que podemos entrar de lleno a las charlas a las mismas 8:30. Muchas gracias por quedarse hasta tan tarde. Yo sé que nos extendimos media hora más, pero logramos cubrir toda la agenda. Hasta mañana. Los de educación continuada no se olviden, todo el mundo no se olviden de firmar. Si no firman, recuerden que se le cobra. Y los de educación continuada no reciben el certificado, no vayan sin firmar. Y los muchachos vengan, los que estén ocupados, vengan por acá un momentito. A las personas que todavía están en el área, si quieren llevarse comida en confianza, si quieren llevar para sus esposos, sus novios, a todo el que esté en su casa, no hay problema.
todavía